Chapter 101, Hatchery, 2. However, when they checked the situation, they realized something was wrong. It's a little strange. Due to the huge impact of external forces, it's normal for major disasters to happen on this planet. Tsunamis and earthquakes are even more common. Why is there nothing? The entire nature reserve planet seemed to be calm and peaceful. The life forms on it appeared to be completely unaffected by the war. They were still leisurely strolling on the plains of the planet, occasionally eating the grass, living comfortably. There was nothing unusual. The visible pit on the surface seemed to be an illusion and did not affect the planet at all. A scientist immediately said, "Let's go to the pit and take a look." Their spaceship quickly arrived at the place where the attack had taken place. The rock stratum here had suffered great damage, and the cracks had spread to the depths. From time to time, they would peel off with the breeze. However, the scientists noticed something was wrong. They found that the cracks were spreading inward in an unnatural shape, as if something was shaking under the rock stratum, trying to break out of the shell. Put down the drones and leave this place immediately. Inform the others in the galaxy to leave this galaxy as soon as possible. The leader of that group of scientists decisively left the planet, leaving only the drones for observation. Curiosity about everything was a natural gift of all life forms, especially scientists. Logically speaking, they should have stopped there and waited quietly to see what would happen next. However, all of them felt a warning coming from their bodies. The nemesis-like sense of danger drove them away. Obviously, there must be something terrifying under the planet. Their sixth sense was enough to make their bodies want to stay away. Therefore, the Pyro Alliance spaceships in this nature reserve galaxy quickly withdrew. Only the drones on the various nature reserve planets were still recording the contents. As more and more cracks appeared on the planet's pit, the secret buried there was finally revealed to the Pyro Alliance. First, a small rock wall piece fell off, revealing a dark hole behind it. It was as if the planet's crust was hollow, one where one couldn't see its depths. Then, a huge meat pillar that looked like an enlarged ant's antenna poked out of the hole and then shrank into darkness. Something strange happened at that moment. Countless tidal waves that seemed to be made of flesh and blood surged out of the hole and quickly spread to the surroundings. Everything they touched along the way quickly became a part of them. It was not only here, but other parts of the planet also began to tremble. Poisonous gases were first released from the cracks on the surface, and then a sea of flesh and blood surged like before. Countless cracks like that kept appearing. Soon, the entire planet was covered by those lifelike life-form eroding bodies, and they became thicker and thicker. On top of those life-form eroding bodies, buildings like large organisms with different functions rapidly grew. One could vaguely see new life forms being born within them. It looked rather strange but also had the special beauty of a life form's perfect evolution. In the end, to the astonishment of the members of the Pyro Alliance, the rest of the nature reserve planets had become like that. They became hatchery planets that were nest-like after being entirely transformed by that group of life form eroding bodies. While they were shocked, Li Wenyuan, who was far away on Earth, was also shocked. He received a special signal. After digging human ruins for a long time, he was familiar with that signal. That meant that something left behind by humans had been activated again. Also, there was a galaxy flashing with intense light on his star map as if urging him to hurry over. Without hesitation, he immediately warped a research spaceship over without even having the time to call for Grey Wind. At the same time, he told the fleet to get ready for battle. He felt that the situation this time was a little unusual. He had never seen a signal from a place cause such a big commotion. The warp wave flashed by, and when the research spaceship arrived, he also saw the scene inside the galaxy. There were many giant life forms with ferocious appearances in the universe. The individuals in the Killer Bee colony were like a group of children compared to them. Even their appearances were not as terrifying. Apart from that, other than the giant gas planet, all the other planets here had been modified by a layer of life form eroding bodies. Other than this kind of life form, it was completely unsuitable for other life forms to inhabit. The giant life forms wandering in space sensed outsiders. They immediately bared their fangs, brandishing their claws as if they wanted to rush forward and tear apart the small research spacecraft. However, in the next moment, their ferocious movements calmed down as if they had received an order. When Li Wenyuan arrived, he received a message left behind by the humans. Warning, please do not barge into the hatchery. If you want to enter, please bring along items that can prove your identity. Didn't you hear? This is the hatchery. If you don't leave now, you'll suffer. Alright, if you still haven't left, you must have some background. I pity my little bugs. Yes, I'm a specialist. My name is. Needless to say? Okay, I understand. Then call me a specialist. What's placed here is actually a group of life forms from outside the Milky Way. You didn't expect this, did you? This powerful life form can even travel through subspace, through the distant and cold universe between the galaxies, arriving here. Initially, we were curious about what they would do, so we left them alone and observed for a while. But we soon discovered that they were very aggressive. The moment they arrived in the Milky Way, they kept devouring and expanding as if they would not stop until they devoured the entire Milky Way. So we educated them a little, throwing those unwilling to listen to our teachings back into the subspace, leaving behind a small group that was successfully inspired by us. Through the conversation with them, we learned that they seemed to have been driven here by a group of even more terrifying life forms. I didn't expect there to be so many interesting guys outside the Milky Way. Maybe we can meet up with them in the future and exchange our thoughts. I'm digressing. I sympathize with their tragic experience, so I want to try to nurture the remaining ones into a civilization, and hence they were placed in the Hatchery Galaxy. There are 5 habitable planets here that have been artificially modified by us. I hope no unlucky person will colonize this place in the future. Chapter 102, The Lost Beehive Empire. Hatchery. The name of that special galaxy made Li Wenyuan curious. Humans really like to create new things. They even want to raise things outside the Milky Way. But, from the results, they should have succeeded, right? Many giant space life forms were wandering in the galaxy before him, but they seemed to be controlled. Perhaps because of Li Wenyuan's uniqueness, those space behemoths did not attack him. Instead, they seemed docile. However, judging from how those giant beasts were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws when he first entered the galaxy, it was very likely that only he received such a docile treatment. Other than that, the hatchery planets that were full of life-form eroding bodies were not in a disorderly state. The giant living buildings made of biomass also had special functions. Although they were very strange compared to normal organic civilizations, that might be those life forms' unique form of civilization. In that case, can we communicate with them? Li Wenyuan was a little curious. After all, according to what the humans said, the Hatchery Galaxy was built to allow those galaxy visitors to form a civilization. Judging from the current situation, they should be able to communicate. As expected, he soon received a relatively special signal fluctuation. Different from the communication methods of ordinary civilizations, the group of outsiders used sonic signals. It was impossible to decipher what they were talking about without some level of technical knowledge. However, Li Wenyuan was obviously not in the not understanding category. The sonic signal receiver quickly analyzed the content of the other party's signal. Are you, humans? I sensed a familiar aura. We haven't been out for a long time. Can we go home now? Li Wenyuan was surprised by the first sentence of this group of galaxy visitors. He didn't expect them to ask if they could go home as soon as they came out. Before he could ask, the group of galaxy visitors continued to transmit sonic signals. Do you have anything to eat? We haven't eaten for a long time, we're hungry. I can trade, we have. The signal was interrupted for a while as if they were counting what they had to trade. Not long after, the signal continued. We only have warriors, but they are very powerful, so, can we exchange them for some food? Perhaps it was his illusion, but Li Wenyuan heard a pleading and nervous feeling from it. The ferocious beasts floating in space turned their bellies up in a very human-like manner, looking as if they had starved to death. It seems that the humans' education back then was very good. He recalled the description of those galaxy visitors in the information left behind. It was hard to imagine what kind of treatment they had gone through to turn from a state of constant devouring and expansion into such a humble state. They even understood how to make a deal and use what they had to exchange for something in return instead of arrogantly asking for something in return. However, out of careful consideration, Li Wenyuan still asked them a few questions first and used the fleet to seal off all the hyperspace channels around the Hatchery Galaxy. Who are you? We are Pres Olin, the survivors. We were chased here by the hunters. We wanted to find food, and so we escaped to the universe's dark rift to survive. But, humans have educated me, promised to bring us home in the future. You're not humans, but you have the aura of humans. Humans seem to be no longer here. Are they looking for our home? This group of outsiders who called themselves Prezolan seemed to have a special perception ability. They could detect that humans were no longer in this galaxy. However, they did not return to their original devouring nature. Instead, they had a faint hope and became more docile, as if they were looking forward to the day humans would return and take them away. Their words also gave Li Wenyuan a new inspiration. Could it be that humans have had enough of playing in the Milky Way and have gone to harm other galaxies? He felt that it was possible. Based on his current understanding of the human attitude toward entertainment, they might really do that. If that's the case, you should clean up the threat before you leave, right? He could not help but complain in his heart. After all, judging from the current situation, the humans might have only dealt with half of the unknown threat, or even not dealt with it at all, and then went missing. However, he still tried his best to imagine a glorious ending for mankind, such as dying together with the threat, and constantly told himself that that was the true history of mankind. I hope it wasn't some Milky Way graduation exam. Li Wenyuan shook his head and continued to ask questions about the survivors. Why are you hiding here? Because waiting was a boring thing. We hope to go home the day we wake up, but we were woken up. What are you guys going to do in the future? We want to farm, we don't want to be so hungry, but we don't know what to do. Can you help me? At the end of that sentence, Li Wenyuan saw the source of the signal. It was a giant life form hidden in the hatchery planet. It seemed to be the true ruler of this group of Prezolan. They were in a collective consciousness similar to the beehive mindset, and the hidden life form was the leader of that consciousness. To put it in a way that was more in line with the beehive mind, it was the queen of Prezolan. She seemed to have been educated perfectly by humans. She knew that farming was the first priority, not constant expansion. To safeguard the human heritage, Li Wenyuan agreed to their request and began transporting food to them. After all, they looked like they were about to starve to death. Thank you, Queen Prezolan continued to express her gratitude with signals, and the entire hatchery galaxy seemed to be rejoicing. Only after some time did the Milky Way civilization suddenly realize that a piece of the Pyro Alliance's territory was missing. The new territory was occupied by a civilization called Prezolan. And after comparison, they found that it was the nature reserve galaxy with 5 habitable planets that had once made many civilizations envious. At first, they thought that the unknown Prezolan civilization had conquered the territory of the Pyro Alliance, but the Pyro Alliance soon sent an explanation. It was a video of how those life-form eroding bodies emerged from the planet's interior and transformed the planet itself. Only then did the civilizations realize that the planets they regarded as rare treasures actually had such terrifying secrets buried within them. At the same time, they were also glad that the Pyro Alliance had not been pressured to hand over that galaxy. If it were them, they would have colonized it immediately. When the secrets of those planets were exposed, the population they left there would immediately disappear, dealing an extremely heavy blow to them. It was almost certain that they would never recover. While they were lamenting the good luck of the Pyro Alliance, they were also curious about the situation of the Prezolan civilization that had suddenly appeared. However, their communication did not succeed. The life forms of Prezolan communicated with a signal they could not understand. In the end, it was the idealistic civilization that had conducted in-depth research on Chinook energy that discovered that the incomprehensible signal was a Chinook signal and successfully established a connection with Prezolan. Therefore, there were some new remarks on the star map regarding Prezolan. Prezolan, a beehive-like civilization. It seemed to have been born long ago and only recently awakened. It pursued peacefulness and had no interest in expansion. They have a special liking for food, so you can use food to trade with them. That was a note from the first edition. Many civilizations did not realize what kind of existence that beehive-like civilization was. It wasn't until the Watcher and the Voyager who were engaged in a war and each had a guerrilla fleet that disappeared in the parent galaxy of Prezolan, the hatchery, that the civilizations realized that this beehive-like civilization seemed to be different from the ordinary beehive-like civilization in the Milky Way. After a long period of observation and confirmation, they finally found out that the Prezolan space behemoths had the power to destroy the Lost Empire fleet. They were clearly life forms, but they could withstand the main cannon of a battlecruiser with their bodies. They could not imagine that there were life forms that could evolve their bodies to such a terrifying level. That greatly motivated those who firmly believed that genetic technology could also upgrade civilization. They shifted their research target to Prezolan and worked hard on it with that target as the final goal. After countless discussions and debates and changing the remarks of Prezolan several times, the civilizations finally finalized the final remarks on it. Presolin, survivor. Possesses unimaginable ancient history and powerful strength. They pursue peace and have a soft spot for food, which is a good way to gain its favor. Special remarks, The Lost Beehive Empire. Chapter 103, Surpassing the Void Realm. The discovery of the Lost Beehive Empire became a major event in the Milky Way. Because the civilizations calculated and found that the Milky Way had grown from the original 4 lost empires to the current 7. It seemed that every lost empire had its own unique characteristics. At the same time, they possessed technology and strength that ordinary civilizations could not imagine. Based on the characteristics of the Milky Way civilization, many people were already guessing if there were other lost empires that had yet to be discovered. However, that matter was still far away from them. Right now, they needed to focus on the conflict between the lost empires. The war between the Watcher and the Voyager showed no signs of stopping. Although the Watcher was suppressing the Voyager also showed extraordinary tenacity in defending their territory. Compared to the Watcher fleet, which required the operation of a Chinook caster, the casualties of the unmanned fleet of the Voyager were not a concern at all. Even if it were a few ships in exchange for one, the Voyager still thought that they benefited. That was because the cultivation of Chinook casters needed time. Those chosen ones who were born with that knowledge were ultimately few in number. Therefore, as the Voyager had expected, the Watcher began to relax the frequency of their battles. Every battleship became very cautious and more concerned about survival. That also caused the frequency of battles to decrease, but the duration of the battles had instead been extended. A few highly mobile battleships could fight in a galaxy for a few days. The Voyager was secretly delighted by that situation because they were trying to stall for time. However, the Watcher was surprisingly steady. They didn't seem anxious, as if they had a plan. At that moment, the Holy Land of the Watcher seemed to have lost its original noble and sacred appearance. The Watcher who forbade any other civilization from colonizing the Holy Land seemed to have ignored the place the Holy Land held in their hearts. Megastructures slowly rose around the Holy Land with the Holy Land planet as the core frame. Even the pure treasures that had become poisonous planets were the same. It was as if the ecology of the Holy Land was not important, but their special location was. Void Realm Siphon was the name the High Priest gave to that megastructure. They created a megastructure version of that equipment by imitating the ruins left behind by the Enlightened Ones in the Holy Land. It could expand the Void Realm's rift left behind by the Enlightened Ones, thus speeding up the extraction of the Void Realm's energy. As the High Priest, how could he not know the price of signing a contract with an existence in the Void Realm? Of course, he knew, but he was confident. For that reason, he did not hesitate to use the destruction of the Holy Land to stir up the emotions of his believers and use that power to achieve his goal. How's the progress of the project? More than half of it has been completed. Part of the structure has started working. Chinook energy is being drawn into our universe from the Void Realm. The High Priest nodded as he listened to the believer's answer through the Chinook link and then fell silent again. He had been like that from time to time recently, but people thought he was just sad about the departure of the Prophet. After all, everyone knew he was a friend of the Prophet, Zaklon, who had already been removed from the list. With good intentions, the believers believed he was blaming himself for failing to prevent Zaklon from being bewitched by the evil god. The High Priest muttered to himself again. The Chinook power in his body fluctuated like never before but then quickly calmed down. If anyone were present, they would have been shocked to realize that his Chinook power had reached an extremely high level. That was something that no one in the entire history of the Watcher had ever achieved. Some people said that that level of power could affect the Void Realm at will, but the High Priest knew that he was still far from it. If he wanted to reach the level of the Enlightened Ones, he would have to borrow all the power of the Void Realm, even if he had to pay an extremely heavy price for it. It'll be fine. I've never made a mistake before. It'll be the same this time. Others might not understand, but they must obey. The former Holy Land was wrapped in a strange metal frame upon the completion of the megastructure known as the Void Realm Siphon. Chinook energy that seemed tangible was extracted from an invisible rift and compressed into a certain place for storage after countless processes. On the walled garden, the statues of the saints that surrounded the obelisk were all overturned and even shattered in the Chinook energy that surged like a tsunami. Only the statue that looked completely different from all the other saints shook slightly and remained standing as if it were mocking the foolish behavior. Just as the Watcher was using the Void Realm Siphon to extract the Void Realm's energy through the relics left behind by the Enlightened Ones, their old rival, the Voyager, who had been beaten to a pulp by them, was also carrying out the basic construction of some kind of megastructure framework on the mother planet. There was a reason why this civilization, which had deep research on machinery and prosthetics, could become a lost empire. Ancient history was one point, and the powerful fleet was another. Other than those, there was another more important reason, which was having the ancient archives. Those archives were all concentrated on an ordinary planet, but when the Voyager discovered them, they were certain that those ancient archives were the legacy left behind by the enlightened ones. That was the secret of the Voyager. They had moved from the circular world to their current location not only because they could not defeat the enemy and flee but also because they had carefully chosen their location. For that reason, they did not hesitate to rebuild their home in this place and tried to crack the archive for a long time. Only the best and most trusted scientists would come to the archive and never leave the planet again. They were trying to extract data from the archive at almost every moment. The information extracted would be extremely precious to the Voyagers, even if it were just a little bit. In that long-lost era, they had almost devoted themselves to that matter just to know the secret of the enlightened ones. Not long ago, they successfully extracted a very useful piece of data from it and believed that was the path the enlightened ones had taken. Therefore, they decided to eliminate their old rival first to prevent any disturbances while walking that path. However, they did not expect that they would not be able to defeat the other party and had no choice but to hide in their territory. However, after estimating the time, they decided to start that plan ahead of time. While their old rival was being dealt with, they announced their greatness to the entire Milky Way. And the technology they regarded as the key was coincidentally also in Li Wenyuan's database. Natural Disaster Plan. Technology Level 7. Introduction. After an in-depth study of the Void Realm, we have confirmed that the large-scale disturbance here will affect the Void Realm. According to the current theory, a surge of energy that is large enough may be able to tear the barrier between the two planes and directly let the Void Realm fall into our hands. This is much more powerful than the energy that the Void Realm siphon can extract. Then, maybe we can try to take all the power in the Void Realm for ourselves and then head to a higher world. Special note, this thing might destroy the Milky Way. We've gone through a lot to make this place colorful. You won't do that, right? That was one of the technologies that Li Wenyuan had discovered long ago. It was even marked with a red skull in the technology tree, which was enough to show how dangerous it was. However, since that thing was basically useless to him, Li Wenyuan quickly forgot about it. Although he wanted to settle the score with the end of reincarnation, he did not need such a dangerous technology for now. The Void Realm advancement brought by the Oceanic Beacon should be enough for him to cause trouble for the end of reincarnation. The Milky Way was still fine, and the Void Realm was still fine. That meant that humans had never used that technology in the Milky Way. As for whether the other galaxies had suffered, he was not sure. Even the name of this thing sounds dangerous. If someone really used this, they would become the public enemy of the Milky Way, right? Chapter 104, Countdown to Settlement. As time passed, the situation in the Milky Way underwent another round of changes. Firstly, the war situation between the Qin Empire and the Seculous Vengeance Crusade was clear enough. The Qin Empire, which had been able to suppress the Seculous, had fallen into a state of defeat due to the enemy suddenly obtaining the lost Empire fleet. Furthermore, the citizens of Seculous were extremely vengeful. Even the Qin Empire, which had adopted a high-handed policy, could not stop their morale from dropping. In the head-on battles, they were far less resilient than the people of Seculous, and there had been several major defeats. However, that was only the war situation between the Qin Empire and Seculous because they now had a new warring party. When the Turbulence Empire sensed that the war between the Watcher and the Voyager was in a state of anxiety, they decisively broke the mutual defense agreement that they had signed with the Qin Empire and several other monarchical civilizations. And they declared war on the Qin Empire and Seculous. This powerful civilization seemed to want to be the fisherman and bring both neighbors into its territory. The other monarchical civilizations that had their defense agreement broken seemed to have expected that. When the Turbulence Empire broke the agreement, they also announced that the agreement was no longer in effect. They would all act as neutral countries to mediate. However, in reality, they were all profiteering from the war between the Qin Empire and Seculous. On the battlefield where the three sides were fighting, weapons from the same civilization could be seen being equipped on the ships of two opposing civilizations. However, the Turbulence Empire had not been the fishermen for long before they realized they did not seem to be the ones who had considered most deeply. Someone seemed to have been waiting for them to do so for a long time. When the Turbulence Empire mobilized a large number of fleets to besiege the Qin Empire and Seculous, a rebellion suddenly broke out in their country. The strange guerrillas that they thought had been cleaned up seemed to have infiltrated the citizens early on and liberated a part of the army controlled by parasites through unknown means. Caught off guard, the entire Turbulence Empire lost one-third of its galaxies in just a few months, including many important industrial and research galaxies. After that, that group of Turbulence Empire rebels announced their existence to the Milky Way and declared that they were the real masters of the Turbulence Empire, and that group of aquatic parasites was a group of shameful turtle doves that occupied the magpie's nest. Now, they would take back their former territory and chase those despicable people back into the deep sea. Although no one knew where those rebels came from, many civilizations that had long had friction with the Turbulence Empire immediately announced their support for those people and were the first to acknowledge their legitimacy. As a result, the Turbulence Empire, which initially was trying to benefit from the war, had fallen into a situation of fighting on many fronts. At the same time, they had to face many diplomatic pressures and moral condemnation from interstellar space. Other than the battle royale that had erupted there, another unexpected civilization had entered a state of war. From long ago, the Milky Way civilizations had always viewed the Duncan race as a group of peacekeepers. However, perhaps because they had made some achievements in the Void Realm, their growing ambitions had changed the mainstream thoughts of the entire civilization. After a series of reforms, the current Duncan race had taken the path of authority and militarism. Before the other civilizations could react, they had swallowed a civilization that bordered them at lightning speed and continued to expand very quickly. It was rather crazy. No one knew why they were so crazy, but during the process of resistance, a few who resisted realized that the Duncan race, which was originally weaker than them, had left them far behind. The most obvious point was that they had already built more than one Titan battleship, and almost no civilization was a match for them in a head-on battle. They couldn't understand why the Duncan race had become so strong, but they could only form an alliance hastily to fight against the crazily expanding Duncan race. On the mother planet of the Duncan race, which no one could see, something worse was happening. Hurry up! Get on the altar! A powerful Chinook caster chased a few alien slaves onto the altar with a ferocious expression. Then, he used Chinook energy to flatten those living beings, causing all kinds of tissue fluids to splatter onto the surrounding walls. After that, the Chinook caster began to pray to the tragic scene, muttering words like ring and sacrifice as if he wanted to reverse the influence of the Void Realm on him in such a way. But that was just superstition. Who would have thought that the Duncan race, which had once advocated science, would actually start to make such a living sacrifice that only backward, primitive people would do? It seemed like only yesterday that they had used scientific methods to advance into the Void Realm. They did not know what had aroused their extreme fear, so much so that they had almost lost their rational thinking. However, such a thing was not just an isolated case. There was even a rumor among the Duncan race that the more sacrifices they made, the greater the possibility of salvation. All kinds of chilling scenes happened in every Duncan race's home from time to time. It didn't take long for the Duncan race to do something that shocked the Milky Way. They chased all the captured aliens to a prison planet and then launched a 1-month-long thorough bombing of the planet. They claimed that that was part of the ritual, but the Milky Way civilization was only intimidated by their viciousness. Even a few autocratic tyrants who claimed to be cruel felt inferior. Hence, more and more civilizations joined the ranks of rebelling against the Duncan race. Although they didn't understand why the once peaceful civilization would undergo such a drastic change, they gradually recalled the information about the end of reincarnation that the administrator had informed them about long ago. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that the Duncan race had signed a contract with the end of reincarnation. However, since they couldn't find a way to not pay back the debt, they had to go through all the possible ways. After comparing the time, they found that it had been almost 50 years since the Duncan race had made great achievements in the Void Realm until they became so crazy, which was in line with the most important feature of the end of reincarnation, namely time. Therefore, someone began to complain to the Watcher who was still fighting the Voyager, hoping that the leader of the idealist civilization would give some ideas. However, the Watcher didn't respond. They were just as arrogant and disdainful as they were in the past. However, the complaints of those civilizations gave the Duncan race a perfect inspiration. They believed the Lost Empire must have a solution, but they were unwilling to share it with ordinary civilizations. Thus, the Duncan race made a choice that shocked all civilizations. They abandoned all colonies, planets, and space stations, ignoring all wars. At the same time, they gathered all their fleets and launched an attack on the Watcher. They decided to stake everything on that, even if it were beyond their ability. Chapter 105, The Void Realm Lord Revelation. Is there a civilization suspected of having signed a contract with the end of reincarnation? Li Wenyuan, who had already built half of the Chinook beacon, looked at the chaotic star map when he heard the news. Due to the expansion of the war and the occasional guerrilla warfare between the Watcher and the Voyager, many civilizations' territories were divided and scattered. One of them was particularly obvious. It was the first echelon of the idealistic civilization, the Duncan race, which had made some achievements in the Void Realm. This civilization had expanded its territory by more than 2 times in a very short period, but they quickly abandoned their own land and began an impossible expedition. As they had taken away all of their fighting forces, this expanding territory was quickly devoured by other civilizations. From the star map's perspective, it was a situation of crisscrossing teeth, which was very ugly for those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, some civilizations were worried about the Duncan race's abnormality and sent a message to the administrator who first made the Milky Way aware of the end of reincarnation, this void realm existence. After all, judging from the recent performance of the administrator, they didn't seem to have any taboos and wouldn't do anything at will. Other than the research spaceships flying all over the Milky Way, they didn't participate in any Milky Way affairs. However, it was this lost empire that seemed to be completely unconcerned about external affairs that once explained the price of the end of reincarnation to the entire Milky Way, making civilizations, which wanted to obtain the Void Realm's power, cautious. Even though there were some civilizations that thought, what could a bunch of robots who could not enter the Void Realm understand, just as Li Wenyuan thought, sometimes, a hint of doubt could stop them from making such a choice. After all, the price of the end of reincarnation was too great. Even if they did not believe it, they had to consider that that was an insight from the Lost Empire, and they could not gamble with the entire civilization. Therefore, when they realized that the Duncan race's crazy attitude was likely related to the end of reincarnation, other than the believers of idealistic civilization, the Watcher, the other civilizations also turned their attention to the administrator who had warned them. There is no free lunch in the world, don't you think about the price when you sign the contract. Li Wenyuan felt that it was already too late. The Duncan race had obviously signed a contract a long time ago. It was even possible they had done so before he gave the warning. Judging from the momentum of their development, the end of reincarnation had indeed given them great benefits, but the greater the benefits, the more terrifying the interest. When the time for settlement came, Li Wenyuan could already imagine the tragic scene. You can't blame others for the path you have chosen. But the Watcher, why had this civilization, which had obviously done in-depth research in the field of Chinook energy, not informed the other civilizations? Is it because the Lost Empire doesn't care? While he was thinking, he had already issued a notice to the entire Milky Way as the administrator, requesting all civilizations to stay away from every Duncan race's galaxy immediately and very seriously explaining the dangers. After the notice was sent out, many civilizations that had occupied the colonies left behind by the Duncan race hesitated for a while. However, they still stayed away from those places. However, they were only separated by a galaxy. They all hoped that what the administrator said was false so they could quickly take back their spoils of war. However, a small number of greedy civilizations also did not waver at all. They had even begun to strengthen the defense of the galaxy, vowing to fight to the death with the end of reincarnation. In the end, even the materialistic civilizations focused their attention on the Duncan race, wanting to see what the so-called end of reincarnation was. It had been some time since the Duncan race launched their desperate expedition. Since they did not have a warp drive, they could only attack the Watcher through the hyperspace channel that was not slow but not that fast. There were indeed a large number of fleets that gathered from the civilization. They were arranged in a messy formation and sailed into the distance. If someone looked up from the planet they passed by, they would see shuttle-like ships passing through the sky repeatedly as if they would never stop. In the end, the Watcher discovered this group of ill-intentioned people and sent a fleet to intercept them. It had been a long time since an ordinary civilization offended them. Even those who had staked everything on it could not shake their status. The battle of a group of ants challenging an elephant began. The moment Duncan's fleet entered the galaxy, they were attacked beyond visual range. In just the first volley, Duncan lost dozens of battleships. At that moment, their combat computers had yet to discover where the enemy was. The Watcher had only left one of the guerrilla fleets there. They felt that was enough to deal with that group of ignorant people. Furthermore, they were familiar with human nature. They knew that those people would know the difference between them and retreat without fighting when the casualties reached a certain level. It was another volley from the Lost Empire's battlecruisers. This time, Duncan's last stake fleet discovered where the enemy was, but their range was insufficient. They had no choice but to try to dodge and resist. The feeling of only I can beat you was unpleasant, but the Duncan race did not stop. Instead, they continued to charge toward the other end of the galaxy. The premonition brought by the Chinook energy had made them faintly sense that time was about to end. However, before the final moment arrived, they wanted to figure out what the Lost Empire was doing. The closer they got to the Watcher, the more they could smell the familiar scent from the Void Realm. They knew very well that this supercilious ancient civilization before them had also signed the same contract, but why were they still so calm if that were the case? Curiosity about that secret and fear of settlement gave them unimaginable courage. All the spaceships were desperately loading their thrusters and accelerating forward. The first fleet of frigates met with the Lost Empire's fleet, but the battle did not affect their speed. Countless smaller ships that were faster passed by the fighting ships and did not join in. Duncan's purpose was obvious. They only wanted to go to the Holy Land, which was the next place in that galaxy. The deaths of their allies could not stop their advance. Even though the casualty rate had exceeded 50%, the battle zone was still steadily approaching the Lost Empire's fleet. A bad premonition made the Watcher their contact reinforcements because they realized that the civilization that dared to challenge them had no interest in fighting. They were bent on breaking into the galaxy where the Holy Land was located. Hence, more Watcher fleets warped over and began eliminating the enemy. Duncan's battleships had long since been destroyed, and the few remaining Titan battleships had also turned into cosmic trash. Those large ships were destroyed by the battlecruisers before they could even fire a single shot. However, they had too many small boats. The Watcher even took out the carrier aircrafts that they hadn't used in a long time to intercept the small boats. There were even transport ships filled with the army and research spaceships with scientists. As he didn't expect those people to have such a strong will to advance, the Watcher's encirclement finally revealed a slight gap. One of Duncan's engineering ships passed through heavy artillery fire and evaded layers of interception before finally arriving at the next galaxy, which was also the galaxy where the Holy Land was located. The moment the construction ship arrived, it was torn apart by the Watcher fleet that was already prepared, but the crew on board could still see what was in the Holy Land. A huge framework that surrounded the Holy Land was drawing spiritual energy continuously. It seemed to be what the Watcher was relying on. They seemed to understand what the Watcher wanted to do, but without exception, they all revealed the same expression. It wasn't sarcasm or anger but pity. Those people, whose lives were about to come to an end, seemed to pity the devout believers of the Watcher as if they had already seen the future. The moment the cannon fire tore them apart, the countdown to the settlement ended. Time in the entire universe seemed to have stopped at that moment. The existence in the Void Realm finally revealed its long-prepared greedy fangs. Starting from Duncan's mother planet, every once vibrant colony was covered with a veil. The purple atmosphere gradually thickened in the sky and soon blocked the light of the star. However, the interior of the planet did not fall into darkness. Instead, there was a faint fluorescent light emitting from all over the space. That place seemed to have become one with the Void Realm. The nebula-like fog was expanding continuously. When it surged, all the lives sucked into it lost their traces in the world. A Chinook caster of Duncan shouted in such an environment, but he disappeared without a trace the moment the mist entwined him. Some of them prayed, some atoned for their sins, and some regretted it, but they were all treated equally in the purple mist and lost all signs of existence. It was the same for the battleships that were still fighting the Watcher. After a series of noises, only the self-piloting spaceships were left, and everyone on board had disappeared. The end of reincarnation had destroyed everything in the Duncan race precisely. All civilizations lost contact with the Duncan race at the same time. In the once vast interstellar territory, there was only a strange silence. Whether it was noise, broadcast, notification, or any other medium that could transmit information, they all vanished from Duncan's territory. After a long time, the civilizations realized that it was as if the civilization had been wiped out in an instant. The mysterious force affected most of the observation stations, and they could not see what was happening in Duncan. However, Li Wenyuan, who had the sentry formation, was unaffected. Even if it were incomplete, he still knew what had appeared in those places. Several ethereal rings appeared on every colony planet that Duncan had once occupied. Those colony planets that had become Void Realm planets seemed to be proving the mighty power of the Void Realm. This time, each of the rings had absorbed more than 10 billion consciousnesses. With the support of such a huge force, the distorted consciousnesses formed were much larger than the ones Li Wenyuan had seen before. But apart from those distorted consciousnesses, another thing was born above Duncan's former mother planet. A massive Chinook storm was wreaking havoc in that galaxy. Although the planets themselves were not affected, their surfaces would never be able to give birth to life naturally after being swept by the Chinook storm. The center of the storm also seemed to be a ring, but a glowing sphere had materialized in the center of the ring. It was much larger than an ordinary planet but only slightly smaller than a giant gas planet. Terrifying Chinook power was gathering within it. As the sphere's light changed, the Void Realm's interior seemed to be visible, as if it was the embodiment of the Void Realm. Wherever it went, even the space seemed to be distorted. At any point in time, there were materials from the real world being swallowed into the Void Realm. Zaklon, who was still planning something on a certain planet, felt something. His entire body trembled, and he said with a solemn expression, "The ring has descended. This is the Void Realm Lord Revelation." However, Li Wenyuan, who had witnessed the formation of the glowing ring and sphere, revealed a subtle expression. From the energy fluctuations detected, this level is not very powerful. Chapter 106, How many masters does the ring have? 1. The entire Milky Way sensed that the Duncan race had disappeared from the universe. The materialistic civilizations did not know what had happened for the time being, but the Chinook detectors of the idealistic civilizations all detected a huge Chinook energy that was pulsing in the former territory of the Duncan race. Their research and inspiration on Chinook powers had led them to come up with a solution. A group of Chinook masters gathered together and began to meditate to try to sense abnormal Chinook waves with their consciousness, before being translated into images by specialized translation machines and presented on the screen. At first, they didn't want to share the images with others, but considering that this might be a crisis that the civilizations of the Milky Way would face, soon, all civilizations knew what was happening in the territory of the Duncan race. Dozens of huge blue-purple rings were floating around the former colonial planets. The size of these rings could fit 1 or 2 planets, and the largest warships of these civilizations were child's play compared to them. Then, these floating rings began to spread out of the galaxy, as if they were looking for more sacrifices. These rings. Is this the distorted consciousness mentioned by the administrator? Even across countless galaxies, I can still sense the malice contained within, a scientist who was curiously looking at these rings said in disbelief. It was shocking enough that the Duncan race had been vaporized in an instant, but these inexplicable rings made him even more afraid. It was clearly an image displayed on an electronic device, but the immense Chinook power could even affect him from through the screen. Every time he opened and closed his eyes, he seemed to see countless wailing souls being carried forward. This kind of unscientific thing had already affected him greatly. Other than fear, there was also incomparable fanaticism. He wanted to figure out the origin of these rings. Other than the distorted consciousness, the others also noticed a larger ring that was different from the other rings. The ring was reddish-purple in color, but it seemed to be covered by a glowing sphere that was constantly changing colors. As it moved, it looked like a gas giant planet with a star ring. What is that? There doesn't seem to be such a ring in the intelligence provided by the administrator. While the civilizations were wondering what this strange ring was, it suddenly disappeared from the screen. When it was captured again, it had already arrived on a colonial planet closest to Duncan. This planet used to be part of the Duncan race, but these crazy people no longer had the energy to colonize other planets. Therefore, after their desperate expedition, a civilization quickly seized the territory here and ignored the warnings of the administrator, speeding up their own colonization process. This civilization felt that the administrator's attitude was too alarmist. Even if there was such a thing as the end of reincarnation, it was not their fault, so it should not concern them. However, the end of reincarnation obviously didn't think so. It had taken it a lot of effort to descend into this universe with these rings, so it would definitely collect enough interest before leaving. Therefore, the nearest densely populated area was targeted. A giant reddish-purple ring descended upon the colonial system, and a massive Chinook storm instantly disrupted the electronic equipment of the garrison. These people, who did not even have electronic implanted devices and relied purely on their bodies for protection, immediately suffered the impact. As the Chinook storm swept through, an illusion that they could not shake off instantly took over their world. In their minds, the colony planet was still calm and nothing had happened. The sharp alarm could not wake them up at all. Perhaps the souls of these people had already entered another world the moment the ring descended, leaving only a living corpse. The so-called battleships were also torn apart by the Chinook storm like garbage and thrown into the universe. Then, the ring wrapped around the colonial planet, and the glowing sphere in the center overlapped with the colonial planet. The mother planet of this civilization was frantically calling out to this place, but all they received was a string of static. When the ring left, the colony planet that they had high hopes for became a void realm planet wrapped in purple fog. They failed to stop the ring from enveloping the colony planet, and everything on the planet was taken away by the void realm. At this moment, all the interstellar civilizations understood the harm brought by the end of reincarnation. This interest collection would not only be collected from the indebted, but also from the entire Milky Way. The colony planet of another civilization that had become an void realm planet was the best evidence. Therefore, all civilizations could not help but hate the Duncan race, the civilization that had brought about the apocalypse. After all, this was no longer a matter of every debt has its owner, but a matter of one person owing a debt and everyone suffering for it. The Mutual Defense Pact and Alliance Pact that had been abandoned were picked up again, and all civilizations began to discuss how to deal with the threat of the end of reincarnation. No one was willing to be the next civilization to be collected. Some civilizations were even considering sending a fleet of exiles to the corners of the Milky Way. Only after the settlement of the end of reincarnation, then would they plan for the rise of their civilization again. Chapter 107, How many masters does the ring have? 2. A certain prophet who sensed the arrival of the settlement also revealed a sorrowful expression. I did not expect it to come so quickly. We have no choice. Even if the preparations are still a little rushed, we have to stand up. This is the sin we should atone for the Milky Way. With this thought in mind, Zaklon gathered those his followers and prepared to send out an announcement to the entire Milky Way. He had already thought of the content. Greetings to all the pioneers in the galaxy. I'm Zaklon, a prophet who has been removed from the list. My civilization has committed an irreversible sin, and I regret not being able to stop them. Now, my followers and I will fight to the end to atone for our civilization. His weak power could only sense the arrival of the settlement, but he did not expect that it was actually another group of people who were being dealt with. Therefore, when he summoned his believers, they still looked puzzled. However, with their firm belief in the prophet, they had no objections and were ready to officially announce their existence to the Milky Way. However, just as Zaklon was about to make the announcement, a larger and stronger announcement directly covered all civilizations. Detected that the end of reincarnation has occurred. The custody agreement has been activated. Executing war policy. Target, ring, attitudes, purify. Remark, please do not approach the battle zone. This notice interrupted Zaklon's plan and even made him stunned for a moment. He calmed down temporarily and ran to the instrument to check the current situation in the Milky Way. So there were other saviors? I thought I might be the only one in the Milky Way who realized the danger of the ring. He saw the sender. It was a civilization called the Administrator. The Lost Empires would not call themselves as Lost Empires. Lost Empire was actually a respectful title given to these ancient civilizations by other interstellar civilizations. Zaklon looked through it carefully and realized that this administrator had already informed the entire galaxy of the dangers of the end of reincarnation. At that time, he was still worried about the future of his own civilization and did not have time to research other information in the Milky Way. Other than that, he also realized that it was another civilization that was being settled, which made him feel a little lucky. After all, he knew very well what choice his civilization had made, which would bring great harm to the entire galaxy. And his impassioned words in his planned announcement were to gain a wave of goodwill, at least to let the Milky Way know that there were actually two groups of the Watcher, and his group was a determined guardians of the Milky Way. Even if his civilization would be destroyed in the settlement, at least some of his people would be preserved, and he would not be regarded by other civilizations as the one who brought the end. EOL.O. He had almost stood up at the wrong time just now. If that was the case, the impact he could have would have been much less. All right, if there is someone else who can share the pressure of the ring, it will be much easier on my side. At that time, the damage caused will probably be. Why do they have so many battleships? Zaklon looked at the dense fleet on the screen and revealed an incredulous expression. At this moment, the other civilizations in the Milky Way also understood what a true overwhelming advantage was. After devouring the entire Duncan race, the end of reincarnation formed about 12 large rings and an even larger supergiant ring. These rings were expanding in disorder, but they always approached places with large populations. The civilizations near the Duncan race were all prepared to face the onslaught. They gathered the strength of the entire civilization and vowed to fight to the end. However, those rings were all stopped by the black fleet that descended from the sky. Combined with the notice that the administrator had sent to the entire galaxy, they immediately understood that it was the lost robotic empire that had once described the dangers of the end of reincarnation. Each ring faced a large fleet of at least 200 battleships, and more than half of them were battlecruisers. The shield, which was also flashing with purple light, easily blocked the raging Chinook storm, and was even vaguely absorbing the overflowing Chinook energy to replenish its energy. The civilizations had seen such a special shield on the Watcher's battleship before. They thought that it was a component exclusive to the idealist civilization, but they did not expect to see it on the lost robotic empire's battleships. Furthermore, the shield was even more dazzling than the Watchers. The rings, who were originally happy to be able to collect debts everywhere, didn't expect someone to dare to stop them. They immediately fell into an unstable state. The light of the rings flashed, as if it was expressing anger. But then, they felt a very familiar aura, so familiar that they felt like they had encountered it before. A certain premonition of shattering was recalled almost instantly. The flickering light suddenly condensed and then exploded with an even stronger color. The blinding light was so blinding that the many civilizations watching the battle could only see a white glow. They thought that it was some kind of powerful attack from the ring. As they scouted, they were also worried about the administrator. After all, the ring did look very powerful. They were afraid that when the light disappeared, they would receive news of the destruction of the administrator's fleet. However, the light disappeared in an instant. The dark fleet was not affected at all. Not even a piece of paint fell off. However, the previously arrogant rings had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared in this galaxy. It looked as if they had escaped. The civilizations were still trying to find out where the rings had gone, but Li Wenyuan, who was far away on Earth, instantly discovered the whereabouts of the rings through the Sentry formation. The Chinook entities produced by the Void Realm in the real universe had power similar to the warp drive and could travel across countless galaxies to distant places instantly. They even knew the flaw of the warp drive, which was that it could not be used again for a short period of time after being used once. They felt that the method of descending from the sky to intercept them would not work on them for the time being. Therefore, these rings confidently went to other colonial planets, preparing to collect interest before leaving the universe. They had memories of being beaten to pieces, but that did not stop them from looking down on the turtles that could not catch up to them. But, Li Wenyuan looked at the rings that were scattered all over the place, trying to collect debts under his nose. My fleet isn't just this, is it? Chapter 108, Falling Apart, 1. The rings were falling apart. The rings that were still trying to collect their debts had just landed in another galaxy when they were caught by the black fleet that followed them. The fleet had the exact same configuration, was the same as the one they had just encountered. It was obvious that their power, which was similar to warp, could not be used continuously. Therefore, as the rings trembled, they had no choice but to face the powerful warships that were cold and heartless. In addition to these rings, the super-huge ring that had formed above Duncan's mother planet was also in a life-and-death crisis. Due to its greed and contempt, the moment it appeared in this universe, it used the power similar to warping to devour a planet. Now, it could no longer leave this place quickly. Li Wenyuan was obviously much more interested in this super-huge ring, and the number of warships used to encircle and annihilate it far exceeded the other rings. There were 3 fleets besieging the area, and each fleet had more than 200 battleships. In addition, there were more than 10 Titan battleships here. Every time the Titan battleship's main cannon fired, one could feel a powerful force that seemed to shake the world. The enormous Chinook storm of the supermassive ring had long been torn into pieces of gauze by more external forces, revealing the shining ring and the central light ball. If it weren't for the fact that these rings could temporarily enter a state of illusion and reality, allowing the main cannon to pass through its body and avoiding the most fatal threat, they would have been blown to pieces like their predecessors. The rings don't seem to be that strong. Among the civilizations watching the battle, some careless people seemed to think that the end of reincarnation was just that. They expressed their views on the internet. The attacks immediately followed, and in just a few minutes, tens of thousands of people joined. Understood. OP is a Superman. I suggest you drag him to fight with the rings. You must make sure that the end of reincarnation never comes back. According to our intelligence, our advanced ring Superman has completely surpassed the old end of reincarnation. I'm super round. You're right, but it doesn't feel as good as the ring man lost to the end of reincarnation? Why would I have such a dream? Of course, such doubts were only a minority. Most people knew very well that without the administrator, even if these rings could not destroy the galaxy, they would still cause great damage to the civilization they were in. It was very likely that they would never recover. However, the administrator had raised the warning of the end of reincarnation long ago. He was even the first to react to the settlement. While the other civilizations were still in a hurry to strengthen their defenses, they had already sent out their fleets to suppress the rings, and it even looked like they were about to end the war by themselves. This undoubtedly made these civilizations have a huge favorable impression of the Lost Empire, or rather, the administrator. The battle between the Watcher and the Voyager, which was originally the most popular topic, was quickly pushed to second place by the Guardian of the Galaxy, which was rising at a rapid pace. They guessed that this lost robotic empire might be a lost Guardian of the Galaxy. The long period of time had made this ancient artificial intelligence civilization forget many things, but providing shelter for the galaxy still firmly occupied the most important position in the program. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why the other lost empires did not react to the settlement, but the administrator stood up and began to clean up these outsiders who wanted to harm the entire galaxy. Therefore, in the midst of the discussion, the administrator was already given a magnificent ancient history. Even though the term Guardian of the Galaxy was a joke, these civilizations were truly grateful to the lost empire that had resolved the settlement. Li Wenyuan didn't expect that the Milky Way civilization's view of him had changed so much. The reason why he cleaned up the rings was true to protect the galaxy. These people from the Void Realm seemed to want to bring disaster to the galaxy. He might not be able to care about Milky Way's own internal strife. After all, this lively scene might be what humans wanted to see in the past. But it didn't seem to have anything to do with the Void Realm, right? It was perfectly justified to pay back a debt, but asking for a non-existent debt from other civilizations was crossing the line. He would certainly not allow the rings to eat up the entire galaxy and return satisfied. Other than that, he also wanted to study the rings. After all, this kind of thing that seemed to be very similar to a god only existed in myths in the materialistic world. For now, he couldn't enter the Void Realm to take a look, but it was interesting to study the incarnations of the end of reincarnation in the real universe. The super-large halo that was being attacked had a lot of cracks. At every moment, countless kinetic energy, and various explosive weapons hit its ring body. There were visible cracks on the luminous ring structure, and the luminous sphere in the center tried to repair the cracks with Shinnick energy, but could only watch helplessly as more and more Shinnick energy leaked out like a leaking bag. Chapter 109, Falling Apart, 2. It tried to launch a powerful attack that gathered all its Shinnick energy in a desperate attempt. The light that spilled out also shrank inward, eventually condensing into a dazzling beam of light that attacked a Titan battleship. After this attack, even the ring itself dimmed a lot and became more and more transparent, as if it was about to disappear. However, it was still standing firm. At the very least, it had to witness the damage caused by this beam of light before leaving this universe. Thus, the beam of light that it had high hopes for was shot at a Titan battleship, and then it was lost. Actually, it didn't miss. The angle of the beam was perfect, so it could only take it head-on. It just didn't choose a good target. The moment the attack was about to arrive, the Titan battleship that looked decent actually cracked. This was literally a crack. The nanobots that formed it instantly transformed and assembled into the shape of a ring. The beam of light directly passed through the center of the ring and rushed into the empty space. The ring that was formed by the nanobots shook provocatively, as if mocking the ring for being overconfident. Seeing that the attack had missed and that the power that descended into the universe was about to be exhausted, the ring had to retreat in silence. It was expelled back into the Void Realm in a scries of explosions that collapsed inward. This scene made Li Wenyuan realize something. So, there is still no way to completely destroy these rings in the real universe. The state they are in is very special. Perhaps they can only be eliminated in the Void Realm. He was thinking about when he would go to the Void Realm to chat after the Shinnick beacon was built. Greywind was a little excited. You see, I guessed that the ring would attack my battleship. In fact, they couldn't tell the difference between us. After all, your attainments in transformation are indeed unparalleled. Before your nanobots disintegrated, the signals I detected were consistent. Li Wenyuan praised Greywind, and then sighed in his heart that he had really picked up a treasure in the distant Stargate. Besides his own battleships, there were also special nano-battleships that Greywind sent. Originally, her battleship had a unique appearance, but ever since she entered the Milky Way, she chose to imitate Li Wenyuan's warship style. According to her, it was aesthetically pleasing. When they were mixed in the fleet, it was impossible to tell which were the nano-battleships at all. It was impossible for Greywind, who always liked to join in the fun, not to participate in such a big event like the war against the rings. She even temporarily put down the game Awakened Empire 2 Battle of Hell, and then came to participate in the elimination of the rings. Therefore, these rings who tried to collect debts in the Milky Way were actually facing two special lost empires. With the collapse of the supergiant ring, the rings in other places could not hold on for long. The colorful beams of light shining in the galaxy almost lit up the place into a dance hall, and explosions appeared on the surface of the rings one after another. There were colonial planets in these galaxies. After all, the rings were here to devour them, and now the administrator's fleet had saved them. Other than praising them, these people were also comparing the differences between the administrator and the other lost empires. First of all, there doesn't seem to be any strange taboos, right? Indeed, the taboo of the Watcher is the Holy Land, the taboo of a Silent is their border, and the Observer seems to hate acts of genocide. As for a Voyager, from the scientist they sent back, it seems to be mechanical evolvement. If one looked at it this way, the administrator's taboo seems to be Milky Way crisis. This is a huge difference from the other lost empires. That's right. I felt that the other lost empires were a little off. I know. I'll go and develop a new game. It'll be called The Lost Empire, the Ancient Administrator. Not bad. I have a feeling it was best to set another ancient enemy? The kind of galaxy threat that aims to destroy the entire galaxy. And then, let's imagine that a huge battle has already erupted between them. Although he has temporarily repelled the threat, he has also encountered many problems. Seeing that the topic was getting further and further away, someone came out in time to correct it. We're talking about the administrator. Actually, I feel that the administrator is much easier to talk to than the other lost empires. The mechanical voice sounds quite interesting, unlike the other lost empires' arrogant appearance. Yes, yes, yes. Just this alone is worth plus 1000 impression points. The last words. I think all of us should have the same idea, right? Anyone with discerning eyes can tell that the administrator has too many fleets. Even more than the Watcher and the Voyager combined. I think they don't even make up for half of the administrator's fleets. These people were discussing in the colony very comfortably. From time to time, they would look at the ring of fireworks exploding in the starry sky. They looked very happy. They felt that being able to see such a scene with their own eyes was enough for them to brag about it for the rest of their lives. As for those rings, it was finally time for them to retreat. Out of the 12 rings, 11 of them were broken and collapsed back into the void realm. The last one was lucky. At the moment it was about to be shattered, it activated the power similar to warping and hurriedly warped to a galaxy that had a lot of living things in its perception. It wanted to have a full meal there before returning to the void realm. However, just as Li Wenyuan was about to send his fleet to continue the pursuit, he saw the target of the last ring and immediately cancelled the warp. This was because the last place chosen by the ring was the hatchery. What is this? In the hatchery galaxy, the Queen of the Prezolan saw the ring that suddenly appeared and revealed a curious expression. It looks like pure energy. Wait. If it's not an intelligent creature, we can eat it, right? Following the teachings of the humans, Queen Prezolan had a large group of space behemoths surround the ring, seemingly eager to try. The Chinook beams that the ring was trying hard to release barely burned the tough shells of the behemoths with a little bit of black smoke. They could rely on their physical bodies to pass through dangerous subspaces. The attacks released by this broken ring were simply tickling them. After a series of chewing and cracking sounds, the ring was eaten. The void realm had recovered its damaged outer shell, but 99% of it was missing. This was the only ring that didn't manage to return to the void realm. Chapter 110, The End of the Watcher. The rings that had almost put the entire galaxy in danger had been destroyed. Many civilizations that had survived the disaster had yet to recover from their shock. Even when the signal of the last ring disappeared from the territory of the Lost Beehive Empire, they were still trying their best to mobilize for war, vowing to fight the ring. The administrator had only issued an announcement before the elimination of the ring. After the elimination, they quietly withdrew their fleet and continued to stay in a corner of Milky Way. It was only after a few weeks that the civilizations realized that everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, this crisis still had a huge impact on the entire Milky Way. Countless people had investigated every trace of the Duncan race and confirmed that the entire civilization had become a speck of dust in history. Only then did a sense of urgency quietly arise. With the happiness of the entire galaxy after the crisis was resolved, many civilizations that had been at odds with each other reached a consensus to work together and signed various trade agreements, scientific research agreements, and even mutual defense agreements that were beneficial to both sides. The flames of war in the galaxy fell into silence for a while, except for a few civilizations that had been completely infected by the fanaticism of revenge, as well as the Watcher and the Voyager, who were having a great time fighting. The discussion of the war between the two lost empires had already become much less heated. In the past, many civilizations had tried their best to ignore the losses caused by the lost empires fighting on their own territory. However, after the administrator resolved the settlement incident, all the civilizations hated the actions of the two lost empires, and they cursed them in secret. Although the Duncan race was hated by many civilizations because they had brought about doomsday, there were still some civilizations that had once been friendly with them, trying to find possible survivors. Other than that, there were also some interstellar historians who were trying their best to restore the history of the Duncan race through the remaining information and various ruins. The fall of every interstellar civilization would be recorded by someone. The Milky Way was so vast, and it was fate that they could meet each other. Even the race that was eliminated by the Alliance, the misophobic Pegchiti, was still recorded in the most widely circulated history book in the Milky Way, The Rise and Fall of the Galaxy. Perhaps, after 100,000, a million, or even 10 million years, the rise and fall of the galaxy would become the dust of history, and the people and civilizations who recorded history would have vanished into thin air. But at least for now, their traces would be left behind. Some people had already left the Milky Way stage, but new dancers would come on stage to maintain the never-ending stage. So, time is almost up. The High Priest of the Watcher left the temple after a long time and strolled through the city that was filled with various religious symbols and characteristics. Along the way, many believers recognized him and greeted him piously. This current generation saint of the Watcher also had a lofty status among his believers. He had once improved those extremely vile doctrines so that the believers who had to work their entire lives would no longer have to suffer. He had also interpreted the oracle from a new perspective, allowing the ignorant to suddenly see the light and refer to him as the great sage from the bottom of their heart. It could be said that when he felt that he could be freed, his statue would also be placed in the walled garden of the Holy Lands and be worshipped for thousands of years. However, there were no Holy Lands left. "Saint, can you enlighten me?" Someone made a praying gesture and asked the High Priest for guidance. The High Priest had a smile on his face, and a few words from him were enough to make people understand. Every step he took seemed to be accompanied by light. Even the flowers on the roadside seemed to be blooming because of his arrival. After walking around the temple, he returned to the gate and looked up at the sky. The clear sky looked normal, but the birds that were once regarded as lucky beasts had not appeared here for a long time. The light of the star crossed vast distances to reach here, illuminating the shadow behind the High Priest and extending into the dark temple. Everything seemed normal, but it was filled with an unknown, surging darkness. "It's about time," he muttered to himself and then returned to the temple. The moment the door closed, it was as if he had entered an eternal darkness. At this moment, the Void Realm siphon in the three former Holy Lands began to shake violently. The facilities used to store Chinook energy on the spot also cracked in the process, and an almost tangible Chinook tide quickly overflowed and soon surrounded the entire planet. This strange movement instantly attracted the attention of the guards here, but before they could get close, they heard some kind of loud noise. The tremendous Chinook energy that surrounded the Holy Land suddenly exploded. Caught off guard, countless battleships belonging to the Watcher were blown away and broken into several pieces. However, this wasn't the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that everyone seemed to have heard some kind of whisper. This applied even to their vassal civilizations. The civilizations that were attacking were all stunned, and then all of them looked at the sky in disbelief, as if they wanted to see through countless galaxies and arrive at the mother planet of the Watcher. This was because they sensed a familiar fluctuation that had appeared not long ago. The weird purple mist still shrouded every colony planet of the Watchers, just like what happened to the Duncan race in the past. The believers in these places all looked at the sky, not knowing what was going on. They were all focused on their cultivation and were unaware of the big event that happened in the Milky Way some time ago. However, the vassal civilizations of the Watcher were different. These people who were active in the Milky Way had witnessed what happened in the territory of the Duncan race. They began to curse their mother nation, but they were powerless against the purple mist that quickly enveloped their planet. They didn't understand why every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its owner, but they had to face the settlement as merely vassals. The space fleet of the Watcher seemed normal, but if one looked into the cabin of the battleships, they would also see the strange purple mist that was making people disappear. The fleets that were besieging the Voyager had lost control at the same time. Some of them crashed directly onto the planet along with gravity, which made the defending army of the Voyager not know what had happened for a moment. In the Milky Way, other thriving civilizations also detected the signal that they had marked and immediately entered a state of war mobilization. Although they believed that the administrator would make a move, they had to be prepared. Zaklon, who was still plotting something on a certain planet, also stopped at this moment and looked at the sky. He was expressionless, as if he had already known what the outcome would be. He had already made complete mental preparations and had no leeway in dealing with this matter. The Void Realm encompassed every colony planet of the Watcher, but this time, the end of reincarnation did not complete the transformation in an instant like it had done to the Duncan race. It was as if he needed to savor this ancient civilization slowly. This was an unprecedented power. It had a long history, strong technology, a saturated population, and an incomparably delicious soul that had been tempered thousands of times. All the believers were stunned at this moment, but surprisingly, no one was angry or cried. Instead, they all looked at the sealed temple silently. Shinic energy linked them together, but they could no longer sense the existence of the person in the temple. The moment the Void Realm enveloped them, the believers realized what was going on. However, the anger and betrayal only ignited a little before returning to silence. They felt that this had been their sin all along, and they deserved this punishment. The Watcher, who had once flourished in the footsteps of the Enlightened Ones, even going so far as to engage in a war with another civilization, had long fallen over a long period of time. The ascetics seemed to be following the Oracle, but in fact, every one of them had forgotten their original goal. Even the Holy Land had been tarnished under their self-hypnosis. These planets had always been the places that they admired and should protect the most, but now they had also become the victims of a certain desire. All the believers closed their eyes and recalled their lives. Finally, their thoughts gathered on the Holy Lands. They were supposed to protect these places in the first place. The mist shrouded the area, and all consciousness was cut off at the same time. Massive Shinic energy was gathering, but it did not form rings, and instead was surging toward the temple. The spiritual energy overflowing from the Holy Lands gathered toward the temple under the guidance, too. From the universe, they looked like countless purple ribbons. All of this was witnessed by the High Priest. At this moment, the statue of the saint that he had brought from the Holy Land was still in front of him. This sculpture was strangely undamaged, and it was the most special sculpture that represented the Enlightened Ones. The High Priest had brought it back for some kind of memorial. Enlightened Ones, in that case, I should be able to go to your side, right? Chapter 111, You Want to Dance Too? When the civilizations in the galaxy detected that the doomsday wave that had appeared not long ago had appeared in the territory of the Watchers, everyone showed a complicated expression. There was shock, confusion, and hatred. They could not imagine that the Lost Empire, which had achieved the highest level of development and had no other needs, would still choose to sign a contract with the end of reincarnation. It was understandable that the Duncan race did it for development, but why did the Watcher do it? This time, all civilizations felt the seriousness of the situation. The rings formed by the Duncan race alone was enough to put the galaxy in danger. What would happen with a lost empire that was bountiful enough? Can the administrator resolve this too? Even though the civilizations had tried their best to think of the administrator as extremely powerful, they could not help but become pessimistic when faced with the rings formed by the burning of an entire lost empire's legacy. In any case, this is a disaster that the Milky Way needs to face. If the administrator falls, then we will not be spared. Although we are weak, at least our will to survive is strong. These civilizations immediately opened all their borders and gathered all their fleets to fight against the incoming rings. The other civilizations that were prepared had already let the Tinder fleets leave their borders. If the crisis could not be resisted, these refugees would rebuild their civilization after a long time. When they realized that the Milky Way faced not just internal struggles, but there were many more terrible threats, they were ready to go into exile at any time. As long as there was hope for survival. Other than these civilizations, the Voyager also reacted to the matter. They had long guessed that the Watcher had signed the contract. After the settlement was over, they would be able to turn defeat into victory. However, the Voyager didn't seem to be that happy. Instead, they felt somewhat sad that their old rival was finally finished. Even though they did not manage to end the other party with their own hands, they had won no matter what. Living long enough was also a manifestation of strength. This was the victory of the artificial forms. Meanwhile, the vassal civilizations of the Voyager looked at their enemy's territory, which had already turned into a deathly stillness, and were somewhat glad that they had made their choice. If they had joined the Watcher, they would have already been dealt with. Although they didn't know why the end of reincarnation would collect the debts of these vassals, they were all amazed at their luck. Li Wenyuan, who was far away in a corner of the Milky Way, also detected the familiar fluctuation and cast his gaze toward the territory of the Watcher. He didn't expect that this ancient civilization had also signed a contract with the end of reincarnation. Judging from the magnitude of the fluctuation, the rings this time might very well be beyond imagination. However, he didn't find it troublesome because of this. Instead, he carefully observed where the power formed by the settlement went. The rings did not form directly above every planet with a large population as before. Instead, tremendous Sonic energy began to gather in the ancient heavens, the former parent galaxy of the Watcher. Let me see what will happen this time, Li Wenyuan continued to pay attention to the movements in the ancient heavens. And the instigator of all this, the high priest of the Watcher, sat in the center of the temple, looking up at the ceiling. At this moment, the dome of the ancient hall slowly opened, and the extremely weak light of the star shone on his face. The purple mist shrouded the planet, leaving only a small gap here, as if it was specially prepared for him. In the space above, the power extracted from the entire lost empire, 5 vassal civilizations, and the void realm siphon formed a glowing canopy in this galaxy. All the planets were below this canopy. Looking up, one couldn't see the edge of it at a glance. However, if one observed from outside the galaxy, they would find that a huge ring had already enveloped the galaxy. The light emitted from the edge of the ring surpassed most stars, and it shone like a supernova in the star map. In a million years' time, some indigenous civilizations might observe a star bursting with dazzling light. They might think that this phenomenon was the end of the star, but in fact, it was the ring that was shining. The glowing canopy inside the ring was in a faint state. If one looked carefully, they could see the surging scenery of the void realm inside. At this moment, the distance between the void realm and the real universe was unprecedentedly close. However, this thin membrane was like a natural moat. With just this power, it was impossible for the void realm to truly enter this universe. However, this was enough for the high priest. The energy required to allow an entire civilization to ascend together was too huge. It was difficult for him to imagine how it could be done. However, if he was the only one who could ascend, it should be enough. At this moment, a beam of light had already descended from the ceiling of the hall, shining on the high priest's body. As the light surged, his body began to slowly float up, flying towards the light screen that enveloped the entire star system. At this moment, he, who was about to transcend and ascend to the void realm with his physical body, recalled his life. Ever since he was born, he had grown up under the influence of the story of the Enlightened Ones. Although no one knew the specific feat of the Enlightened Ones, it did not prevent fans from making up stories that were deeply rooted in their hearts. The young high priest had long been attracted by these stories and vowed to dedicate his life to pursuing the Enlightened Ones. Compared to the other believers, he was the most fanatical one. He had been working hard for this. While he trained hard, he also constantly interpreted the contents of the oracle. He believed that an ancient secret must have been hidden in the oracle. However, the more he searched, the more desperate he became. He realized that the Enlightened One seemed to have really disappeared and was no longer in the Milky Way. He had a lot of guesses about this, such as extinction or going to other galaxies. But he could not accept either. He did not believe that the powerful Enlightened Ones would die, but his best technology still could not allow him to cross the distance of the galaxy and go to another galaxy. His fanatical beliefs gradually became extreme and distorted. He still looked the same, but he had convinced himself and even convinced most people with his own ideas. He and the others firmly believed that the Enlightened Ones had collectively gone to another world through the void realm. For this reason, it was necessary for them to transcend physically, not spiritually like in the past. They would use the void realm as a springboard to catch up to the Enlightened Ones. However, the high priest did not say everything. The power needed to break through to another world was terrifying. The faithful believers did not doubt the high priest, but the high priest used everything in the entire civilization as the source of power, using the huge energy waves brought by the settlement to allow him to reach the other world. He was rising faster and faster, and the buildings on the surface were becoming smaller and smaller in his eyes. However, the powerful Sonic energy allowed him to directly feel everything on the surface. He saw a civilization that had been destroyed, but his heart was unperturbed. This was a necessary sacrifice. I will explain your achievements to thee. Enlightened ones, and all of you will be remembered as great devotees. His final gaze was directed at the temple. This was the place where he had spent half his life. At the same time, there was also a statue of a saint that he had brought from the Holy Land. It represented the enlightened ones. The statue had miraculously not been damaged in the Holy Land, which attracted his attention. However, he soon realized that it was because his old friend, the Prophet Zaklon, had done some protective treatment for the statue. All the secrets hidden within were exposed to his powerful Shinnik senses. Finally, he found a string of warning words left behind by Zaklon. You've already forgotten the teachings of the enlightened ones. You will fail. The high priest knew very well that this was the prophecy that Zaklon had given him, but he laughed it off. This was because he was the one who had promoted Zachary's identity as a prophet. He knew that this person who was said to have many divine powers in the legends of the believers was just an ordinary person. His Shinnik potential could not even compare to ordinary people. Was there any need to listen to the prophecy of a weakling who could not even take flight with Shinnik energy? However, he still placed the statue of the enlightened ones in the temple to give it a sense of ritual. He wanted to attempt to replicate their great cause under the witness of the enlightened ones. Finally, he arrived at the edge of the ring. The void realm was right in front of him, and the bubble-like membrane seemed to be about to burst with a slight push. At that time, he would truly be extraordinary and saintly. He took a deep breath and touched the thin film with the scepter in his hand. The universe wouldn't change because of a small matter, just like how he couldn't move this thin film now. He burned all of his Shinnik potential and summoned the Shinnik power around him that was getting denser and denser, almost tangible. He wanted to open a passage that could accommodate him alone, but he failed. How is that possible? It shouldn't be. We have entered the void realm countless times and explored the boundary between this place and us. This power is enough to open a small hole. The high priest touched the ring in disbelief, but found that the thin film did not move at all. The scenery of the void realm inside began to change rapidly. Amidst the surging purple nebula, he seemed to be able to see the existence that had signed a contract with him. The ethereal ring shone in the void realm, but this light seemed to be mocking in the high priest's eyes. The end of reincarnation didn't care about the trivial matters of mere ants. It only cared about lending and collecting debts, but some of the whimsical actions of the ants did attract its attention. It also liked to have fun, especially fun related to certain guys. The ring that enveloped the galaxy began to dim, and the chaotic Shinnik energy was no longer guided by the high priest and began to be absorbed by the ring. However, the high priest was still frantically trying to open the passage. His exhausted body clung to the ring and refused to let go. No, no. My calculations were definitely correct. His usually calm face had now become extremely ferocious. He did not understand why everything went smoothly, but in the end, when he should have witnessed the result, something went wrong. On the other side of the light curtain, the scenery of the void realm was still changing, as if the entire void realm was laughing. However, the high priest's final attack on the light screen finally produced a slight change. He saw the words of the oracle slowly appear where he had been struck. He thought that this was a sign that he was about to be accepted, but in fact, nothing happened. If Li Wenyuan was here, he would be able to tell what was written on it. However, he would definitely hush after reading it. Because it said, in order to prevent future civilizations from repeating the mistakes of the Churro or using the void realm to do bad things, we have strengthened this boundary. The back door is enough to gain benefits in the void realm. Please make good use of it. After all, the void realm is also a part of the universe. However, there is still a way to temporarily open up this boundary. Please use the genuine human megastructure. From the Reinforcement Construction Team. Chapter 112, Deep Sea Invasion. Looking at the giant wave planet orbiting the black hole, Li Wenyuan felt that this might be the most important part of the galaxy. Originally, he thought that the gift that the professor mentioned was referring to the ownerless material depressurizing device, but now he felt that it was hard to say. Was this planet named Fish Tank hinting at something? Li Wenyuan felt that he might be overthinking things. After all, this seemed to be a place where humans conducted sociological experiments. Perhaps they just wanted to watch a good show of sitting in the well and looking at the sky and had never thought so much. Maybe I'm too sensitive. He forced himself to bury this matter in his heart and then continued to check the history of this civilization. Although the upward exploration was banned, the exploration in other directions was still going on like the sun at noon. This scientific theocracy civilization might not be good in other aspects, but the technology related to the deep sea was top-notch. With the help of the magical dimensions creation device, although their population was only a few 100,000, they did not need to do too much basic labor. More than 95% of the population were experts in various fields. Through the exploration of exquisite deep-sea navigation equipment, they discovered that there were actually many uninhabited homes in the outside world. They were actually deep-sea observation stations located elsewhere on the planet. However, this shocking discovery still led this civilization into a long pioneering era. They spent nearly 1,000 years colonizing all the deep-sea observation stations. Such actions had successfully expanded their population to 2 million. For a deep-sea civilization, this was undoubtedly a feat. However, they did not go up to explore. Under the guidance of the powerful theocracy, their exploration focus was placed on the deeper sea. This was also the beginning of their calamity. The current era was called the Cataclysm Era. However, Grey Wind suddenly said with excitement, "Look at that thing. This is the monster I imagined in my dreams." Following Grey Wind's guidance, Li Wenyuan saw what the thing she was talking about was. It was a terrifying creature that looked like a giant octopus. It had hundreds of powerful limbs. As the suction cups on the tentacles contracted and opened, one could see dense teeth hidden in them, making one's scalp go numb. It was about 1/10 the size of the giant deep-sea observation station. It was a rather large body for a building that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. However, for an interstellar civilization, this thing was still too small. The space creatures that often wandered around were all as big as large battleships. This was also the reason why interstellar civilizations did not pay much attention to the ocean. After all, no matter how big the things in the ocean grew, they were not as big as these space creatures wandering in the universe. In terms of size, their deterrence was much smaller. Moreover, their strength was not very good. Not to mention the interstellar civilization, the natives who were still in the atomic age could directly destroy this creature with a nuclear bomb. However, for Grey Wind, who had been in space since he was born, this monster of the deep sea was still very interesting. However, the giant octopus in front of her was a little special. It seemed to have a high level of intelligence. Li Wenyuan was very sure that the distress signal that he had detected earlier was sent by this giant octopus. At this moment, it was waving a huge limb, leisurely swinging a transmitter that did not match its size. Every once in a while, it would send a distress signal to the outside world. It was like a lanternfish fishing. He explored the inside of the intact observation station and found that the giant octopus would carefully avoid every building and even every flower. It was able to control every inch of its muscles flexibly. Even if it was clinging to a large building inside a deep-sea observation station, it did not cause any damage. However, the species that should have lived here had disappeared. Judging from the sharp teeth that were constantly squirming in the suckers of the giant octopus's tentacles, the residents here were probably dead. Moreover, he detected some special energy fluctuations from the giant octopus. Even the Chinook octopus is here. Having dealt with Void Realm experts countless times, he had already confirmed that it was the fluctuation of Chinook energy. Furthermore, such Chinook waves were not considered low even in interstellar space. Only some Chinook masters could reach such a level. If the spiritual octopus were to be seen by those idealistic civilizations, it might even be addressed as the venerable octopus. This is unbelievable. What did this civilization do? Li Wenyuan began to check the files that were sealed as top secret by the natives here. Then, he saw this incident. The case of the missing evolution accelerator. Record time, year 328 of the pioneering era. Description: since the Pope re-established God's kingdom, the machine left behind by the power of this God was used as a symbol. After dismantling it, it was transported to the new God's kingdom. However, one of the submarines that was loaded with the main structure disappeared in the process. It was speculated that it was dragged into hell by the undercurrent. According to the description of the case, a submarine with the main structure of the evolution accelerator sank deeper into the sea, and it was completely impossible to find it. However, Li Wenyuan knew what the evolution accelerator was. The most important part of it was not the machine itself, but a special substance that accelerated mutation. This substance would greatly increase the desire for reproduction and metabolism of living creatures, and at the same time, cause a large number of mutations in the genes of future generations. Almost every living creature would be infected by this substance and mutate. Through quantity, they would produce a sufficiently outstanding species. Finally, through countless rounds of accelerated cruel elimination, a creature that had reached the peak of both physical and intellectual strength would appear. This creature would become the foundation of civilization. The civilization here might have wiped out countless of their close relatives in the process of evolution, but they just didn't know about it. But just like the corresponding technology of this machine, this was a cruel evolution that was artificially accelerated. It sounded like goo refinement. Although this machine would stop working after the emergence of civilization, the materials stored in it would definitely not be exhausted. After a civilization was destroyed, it would speed up the process of a new round of natural selection. The giant octopus in front of him was very likely a creature that had been improved by the missing evolution accelerator. Under the water pressure of the deep sea, the substances in the evolution accelerator might have leaked, causing unpredictable pollution in the deep sea. And this octopus was likely to be the new overlord of the deep sea. According to the records of the cataclysm era of this civilization, he felt that it was almost the same as his idea. Catastrophe. Record time, Cataclysm era year 0. Description: a large number of scientists who were exploring the lower reaches began to disappear. A large number of guards began to search for the source of all this. In the end, we discovered these enemies. Their bodies are incomparably huge, and they also possess various strange powers. They came from the outside world, and their goal is to destroy us. Had this civilization been destroyed? No, this Chinook octopus seems to be using bait to lure the octopus civilization to send more people over. The drones in other locations in the deep sea also sent news one after another, confirming his thoughts. This civilization had not been destroyed yet, but it was not far away. At this moment, they were left with only their home, which was still floating in the sea with difficulty. The reason why it was difficult was that a few enormous tentacles that could not be seen at a glance had wrapped around the observation station and were dragging it deeper into the deep sea. If it wasn't for the fact that the human thing was very strong, it would have really dragged it down. However, judging from the size of those tentacles, this mysterious creature's size had reached a terrifying level. Even the observation station that could accommodate more than 100,000 people seemed like a toy under its tentacles. Initially, Li Wenyuan didn't feel much about this, but he thought of the image that this fish tank might represent. He felt that this meant that an unpredictable threat would destroy the fish tank world. He felt that he might have vaguely grasped something, but he could not touch the layer of fog that was right in front of him. Did the humans sense something? He actually already had some bad guesses, but if that was really the case, then everything in this universe might not be so easy to say. Chapter 113, Not Paying Back the Debts. The change in the Milky Way's atmosphere did not attract Li Wenyuan's attention. At that time, he was looking at the ring in a special space with great interest. When he realized that only a ring had been formed after the Watcher's settlement, and it was such a huge ring, he had a new idea. The big ring seemed certain that it was invincible in that state, and it was even emitting some kind of Chinook signal provocatively. Although Li Wenyuan couldn't understand it, he could roughly sense that this ring seemed to be asking for a beating. Those the size of a galaxy would take a long time to be bombed with a fleet, and that seemed to be what the ring relied on. However, it is a pity that what it relied on is not enough. Didn't humans educate them properly back then? At that moment, the ring was grabbed into the subspace. That space was similar to the Void Realm to a certain extent, but in fact, they were two completely different places. Through that special space, those Prezolines could cross the galaxy and come to this Milky Way. And the ring didn't seem to be able to return to the Void Realm like before. As for what had caught it, there was no need to say much. This is the first time I've used the Tiangang battleship. The effect is really beyond my imagination. Yes, it was the Tiangang battleship that had captured the ring into the subspace. Its huge actual size was even larger than that of the ring, so it was not a problem for it to suppress the ring. It was hard to imagine how much material humans had used to build this super battleship. Its massive size and mass made it impossible to enter the real universe because its own gravity could completely destroy it. Only a place with chaotic physical laws, like a subspace, could contain its body completely. Perhaps, this is actually a wonder as well? After all, a battleship the size of a galaxy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Li Wenyuan felt that he had gradually understood the way humans thought. After all, with so much material that could be used to build almost anything, they built a super battleship in the end. Large ships and cannons had been a unique romance since a long time ago. Even if they might not be practical, they always make people feel passionate. It's a pity that its heroic appearance can only be seen in the subspace. In the real universe, Li Wenyuan recalled the true form of the Tiangang battleship in space and felt helpless. The Tiangang battleship was often revealed as a holographic projection device in the real universe. That projection device could project a part of the Tiangang battleship's body, but it was usually a black veil that was nothing special. The Tiangang battleship could occasionally send a small portion of its weapons to the real universe. However, it was still only a part of it. Although its firepower was comparable to an entire fleet, it was not its main body. The place where it could truly show off was in the subspace. Therefore, the Tiangang battleship was equipped with specialized components to engage in a contest between large ships with the enemy. Subspace Catcher, Heavenly Veil Level. Component Type, Combat Support Equipment. Introduction: with sufficient knowledge of subspace, we can take the initiative to drag the enemy into subspace and defeat them with our rich subspace combat experience. The Tiangang battleship is a larger and stronger version. Its range of influence is enough to affect a galaxy of ordinary size. That was the equipment used to capture the ring. When Li Wenyuan realized that the ring was a little bigger than he had imagined, he had that idea. After all, the true strength of the Tiangang battleship had always been unknown. Perhaps the ring, which was not too far away in size, could be used as a combat unit. However, when the ring was dragged into the subspace, it seemed to have lost contact with the void realm. Other than the unexpected size, nothing else happened. It didn't attack, nor did it run away. The void realm also did not come to retrieve it. That situation made Li Wenyuan, who was looking forward to a big battle, feel a little disappointed. However, it also made him realize that some places were not affected by the void realm. Alright, I've at least gotten the ring that settled an entire lost empire and several interstellar civilizations. Perhaps it will come in handy in the future. Li Wenyuan couldn't think of any use for this ring. However, since it had lost contact with the void realm, he decided to leave it there. With the Tiangang battleship watching over it, there wouldn't be any problems. He even hoped the ring would move a little so that the Tiangang battleship could warm up. However, this is the third time the end of reincarnation has appeared in this universe in the history I know, right? When his thoughts returned to the real world, Li Wenyuan felt that the frequency of the end of reincarnation appearing seemed to be a little high. Although he did not think that anyone would sign this contract in the future, it was hard to predict people's hearts, let alone a complicated civilization. If someone signed it every once in a while, then before the crisis arrived, the Milky Way civilizations would be wiped out. Moreover, he had to come out many times to clean up the mess. It was too troublesome. Therefore, Li Wenyuan was prepared to enter the Void Realm to take a look and see what that end of reincarnation was like. Chinook Beacon is almost completed. When the time comes, we can perform the Void Realm advancement to take a look. Therefore, after some time, Li Wenyuan controlled a research spaceship with a synthetic humanoid and arrived near the Chinook Beacon that had already been built, ready to perform the Void Realm advancement. The Chinook Beacon looked like a large space pillar that stood above the star and absorbed energy from the star to a spherical area covered in tremendous Chinook energy at the top. As long as it was activated, that area would temporarily form a Void Realm passage that could be used to help one reach the Void Realm. Although he would be expelled back to the real universe after the time was up, it was a small matter compared to his time in the Void Realm. Therefore, Li Wenyuan directly activated the Chinook Beacon and piloted the research spaceship with the synthetic humanoid into the Void Realm passage. The space opened by the megastructure was much larger than the Chinook crystal he had obtained from the Emerald Tomb. It was not a problem for several spaceships to pass through simultaneously. With curiosity, Li Wenyuan again came to that strange space filled with nebula-like gas. In the Void Realm, the direction was not important. Everything that could be encountered here depended on luck. Most people would encounter unique things when they first enter this place, and they would pay the price or receive blessings through communication, perception, touch, and so on. However, Li Wenyuan was different. As soon as he entered the place, the unique things in the Void Realm seemed to have encountered a plague, and they avoided him as much as they could. As a result, he had not touched anything until now. Is the Void Realm always so deserted? Li Wenyuan, who was piloting the spaceship in the Void Realm, was still wondering if the Void Realm was always so deserted. However, he did not realize that as he went deeper, whispers began to ring around the spaceship. At first, it was very thin and intermittent, but it gradually became dense and chaotic, as if there were trillions of voices saying something. Ordinary Chinook caster might not have been able to persevere on this level. Only the chosen ones and those with strong willpower could continue. However, Li Wenyuan was different. Or rather, the rules in the Void Realm would only affect spiritual bodies. Having entered the void realm through the Oceanic beacon, he could not hear the crazy voices at all. The synthetic humanoid under his control remained expressionless, completely unaffected by the whispers. Not until the passage maintained by the Oceanic beacon was about to collapse did he finally encounter a familiar existence. After experiencing the commotion of the ring in the Milky Way several times, Li Wenyuan had already started to pay attention to things like the ring. Even when he saw his own circular world, he occasionally associated it with the glowing ring. Therefore, when a ring made of Giro dust appeared on the horizon of the void realm, he felt that he had found the right place. This is the end of reincarnation? Can it sign a contract with me? Li Wenyuan pushed forward curiously, and the ring also noticed the strange thing approaching him. It didn't care at first. After all, there were all kinds of things here. As always, it was prepared to provide gifts to the guy who could come here and collect interest later. 50. That was the translation of the Oceanic waves, but the ring suddenly sensed something. Then, the entire body of the ring trembled, and even the Oceanic waves were interrupted. Then, before Li Wenyuan could react, the ring collapsed, and only the surging Giro gas could be seen surging into the deeper darkness. Where's the ring? Li Wenyuan was a little confused. He had only glanced at the Milky Way's information record on the Void Realm, but when he looked at the Void Realm again, he realized that the ring was gone. The passage the Oceanic beacon opened had reached the last moment too. A strong repulsive force was transmitted from the Void Realm. When he returned to his senses, his spaceship was still parked in the enormous energy field on the Oceanic beacon. The long journey into the Void Realm seemed to be an illusion. Looks like my luck isn't too good. I'll wait until I'm fully charged next time. Li Wenyuan only thought that he was unlucky, but the end of reincarnation in the Void Realm did not think so. It felt a familiar aura, accompanied by a very long memory. It was owed tens of thousands of years of debt by a group of people, but it did not dare ask them for it because they could fight into the Void Realm and chat with him. Apart from that, those people even blocked the Void Realm before they left, causing it to lose contact with the outside world for a long time. When the seal of the Void Realm was weakened, and it could influence reality again, it was going to collect those debts from other lives bit by bit. But now that it felt a similar aura to that group of people, it just wanted to go far away so that it would not be owed a debt of tens of thousands of years. Chapter 114, After the End, 1. Li Wenyuan didn't think much of it after he failed to gain anything from the Void Realm. According to the records of the idealistic civilization, it was normal for him to not encounter anything in the Void Realm, so he did not pay too much attention to it. However, after his trip, the idealistic civilizations realized that the Void Realm seemed to have become much more stable. Even though they could get much less powerful help, they paid almost no price. Gradually, paying a small price in exchange for a good blessing occasionally became a common way for idealistic civilizations to make use of the Void Realm. As for the dangerous gift, the current idealistic civilizations were already very cautious about it. After all, no one was willing to live happily for decades and be settled in one day. Fortunately, as they explored the Void Realm in depth, they finally discovered that the end of reincarnation was not the only ancient existence in the Void Realm. Other than the end of reincarnation, they could sign contracts with other ancient existences. Even if the effects were not as strong as that of the end of reincarnation, the price was much lower, and it would not cost the entire civilization. On the other hand, the materialistic civilizations had already put the Void Realm aside after witnessing the two settlements with their own eyes. Even if they studied it, it was only on the surface. At the same time, because those two settlements were brought about by the idealistic civilizations, some extremists believed that the idealistic civilizations were the scourge of the Milky Way. They wantonly publicized their hatred for the idealists as if they wanted to trigger a war between the two sides. However, those disturbances were quickly suppressed because more than half of the civilizations had their political giants participate in a secret gathering to discuss the details of a major event. At that critical juncture, no turmoil was allowed to happen. In addition, the Last Watcher, led by Zaklon, had also begun their long journey to restore their country. Although the Fallen Watcher brought a settlement to the entire Milky Way, special exiles like Zaklon did not meet with hostility. The Prophet's action of standing up the moment the settlement happened and attempting to fight to the death with the ring had indeed won the favor of many civilizations. Even though there were still some people who were dissatisfied with that, under the overall environment of the Milky Way, those objections eventually calmed down. At that moment, Zaklon, who had arrived at the Watcher's former mother planet, the Heavenly Throne, looked down at the planet that had become unfamiliar from the spaceship. The huge planet, which once carried countless people and beliefs, was now enveloped by a dense purple fog. The Void Realm planet formed by the end of reincarnation after settlement seemed even more troublesome than the barrier planet. None of the detectors could penetrate the thick purple atmosphere and report the situation inside. They lost contact the moment they entered the Void Realm planet. Due to that strange phenomenon, Zaklon had no way of knowing what was going on inside the planet. His idea of retrieving the legacy had also become a dream. The believers exploring other galaxies also sent the same news: their former homes had become Void Realm planets. Zaklon sighed and finally led the last watcher out of that sad place. He still decided to restore his country in the galaxy near the Holy Land and continue that responsibility that had been passed down since ancient times. It would be a long process, but they still had a lot of technology from the Lost Empire. If it were just to protect the Holy Land, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. As the leader of that group of exiles, he decided to abandon the title of the Watcher that had become history and use a brand new name as a symbol of the new civilization. In the end, according to the duty that had been passed down since ancient times, he named the civilization the Guardian of the Holy Land. Time passed quietly, and the chaotic Milky Way actually returned to peace. After the demise of the Voyagers' ancient enemy, they did not expand again. Instead, they returned to their lazy appearance. The war between the lost empires that affected the entire Milky Way seemed to be a farce. The winner only won because it lived long enough. The bold words they made before expanding seemed to be a joke. After the ring was captured, it became a topic that was avoided. Now, other than occasionally asking for scientists from other civilizations, they were once again indulging in pleasure and were indifferent to the outside world. As for the criminal enterprise, the Kerr Alliance, which had long joined the Voyager, they were initially very regretful. They didn't expect the Voyager's expansion to last only a short while. Now, they needed to spend a lot of money on scientific research and education because the Voyager would occasionally send some small problems for those vassal civilizations to solve. If they couldn't solve it, the unhappy Voyager might carry out scientific research and reform on them. Who knew how many former superiors would be reduced to a position worse than pigs and dogs at that time? To maintain their high status, the civilization that had a lot of experience in the field of crime actually engaged in education and, at the same time, invested an unprecedented amount of money in scientific research. Even the colony planets of other civilizations that they invaded with all kinds of grey industries revealed a funny situation. Chapter 115, After the End, 2. Schools were built in the grey zone full of chaos, transactions, and crime. At the same time, there were people who used violence to force all people of the right age to attend school. The talented ones among them would stand out at that time and be brought back to the country by the Kerr Alliance to receive further education and become their research specialists. That situation was undoubtedly a great way for those at the bottom of society who were in chaos to make a leap forward. Many children in many families worked hard to learn to get rid of that terrible environment. Therefore, in the grey zone of other civilizations, the reputation of the Kerr Alliance unexpectedly improved. That was because some grey zones existed in those civilizations, and the presence of the Kerr Alliance gave the people in those areas some hope. That was something the Kerr Alliance had not expected. Although they had to bear the pressure from the Voyager, they had the Lost Empire to back them up, which reduced the pressure from the outside world. They could develop their criminal industries in the colonies of other civilizations with peace of mind. Therefore, the civilizations that were disgusted had no choice but to increase their investment in law enforcement and try their best to prevent the Kerr Alliance from interfering. Even if there were grey industries, they had to be in control of them. Of course, the peace of the Milky Way was only in general. Although most civilizations that were originally in a state of war had signed peace agreements, those mortal enemies did not change because of the appearance of the ring. The war between the Keen Empire and the Seculus Vengeance Crusade was about to end. After the Turbulence Empire found a way to withdraw the troops attacking both sides, nothing else could hold back the vengeful and fanatical Seculus. After entering the late stage of the war, the increasingly anxious battle situation made the Seculus unable to care about the safety of the Lost Empire fleet and participated in many major battles in important galaxies. Perhaps due to improper operation or lack of maintenance, the Lost Empire fleet was only left with a somewhat tattered flagship battlecruiser and 2 frigates. Even though it was a tragic sight, the Keen Empire had already paid a heavy price for the fleet to become like that. That was the failure of the war. Now that their mother planet had been conquered, the Keen Empire's government in exile began to move around to several other monarchical civilizations in search of a chance to restore their country. A portion of the refugees from the Keen Empire had fled to a few other civilizations with good reputations that accepted refugees. Unlike what they had imagined, there were actually many civilizations in the Milky Way that welcomed refugees. A few refugees would not be a burden at the level of an interstellar civilization. Those refugees were also extremely useful for production. The lazy ones could not enjoy life either. Every civilization had its means to force those people to be industrious. Although there were interstellar space organizations like the Refugee Protection Organization that would request the civilizations that accepted the refugees to give them better treatment than their own people. The reason given was weird: these refugees have lost their homes. Don't they deserve better treatment? However, those civilizations would not be affected by such powerless condemnation. They were all in interstellar space, and their species were different. It was already merciful of them not to turn the refugees into food. They still wanted better treatment. Most of those refugees were aware of their status. They were just a group of wanderers. They were trying their best to show their value to obtain partial or even complete citizenship. As for those idiots who were unaware of their own situation and had yet to change from their status as superiors, there would naturally be professionals to teach them what labor produces value was. After destroying the Keen Empire, the Seculists didn't replicate the treatment of their resort planet on one of the colony planets of the Keen Empire. The citizens, blinded by the craze for revenge, strongly demanded that the people of the Keen Empire be gathered together and then blow up the entire planet. However, that demand was suppressed. Now, all the Keens under the rule of Seculus had become slaves of the Seculus Vengeance Crusade. The slaves originally controlled by the Keen Empire had also become their slaves. Among the Seculus, only their own species were worthy of full citizenship. Their past experiences in the bloody battle with the Keen Empire had made them understand that strength was the only asset. The so-called friendship they had gained from being close to outsiders could not withstand a single blow under the deterrence of strength. To become stronger, they needed more people, even if those people came from enemies. The once friendly civilization became extremely radical. They began to research neural implants and gene modification technology, aiming to control those huge numbers of slaves perfectly. And that was also the method their recently destroyed enemy, the Keen Empire, had always used. As for the Turbulence Empire, which was located near Seculus, its strength had been greatly reduced due to the appearance of the rebels. Many important production galaxies had been taken away, so they could not even use all their troops. Their remaining reserves were insufficient to support the troops' operation and maintenance. Therefore, after many confrontations with the Turbulence Empire rebels, they had to sign an armistice treaty and seize the time to reverse the collapse of the domestic economy. Although the Turbulence Empire did not recognize the legitimacy of those rebels, the civilizations that had long disliked the Turbulence Empire recognized the autonomy and independence of those rebels and established diplomatic relations with them. Therefore, there were two Turbulence Empires in the current Milky Way. One of them had aquatic parasitic life forms as the main species, while the other had terrestrial life forms that were suitable for desert planets as the main species. They all claimed to be the Turbulence Empire and were the true masters of the Turbulence Empire. Each gave its own explanation. Aquatic life forms directly said that turbulence was the environment they lived in, and they named their civilization after it. On the other hand, the terrestrial life forms said that they had lived in the desert since ancient times and knew the preciousness of water. Therefore, they used the spring water to symbolize their civilization. Due to their opinions, the Milky Way civilizations treated the two Turbulence Empires according to their diplomatic needs. Thus, in the star map of the Milky Way, two closely connected civilizations appeared. Their borders were guarded by countless space fortresses and fleets, guarding against the enemy opposite it. To distinguish those two civilizations, the Milky Way called the Aquatic Turbulence Empire the first Turbulence Empire and then called the Terrestrial Turbulence Empire the second Turbulence Empire. Chapter 116, The Galaxy Community, 1. This is really a big event in the entire Milky Way. When Blenning learned from the trade station's receiver that a message was being transmitted to the entire Milky Way, he showed an extremely excited expression. Ever since the crisis of the ring, all civilizations had deepened their communication with each other, and Krabow was no exception. As Megacorp, they liked the current situation of the Milky Way, which was full of vitality and everything was thriving. Only by constantly trading and opening branches could they bring them enough profits. For that reason, Krabow sent countless gifts, pulled many diplomatic ties, and forewent his ego multiple times to successfully open their branches in a few civilizations' colonies. Even so, the benefits brought about by that made them unable to close their mouths. As one of the company's employees, Blenning was naturally very concerned about the company's profits. Although he believed he would not be fired, it was hard to say for his subordinates. But now, he felt that the dawn of Megacorp was about to begin. Li Wenyuan, who was at ease at the edge of the Milky Way, also received that broadcast. Different from the other lost empires that didn't care, he was always concerned about the big events in the Milky Way, especially such kind of thing that was broadcasted to the entire Milky Way. Galaxy community. After he finished reading the content, he finally felt that the Milky Way civilizations had done something that he had expected. How could such a large interstellar society not have something similar to an international organization on Earth? Looks like the crisis brought by the ring has finally given them some sense of unity. This is normal. The stage of the Milky Way is finally getting more and more perfect. About half of the civilizations had agreed to establish the galaxy community, which would be established in the next year of the Milky Way calendar. On the other hand, the notice was meant for the civilizations that were not involved in worldly affairs and were well versed in the path of inner saints. The Galaxy Community 1 welcomed the participation of most civilizations. As for civilizations such as the Killer Bee Colony, they would not join the Galaxy Community 1 and the Galaxy Community would not allow them to join either. That organization also sent a special message to the lost empires in the Milky Way. For ceremonial sake, they hoped that those ancient civilizations could witness such a historical event. The observer received the message, but they weren't too interested in such political events once, so they threw it to the back of their minds after reading it. As for the Silent One and the Voyager, those two lost empires had long filtered out that trash information through their own means, immersing themselves in their own worlds. The remaining three lost empires had their own reactions. Can I go? Greywind was very curious about that matter. At that time, the craze for the awakened empire in the Milky Way had ended. Merchants who were very sensitive to hot topics quickly changed their direction and started to work on the Milky Way crisis. Greywind fell into a state of boredom with no new games to play and no new movies to watch. Her enthusiasm for Milky Way crisis was not as high as Awakened Empire. Therefore, when she received the news of witnessing the establishment of the Galaxy Community, she was eager to try. Li Wenyuan would not stop her. In fact, he was prepared to go and take a look. If it were such a lively event, he wanted to join in. After all, he had been in the Milky Way for so long. It was good to be a witness occasionally. Hence, they gave their own responses. On the other hand, Pres Olin had also received the witness invitation. At that moment, the Queen was still hesitating about rejecting that matter. She didn't want to get involved in those chores, but the humans had once warned her to make more friends, which made her very conflicted. However, when she saw that the gift that came with the witness invitation was a farm planet that was filled with food in advance, she happily agreed to the invitation. There's food, then, let's go. Even though the Pres Olin no longer had to worry about food, the wandering species from beyond the Milky Way would still hoard food indefinitely. They even went to find a galaxy to store food, named Granary, a high-risk area in the Milky Way star map. Even the Pres Olin, who had always been a pacifist, took that place very seriously and would clean up any life forms that approached that galaxy. However, normal interstellar civilizations would not go crazy and approach the Granary. In that interstellar space, although food was a necessity for civilization, no civilization would lack it. Suppose a normal civilization could not even solve its own food problem. How could they talk about advancing into interstellar space? Because of that, when they encountered the Lost Beehive Empire, which had a special liking for food, they almost immediately sent people to discuss the deal. Both sides obtained results that satisfied them. The Pres Olin got food and no longer had to worry about hunger. Other civilizations had also exchanged unimportant food for some of the biological materials of the Pres Olin to promote the advancement of biotechnology. Therefore, most of the civilizations in the Milky Way liked the Lost Beehive Empire very much because it was the only civilization that could exchange food for resources. Chapter 117, The Galaxy Community, 2. Naturally, they were included in the invitation to the Lost Empires. Very soon, as time passed, more and more civilizations learned about the Galaxy Community. 1. Although several authoritative civilizations had promised to join the Galaxy Community, they had scoffed at the organization secretly. That was because they felt such a messy organizational structure was useless. Only having a supreme authority to manage it was the most efficient method. They even formed a small group to discuss how to maximize their influence in the hope that the Galaxy Community would be reformed into the Galaxy Imperium after it was officially established. As for who would be the Milky Way Emperor, they all tacitly avoided that topic. It seemed that they each had their own ideas. Some extreme xenophobic civilizations were also worried about that news. They were afraid of all aliens, but now it seemed that the unification of the Milky Way was inevitable. They just wanted to stay in their own territory, but deviating from the Milky Way would be dangerous. For that reason, they had to promise to join the galaxy community, and they would try to improve their country's ideology. At the very least, they would make the xenophobia less extreme. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, who were either looking forward to it, delighted, scrutinized, or worried, the day the galaxy community was officially established had arrived. Countless spaceships carrying the political figures of various civilizations headed toward the designated galaxy, while those civilizations that were far away had already organized their manpower and set off. The galaxy community headquarters was set in a galaxy that was not controlled by any civilization and had the most convenient interstellar space routes nearby. That was a 3-star galaxy. The celestial system formed by 3 stars made the environment here troubling. However, the galaxy community had chosen that place on purpose and successfully built a stable, enormous space station there with funding. There were many variables in the 3-star galaxy, but it was generally stable. Those dangers were not too big of a problem for those interstellar civilizations. They chose that place because of its significance. If even 3 stars could form a stable structure, why couldn't they, the Milky Way civilizations, gather? Therefore, the first people who arrived there, other than the staff of the galaxy community, were naturally the lost empires that boasted technologies that other civilizations could not match. The Lost Robotic Empire and the Lost Nano Empire, which Li Wenyuan and Grey Wind represented, had arrived early. The Lost Beehive Empire, which could travel in subspace through special means, also arrived soon after. Queen Prez Olin sent a worker bee, while Li Wenyuan sent a research spaceship as usual. Grey Wind, on the other hand, was there in person. She actually liked to do everything herself. As a compound nanobot, it was very difficult to find anything in the Milky Way that could threaten her. 3 Union Planet. Li Wenyuan was slightly surprised when he saw that the galaxy community had chosen such a celestial system. Although there weren't many celestial systems like that in the Milky Way, they weren't rare either. Moreover, only astrologers would come to such places due to the harsh environment. However, it was obvious that the galaxy community was very firm in the aspect of symbolism. Besides a solid and enormous space station, there were also many fleets stationed in the place. They wanted to hold the first Milky Way conference in such a place. As time passed, more and more representatives from various civilizations came. They all gathered in the space station, waiting for the meeting to begin officially. The meeting would decide on the program document of the galaxy community and further regulate many matters. However, Prez Olin and Li Wenyuan did not enter the conference hall. One could not enter, and the other did not bring anyone with them. Grey Wind entered, but she was obviously there to have fun. She was not interested in the content of the meeting. Just like the invitation from the galaxy community, they were only witnesses to the mission. Countless species from different civilizations and races had gathered in the newborn space station. The Galaxy World Record had an achievement for that. It was the grandest conference in the Milky Way, with the largest number of participating civilizations. That was the most special day in the Milky Way. On that day, those civilizations finally reached a consensus. At least on the surface, they would work together to improve. All the conflicts could be put on the table and resolved by less intense means. The original purpose of establishing the galaxy community was to maintain the stability and order of the Milky Way and reduce the internal friction between civilizations. There was still so much space in the Milky Way that they could develop together. Even the representatives of the civilizations with ulterior motives were making the same oath in the same language. Everything seemed to be thriving and developing in a good direction. Accompanied by the announcement that the galaxy community was officially established, the entire space station burst into cheers. The fleets stationed in that galaxy also received the news. Their main cannons fired fireworks they had prepared in advance, illuminating the dead space. Even the light of the 3 Union planet could not hide the color of that moment. It is really lively after a long time. This is what the Milky Way should be like. There aren't enough civilizations participating in this event yet. The Milky Way still needs to work harder. Li Wenyuan sincerely hoped that that place would become more and more lively. Just like humans in the past, he hated loneliness. To be able to see such a scene of a family reunion here, he could not help but feel that humans had made the right decision to build the road back then. Without the hyperspace channel that allowed countless civilizations to cross the long distance between galaxies, the Milky Way would only become colder and colder until it became a dark zone. If that were the case, would there still be such a scene? After the cheers, the purpose of the meeting was put on the agenda. All civilizations had important matters that they wanted to resolve at that conference, but none of them spoke. Instead, they looked at each other and waited for the first person. In the end, the Pyro Alliance was the first to step forward and propose the first matter to be resolved. Since no one is willing to lower their pride, let us take the lead. What do you think about a Space Whale Protection Act? Chapter 118, Strange Cycle. The conference hall of the Galaxy community was very lively, or rather, was too boisterous. Due to various reasons, the representatives of those civilizations directly fought in the conference hall. It might have already evolved into a bloody conflict if not for everyone trying their best to restrain themselves. Dream on about protecting your space whales. Have you already saved the native civilization or rebuilt the nature reserve? And now you want to start caring for the wild space animals. Ha! Did it affect your interests? Killing space whales is one of your important sources of income, right? I think you're just greedy. Those were the initial words that triggered the verbal war. The topic proposed by the Pyro Alliance was mocked by another civilization, and the verbal conflict between both sides escalated to physical conflict. Someone noticed that things were starting to go wrong and tried to attract everyone's attention with a new topic. In the end, his proposed topic, the Space Amoeba Protection Act, attracted more ridicule. Therefore, more people started raising more and more outrageous topics. For example, an embargoed topic that would cause more than 90% of civilizations to be punished, and that 90% even included the civilization behind the topic. Those incomprehensible topics further led to chaos in the meeting, and even discussions were difficult to carry on. Normal topics that could have been discussed, such as banning robot labor and limiting the expansion of armaments, were ignored, causing the conference hall to fall into chaos. Even the security personnel responsible for maintaining order did not know how to stop the commotion due to the complicated relationship between civilizations. Li Wenyuan, who had hacked into the conference hall's surveillance cameras and saw what was happening inside, was speechless. The galaxy was united, but it was also divided. Such a situation should have been expected. That scene reminded him of the Earth in the past. Conflicts can happen even within civilizations, let alone a large group of interstellar civilizations with different origins, cultures, ideologies, and thoughts. He shook his head and decided to temporarily leave his identity as a witness to quell that farce. As a result, the equipment in the conference hall that was originally functioning normally suddenly had a large number of errors. The original lights flashed a dangerous red, and it looked like something bad was about to happen. That abnormality finally calmed the representatives in the venue down temporarily. They looked at the scene in front of them in bewilderment. Especially the personnel responsible for maintaining the space station. They were sweating profusely as they carried out emergency repairs, but they were completely helpless against the existence that had invaded that place. In the end, a holographic projection of a string of red words appeared on the seats before all the civilization's representatives. Topic: Establishing a Pan-Milky Way trade market. Presenting civilization, the administrator. After that, the red light that enveloped the conference hall returned to normal, and the equipment that kept popping up error reports returned to normal. Everything before seemed to be an illusion, and only the holographic projection still showing the words indicated what had just happened. At that moment, everyone understood. The representatives who were fighting fiercely just now quietly returned to their seats and properly began the first round of discussion. However, there was no need to discuss that matter because the identity of the person who proposed it was enough to pass that topic. In the end, establishing a Pan-Milky Way trade market became the first goal of the Galaxy community with a 100% approval rate. After that, various topics were raised in turn, and after a harmonious discussion, it was decided whether they would be passed. The administrator never appeared again after raising a topic, but the civilization's representatives present felt ashamed. They felt that they were really too indecent to fight at the venue and even needed the administrator to mediate. How would the administrator who protected the Milky Way think of them? Would he think that they were a bunch of good-for-nothing? All in all, the first Milky Way conference ended peacefully. As for the topic raised by the Pyro Alliance at the beginning, the Space Whale Protection Act was kept for the next conference with 35% approval, 35% opposition, and 30% abstaining. Although they were unwilling, they knew that was not a problem that could be solved quickly. Therefore, they had to continue to promote the protection of space whales to pass that topic at the next conference. The Presolin worker bee had returned to the hatchery when the battleships released the fireworks. It felt that its mission had been completed. Li Wenyuan, who sighed that the Milky Way still needs more growth, pulled Grey Wind and left the 3 Union planet. Sigh, it feels boring. Grey Wind seemed rather bored. Her trip to the galaxy community seemed to not bring her enough fun. Li Wenyuan felt that it was all right, but what Grey Wind saw as amusement differed from the amusement in the eyes of ordinary people. After thinking for a while, he remembered the anomaly he had found somewhere in the Milky Way, so he warped there with Grey Wind. Is there a new adventure here? It feels like a new adventure. After all, this galaxy is too special. He had warped to a special black hole galaxy. Previously, because of the battle with the ring, he had never had the chance to come here, but now he had the time. When one of his research spaceships first came to this galaxy, he felt something must have happened here and marked that place. It was a black hole galaxy. A medium-sized black hole in the center had replaced an ordinary star as that galaxy's main gravity source. The most special thing about that place was that all the planets here were dead planets. Dead planet was a special kind of colony planet in the Milky Way. Generally speaking, dead planet was a habitable planet that had lost most of its livability after a series of events such as wars and catastrophes. Though most civilizations could not survive on it, there were life forms living on it. For example, some insects similar to cockroaches lived very well on such a planet. Therefore, that kind of planet was regarded as a livable alternative. When the civilization's technological level or the species' environmental adaptability had significantly improved, the dead planet would become a reliable colony. That black hole galaxy had more than 10 dead planets. There were no asteroid belts or giant gas planets. They were all livable alternative planets. That made Li Wenyuan feel that something was off. At the moment, he was not sure if it was related to humans, but he believed that after exploring, he would be able to discover the secret there. Thus, after bringing Grey Wind there, he began to scan the dead planets individually. The black hole was spinning, and time was passing. To Li Wenyuan's surprise, he found no abnormalities on those dead planets. Just like the names of the planets, they were dead silent. Could it be that someone has already taken the secret? Or is this place really formed naturally? He was still thinking about the situation in that galaxy, but he didn't notice the strange expression on Grey Wind's face. She began to look at the black hole at the center of the galaxy from time to time as if she had heard something. However, the equipment on Li Wenyuan's research spaceship did not detect any signals. Not until he was about to leave did he see Grey Wind's hesitant expression. What's wrong? He found it strange. According to Grey Wind's personality, she shouldn't have such an expression. Grey Wind thought for a while and said uncertainly, "I think I heard something calling me." What? Li Wenyuan was stunned. He checked the readings of the equipment on the spaceship again. He was certain that there was no abnormality detected. However, Grey Wind pointed at the black hole and seemingly confused about the facial expression she should show. "It seems to be coming from the black hole. I know this is against common sense and idealistic, but I feel it's in that direction." Her words made Li Wenyuan frown. He began to look at the black hole cautiously and then said to Grey Wind, "Don't follow me. I'll send the spaceship over to take a look." As he spoke, the research spaceship began accelerating toward the black hole. The black hole was still spinning, but the matter pulled in by its gravity and rubbed against each other at high speed emitted a large amount of radiation, forming a glowing disk around the black hole. It looked like a ring? At a certain moment, Li Wenyuan thought of the end of reincarnation in the Void Realm, but he quickly denied that guess and increased the scanning power of the spaceship. It was not until they reached a very dangerous distance that the spaceship finally detected a weak special signal. That signal seemed to be bound to the black hole's surroundings. Only by bravely approaching that distance could they discover the string of signals. Li Wenyuan was also very familiar with that signal, which meant it was related to humans. With doubts, he interpreted the signal. It seemed to be an audio recording. Many parts of it had already dissipated in the river of time, but the content still surprised Li Wenyuan. Signal interruption appeared again. This time, I was the one who was named. More than 10 of our warriors entered this place and did not return. Everyone is trying to persuade me not to go in, but my last instinct is telling me this is a journey I must experience. I am a professor, a person who has studied physics for a lifetime. Now, my life is coming to an end, right in this black hole. But this will also be a great discovery because I have seen the end of time and the never-ending cycle. And everything will be recorded here. Those words sounded very strange, and Li Wenyuan didn't know where to record them in the file. However, the database's reaction to the signal made Li Wenyuan's consciousness freeze. Strange cycle. Technology level 2. Introduction. This is a set of conflicting instincts, love, and social norms. We don't want to just cause an impact. We want to control everything. The advancement of technology will no longer have an upper limit. We will be in an infinite cycle and then improve ourselves infinitely until we can break the cycle. Possible technology, none. Chapter 119, The Hider in the Other World, 1. The signal that was trapped around the black hole hit a level 10 technology. That was completely beyond Li Wenyuan's expectations. His Tiangang battleship and warp drive technology were only level 8, but that strange cycle technology surpassed them. That made Li Wenyuan extremely curious about what had happened there. In the only audio recording, the scientist who left the signal seems to have chosen to enter the black hole. Li Wenyuan was slightly shocked as he looked at the black hole in front of him, which was glowing and faintly revealing its ball-shaped appearance due to the high-speed friction of its accretion disk. Entering the black hole was a behavior that made one's scalp tingle just at the thought of it. For such a celestial body that represented the end, Li Wenyuan found it hard to imagine what kind of fanaticism and resolve would drive that human scientist to embark on such a journey of no return. And, according to the records, more than one person had entered the black hole, but this scientist might be the last. What is the thing that appointed them? He recalled the words signal interruption appeared again mentioned in the record, followed by the appointed person. What was that thing that appeared again? Was it some kind of phenomenon? Was it some kind of life form? Or was it something even more incomprehensible? Even the humans of that era needed to sacrifice countless people to explore this secret. He thought about it and finally remembered Grey Wind's abnormality just now. If that were the case, was she being appointed by someone? But, appointing a compound nanobot. Li Wenyuan looked at the black hole, not knowing what kind of expression he should have. Although Grey Wind always used the appearance of the human body to move around, she was essentially a shell made up of countless tiny nanobots. Her true form was actually the nanobots in the distant star cluster that could form a civilization. Was the so-called appointment for her to throw in all the nanobots? But no matter what, Li Wenyuan would never let Grey Wind go on a journey of no return. Moreover, Grey Wind herself was not interested in that. After leaving the black hole, Grey Wind asked worriedly, "Did you find anything? The one who just called me, was it a ghost?" She didn't look like she was joking. It was as if she really thought that a ghost was calling her. Perhaps because she had been eyeing supernatural games recently that she was so sensitive about it. Can nanobots also see electronic specters? Don't think too much. It's all science. Although Li Wenyuan didn't know what was inside the black hole, he believed that it was still science since humans had entered it and successfully left behind a message. Grey Wind seemed to be relieved, but she still looked at the black hole occasionally. Perhaps she would become very sensitive to black holes in the future. But this place is still very good. Dead planets may be extremely inhospitable for ordinary species, but this problem does not exist for robots. There are more than 10 dead planets here. It's not bad to use them as a natural wonder of the universe. Let's build a star base here. Considering that there were traces of humans here and that the secret in the black hole was still unknown, he decided to occupy that place first so that he could monitor the abnormalities there. That way, if there were any changes in that place in the future, he would be the first to notice. Thus, in the Milky Way star map, there was another piece of land belonging to the lost robotic empire. The civilizations were used to that. They had long discovered that the administrator would always build star bases in places that no one had noticed before to declare sovereignty. They all knew that there must be something special in those places that attracted the attention of the administrator, but everyone tacitly avoided talking about it. When they passed by those places, they only took a glance from afar before leaving in a hurry, afraid of causing a reaction from the administrator. After all, other than some core galaxies that were not opened for entry, the administrator had opened the borders of most places. They did not want to receive a notice that the borders were permanently closed just because of their curiosity. Not only would there be fewer convenient passages in that case, but it would also attract hostility. That was undoubtedly something that no civilization wanted to happen. After leaving that special black hole galaxy, Li Wenyuan began to study the newly acquired strange cycle technology. It seemed to be a special recycling technology, just like how he had studied the gate builder. By repeatedly deciphering the secrets of the gate builder, he could truly understand everything about the gate builder and find the method to unlock their stargates. And from the description, the strange cycle might be some kind of never-ending technology. Every time I do research, I can gain something from it. That might sound like nothing at first, but it was actually very terrifying. Why did the Lost Empire fall? Although they had their own reasons, there was one thing that could not be ignored. They thought that they had reached the end and there was no possibility of improvement. However, if there were a certain theory in which something could be learned from every research, then civilization would not be stagnant. As long as enough time passed, the foundation of that civilization would reach an extremely terrifying level. Chapter 120, The Hider in the Other World, 2. Each time, one would be able to make oneself a little stronger. Under the endless cycle of time, the platform that had been accumulated would be much higher than any other civilization, and the path that one could walk would be longer. If other civilizations had already reached the end of their path, but your path seemed to have no end, in the long run, everyone could only look at your back from afar and choose to submit. So, could this be one of the secrets of how powerful humans are? Li Wenyuan felt that it was possible. From all the signs, humans had far surpassed any civilization in the Milky Way. Perhaps no matter in the past or in the future, there would never be an existence stronger than humans in this Milky Way. However, there was nothing he could do other than watch that level 10 technology shine on the technology tree because it was too difficult to research. According to his estimations, it would take him at least 2,000 years to cycle that technology once. His current research ability was not enough to support him in carrying out such difficult research. The road ahead is still very long. I think I have to at least cycle this technology 1,000 times. It's rare for the Milky Way to return to peace, and the galaxy community has been established. Everything is developing in a good direction. Not bad. Li Wenyuan shook his head and began his megastructure project. He was extremely passionate about those large and strong buildings. So when he lost his focus on the outside world, a new round of performances was ushered in on the Milky Way stage. In an inconspicuous small galaxy, there was a faint abnormal movement coming from it. In the Milky Way, that galaxy was named on the star map after the discoverer. However, the discoverer mysteriously disappeared not long after, and no one knew where he went. However, that was only a small matter. Every year, countless space adventurers disappeared for various reasons, so the disappearance of that discoverer did not attract much attention. Perhaps only his relatives and friends would remember that and try to find a person who had disappeared into the vast galaxy. Looking at that inconspicuous small galaxy. The reason why it was inconspicuous was that there were no real stars in that galaxy. The most massive object in the galaxy was a brown dwarf. The mass of such a planet was greater than that of a giant gas planet, but it was much smaller than an ordinary star. Its mass was only 5% of the Sunday. It didn't absorb enough material during its evolution, and its small mass prevented it from undergoing a fusion reaction, thus becoming a shining star. Because of that, the Milky Way called this brown dwarf a failed star. The planets that made up that brown dwarf galaxy were pitifully few. There were only 2 planets and a few other asteroids. To some extent, that was a place forgotten by the Milky Way. No one would care about such a place. Even the astrologers who specialized in brown dwarfs would not choose that place because it was too remote. Only the missing space adventurer would drift to such a place during his wandering and discover that place. But now, there was a commotion in that inconspicuous place. On the barren planet, some transparent light began to appear. They seemed to be filled with nothingness, and their floating bodies seemed to be unaffected by any physical laws. They floated bit by bit, then gathered bit by bit, and finally gathered into the appearance of some kind of life form. It was difficult to describe the appearance of those life forms at first glance. They seemed to be life from another dimension, so their appearance did not apply to this universe. It was full of abstract and chaos. However, perhaps it was because the consumption of maintaining that original form was too great. They had to choose to adapt to the rules here and gradually became the appearance of the Milky Way life forms. If the relatives of the missing adventurer were there, they would definitely be able to recognize the appearance of that creature. That was because their appearances were almost identical to that adventurer. Only a part of the details that were used to distinguish them were different. After those creatures appeared in that barren land, they began to communicate in their own language. Upon hearing, that was not any language in the current Milky Way. It was just like their previous appearance, full of chaos and abstract. However, as communication progressed, those complicated languages began to simplify and gradually filled with order. Soon, they formed words that could be understood. I can feel that the solid space here is weakening again. It's obvious that the technology of the shattered space structure has been abused again. This may be an opportunity. Opportunity. Among those creatures, some of them showed extremely obvious disdain. You woke us up just for this? Have you forgotten how those terrifying demons captured our companions and used them as consumables to extend the range of time and space? This time, the words of the person who spoke made the others tremble. A few of them almost couldn't maintain their stable life form appearance and had to return to their luminous appearance. The surface of the entire desolate planet fell silent again, as if everyone was silent because of that. Until someone suggested in a very weak voice, "Perhaps, we can use this disguise to take a look at this Milky Way secretly. As long as we maintain the rules of civilization, we may not be discovered." His suggestion caused a brief uproar in the crowd, but the result was still unexpected. The number of people who agreed with the idea beat those who disagreed with the idea by a small margin of 51%. Foolish. Someone was quite angry. "I think you've lost your minds. A useless life form of this world makes you so ambitious? Have you forgotten why we are hiding in this god-forsaken place?" However, someone immediately interrupted him. "Their lives are not eternal, and their civilization will not last long. This is the essence of this dimension. Even though they were very powerful at that time, they have already disappeared. The images I saw in the memories of that life form from this world tell me that this is the best opportunity. Even if they didn't disappear but went somewhere else, as long as we grab enough energy before they come back, we can still open the teleportation gate and leave this damn place before they arrive." Crazy. This is crazy. I won't fool around with you. I'll hide here until this universe returns to silence. The opposing ones angrily shook off their bodies and were about to leave that place when they saw the radicals suddenly move. They killed many of the opposing ones with lightning speed and then absorbed the scattered energy into their bodies. A bunch of terrified cowards. We are not asking for your permission but informing you. You who have lost your desires are no longer worthy of being our companions. Let your bodies become the first resource for our expansion. Chapter 121, The Infiltrating Story, 1. After the Milky Way stabilized, the cultural and entertainment industries began to flourish. The horror stories that were popular some time ago were quickly used by businessmen who smelled business opportunities and soon formed a stable industrial chain. Have you heard? One of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the Milky Way that has been trending on the internet recently seems to be related to the place we're about to enter. 2 young alien tourists were discussing the unsolved mysteries of the Milky Way in a tourist spaceship filled with tourists. The spaceship they were on was originally going to a zoo galaxy for a tour, but a particle storm inexplicably appeared in the galaxy they had to pass by, which forced them to take a detour to the zoo galaxy. Of course, I heard, it seems like countless spaceships had mysteriously disappeared in this place. Even the discoverer of the galaxy has disappeared. Isn't that so? If I had known that we would pass by here, I wouldn't have participated in this trip. They were still discussing, their expressions full of worry, as if they were really afraid of an accident. A seemingly knowledgeable adventurer overheard their conversation and confidently interrupted it at that moment. That's all fake. I've been to this starfield many times, and it's one of the busiest star passages in the universe. How could such a groundless disappearance have happened? He kept showing off his knowledge before the 2 young alien ladies. He even bragged about his asteroid-level adventure certificate, which could be obtained if one had money. The 2 alien ladies seemed revered by his magnificent figure and kept pestering him with questions. The adventurer enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped. After a series of flattery, the 2 alien ladies gradually brought him to their cabin. They seemed to want to continue listening to his great adventure story there. That made the adventurer even more flattered. He thought that his luck in love was coming. Although they were of different races, he wasn't one to have restrictions. Moreover, the efficient reproductive isolation would not burden him. However, just as he was about to show off his prowess, the cabin door was locked, and the entire room became dark. You want to play something exciting? Then I won't go easy on you, okay? He still couldn't understand the current situation. His amateur adventure life made him completely unable to sense any danger. Then we won't go easy on you too, okay? His words were repeated, and the cabin was filled with chaotic and malicious noises. Before he could react, the 2 alien ladies had become glowing life forms that enveloped him. In just a few seconds, the adventurer disappeared without a trace. When the lights were lit up again, there were still 3 people in the cabin, but they all had strange smiles. You see, the life forms of this dimension are so stupid. It's really hard to understand why those terrifying demons would be born in such a place. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and infiltrate. I can't wait to leave this damn place. As a result, the tourist spaceship lost contact for a while when it entered a certain brown dwarf system. The tourism department responsible for maintaining communication with it instantly entered a tense state, almost sending people to check on the situation. However, the tourist spaceship soon reappeared on the tourist star map and reported that it had been disturbed by a particle storm. That kind of situation was not rare in interstellar space, and because of that, no one suspected anything. In just a few days, it was forgotten. However, those who returned from their travels gradually returned to their own civilizations and caused a huge impact. On the mother planet of the Seculus Vengeance Crusade, the leader of the vengeful civilization was busy with approval work. Even though electronic marking had become mainstream, the leader still insisted on using that not-so-efficient method. But those familiar with him knew that was a way for him to inscribe his past. He was the one who had once made the entire civilization pursue pro-foreign policies and also the one who had turned the entire civilization into militaristic authority. He didn't blame his current self but felt remorse for his past self. On the first day after the resort planet was blown up, the angry people cursed him crazily, believing that he was a coward who caused the deaths of tens of billions of his compatriots. The vicious accusations and curses almost crushed him and forced him to resign from his position as a leader. However, he pulled himself together and withstood the pressure with the anger of revenge. He quickly reorganized the government with iron-blooded means and launched a war against his enemy, the Qin Empire. He had succeeded. He had destroyed that enemy forever in the long river of history. But he also failed. Every time he closed his eyes, he seemed to see the souls of his billions of compatriots crying at him. He had to go through a long treatment period to eliminate that sadness. However, even so, he insisted on dealing with physical documents daily, just like the day when he heard the terrible news. He wanted to engrave that matter in his life and constantly remind himself that he had to be cold-blooded. Chapter 122, The Infiltrating Story, 2. Only in that way could he protect everyone. The leader rubbed his stiff wrist and stood up to relax. Suddenly, he heard the entire leader's mansion shake as if something unexpected had happened. However, when he listened carefully, there was no sound. The leader frowned and quickly took out the weapon he carried with him. Turning on the communication device, he aimed the weapon at the door. What happened? He used the communication channel used by the guards to find out what had just happened. However, a rustling sound of electricity came from inside. Then, someone answered the call. Leader, there was an explosion in the pipeline below the leader's mansion just now. The engineering team is already repairing it urgently, but we can't rule out the possibility of a second explosion. For your safety, please leave this place first. The leader did not reply. Instead, he stared at the door and glanced at the surveillance camera on the wall. The scene in the camera was calm, but people were rushing past from time to time. It seemed that they had all received the notice to evacuate. There were also guards there to maintain order, which seemed like what they said. However, after a moment of silence, when the other end of the communication device did not hear the leader's reply, it seemed anxious. Leader? Leader? Have you left? This place is becoming dangerous. You need to hurry up. The leader still did not answer, but his gaze had already shifted from the surveillance camera. He sat back on the chair, threw the weapon in his hand to the side, and took out a button from his pocket. After that, he said calmly, "Who are you? Or rather, who are all of you? There's no need to pretend anymore. I'm familiar with everyone here. You imitated them very well, but perhaps you haven't adapted to life here. Some of the details aren't done well enough, and I saw through them." However, the other end of the device did not seem to change because of that behavior. It still said anxiously, "Leader? What are you talking about? If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Hearing that, the leader shook his head and said indifferently, "You need my complete body, right? That's why you want to lure me out. I didn't expect you to infiltrate even such a heavily guarded place so deeply. You even know clearly that explosives are buried here. I don't know what kind of life forms you are, but I think it's one of your techniques to read the memories of others by devouring their bodies and replicating an identical person. Are you trying to control the leaders of every civilization to do something? What a terrifying fellow. If you want my body, then come and take it yourself." The person on the other end of the device did not expect such an outcome. After a long while, he replied in an unpleasant voice, "I did not expect that this dimension is not filled only with good-for-nothings. But don't worry, it'll be your turn soon." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps sounded outside the door. The leader was still calmly holding the button to activate the explosives there. He kept transmitting the secrets he had discovered through the transmitter in the room. He didn't know how much the outside world had been infiltrated, but he believed that someone would eventually notice those abnormalities. He would try his best to pass on all the information he had obtained. When the door was opened, he looked up and saw something that made his pupils constricted. It wasn't some strange life form, nor was it some kind of disgusting scene. It was an acquaintance who had entered. It was even one of the closest people to the leader. It was a person who had died on the resort planet in the disaster. His assistant, who had been influenced by his thoughts since birth and quickly accepted his pro-foreigner doctrine, was actually his son. He originally wanted to groom his son to be his successor, but after he issued a leave order, that relative of his was sent to hell by him. That was the deepest regret buried in his heart. He wanted to apologize countless times, but in his dreams, he only saw the blood-stained sky and crazy questioning. "You? Father, no, you taught me to call you leader in formal situations. So leader, what do you think of my work?" Every expression and every tone of the person in front of him was so vivid that it was as if he was alive. That situation also caused the leader to fall into a momentary daze. He was thinking if he should continue like that. Even if he were devoured or copied, his memories would still be passed on to those life forms. In that case, he might be able to do something that he had never been able to do before, even in the memories of others. His hand holding the button loosened a little as if his heart had already wavered and was no longer firm. "Yes, Father, come and join me, join us, join the higher worlds. You will live with me forever, even if it's just a string of memories." The voice of the person in front of him guided them patiently. That group of life forms from another dimension seemed to have gotten used to the world and could hence imitate vividly. The leader's voice wavered, and his entire person became erratic. Are you still alive? Where did you go? I couldn't find you, not even in my dreams." Seeing that the imitation was effective, the person before him continued to tempt him. "Yes, I'm still alive. I've come to a high-dimensional world, this is an eternal zone. There are no enemies or hatred. Everything is peaceful and stable. Is that so? Then are you here to find me now? You didn't come to see me for so long. I thought you were gone." "Of course, we are here for this. After joining us, we will open the teleportation gate to the other dimension and return to our hometown, back to that happy area." The voice of the imitating life form was becoming more divine, and he was getting closer to the leader. He was just a little away from melting that stubborn fellow into the light of the other dimension. However, just as his hand was about to touch the leader, the expression of the Seculus Supreme Leader suddenly turned cold. Everything that had happened before seemed to be an illusion. From another dimension? A higher dimension? And, teleportation gate. He muttered to himself and pressed the button in his hand. The flames of the explosion flashed, and the entire building shook. The life form before him was stunned at first, then its entire expression became distorted, revealing the glowing hollow body hidden under its shell. The bomb in the leader's mansion was originally meant to be the last device to be used after the failure of the battle with the Keen Empire. Although they had won, the bombs here had not been removed under his orders. He wanted to remember that moment. They had thought that would become a memorial to their glorious victory and never be activated, but now it had unexpectedly worked. There was finally a hint of relief in the leader's calm expression. He was also very tired. It was time to reunite with his family. A few days later, the entire Milky Way was in an uproar. Almost every civilization had a large-scale rebellion, and countless special life forms of unknown origin controlled everything. They began to attack the entire Milky Way, but that was only on the surface. They seemed to be planning something bigger and then leaving that universe. However, some civilizations did not have any problems. It was needless to say for the Lost Empire. The other artificial intelligence and beehive civilizations were not infiltrated either. The First Turbulence Empire and the Second Turbulence Empire also had their methods to check for infiltrators. They had long forged themselves into an iron bucket. Aside from those civilizations, there were also Seculus and a few others. With the help of some of the sacrifices, they managed to minimize the impact of the infiltration and were the first to sound the horn of war. Chapter 123, The Silent Who is no longer silent. My fellow Milky Way compatriots. Our Milky Way home has been invaded by a group of despicable outsiders. Our leader died because of their infiltration. But before that, he still found a way to spread some information about these invaders. In order to maintain the peace of the Milky Way and to avenge the victims, we announce this information as follows. They are a group of creatures from a higher dimension or another dimension. At the very least, they have the ability to devour others, read their memories, and replicate an identical individual. Their goal seems to be to leave this world, so they need to build a teleportation gate. Everything we've encountered is an ugly conspiracy they've done to leave this place. Now, we will fight them to the end. From the Seculus Vengeance Crusade. The galactic announcement from Seculus quickly spread to every civilization, and it also helped the Milky Way civilizations that were troubled by the inexplicable rebellion find their direction. The rebellion began to be suppressed, and the technology to prevent infiltration was also being studied. During this process, the Second Turbulence Empire shared its method of identifying the infiltrators, which accelerated the resolution of the infiltration problem and won a wave of goodwill. After the crisis arrived, the galaxy community immediately called an emergency meeting to withdraw the Space Amoeba Protection Act, which was still under debate, and began to discuss how to deal with the crisis. No lost empire had responded to the crisis yet, but as a member of the galaxy, they would not expect the lost empire to take action. They knew very well that they had to rely on themselves at all times. There was almost no other way to rely on the help of others unless they eventually failed. Therefore, the first thing that happened was that all the member states of the galaxy community, as soon as possible, opened their borders to facilitate the assembly and navigation of the fleets. The Artificial Intelligence Civilization and the Beehive Civilization, which had joined the galaxy community, agreed to the request, too, because it was a common crisis for everyone. After a series of discussions, they decided to name this group of enemies from other worlds the World Breakers and designated them as the Milky Way Menace. Every place with traces of the World Breaker was urgently marked and shared with the entire galaxy. The nearby fleets would also begin to execute the annihilation plan immediately. Right now, they could not really be united as one, but their overall unity was gradually taking shape. Even the two turbulence empires that disliked each other had temporarily opened their borders, at least on the surface. Then, starting from the civilizations that were about to be defeated by the rebellion, the galaxy community began to summon the executive fleets for support. The civilizations would not, nor would they be willing to, hand over all their strength to the galaxy community, but it was still possible for them to contribute part of it as an executive fleet. Other civilizations that had the energy would also free themselves to solve the problems of their neighbors and gain a good impression of them. Soon, the infiltration problem caused by the World Breaker was suppressed to a controllable range. As long as time passed, the infiltration could be slowly eliminated. This was different from the initial idea of the World Breaker. The rebellion they had planned to cause should have caused at least half of the interstellar civilizations to engage in civil war, while the other half of the interstellar civilizations would perish. The cause and effect of all this was that they thought that their perfect infiltration had gone wrong. Some people had obtained their information and passed it on. In order to prevent more civilizations from knowing about them, the World Breaker had no choice but to trigger a rebellion in a hurry. Many of their original plans failed. At least part of our goal has been achieved. As long as we disrupt this universe, they won't have the energy to care about us. This way, we'll have enough time to rebuild the teleportation gate. A World Breaker life form returned to its pure energy form and began to activate a special power. The power was very similar to the Shinnick energy of the Void Realm, but there were also some differences. It was just that the performance in this universe seemed to be somewhat similar to Shinnick. The creatures that they had devoured before were all converted into pure energy, and they were shaped into huge luminous bodies that were as large as battleships in the void. These luminous bodies made of pure energy did not seem to exist in this dimension. Although they were limited by the laws of this universe, they still generally looked like battleships. However, every time they passed through this space, they seemed to be able to cause ripples. It was as if something was destroyed and then quickly reformed. The number of luminous battleships they could form was not many, but it was enough for them to use for the time being. This was only their defensive power. They needed to use most of their energy to form a portal that would allow them to return to their former world. Thus, in the inconspicuous brown dwarf galaxy, a glowing cylinder began to slowly form. Above it was an umbrella-like structure. Through the transparent luminous energy body, it was as if one could see the world of another dimension surging. Below the cylinder, ripples began to appear in the solid space. The dimensional structure was being destroyed, just like the warp engine. However, this shattered space did not reassemble. Instead, they became more and more fragmented, as if they were about to tear open a crack and open a passage between the two dimensions. This was what this group of world breakers had always hoped for. Ever since they came here, they had witnessed how their compatriots were captured by a group of terrifying creatures to be used as consumables to break the space-time continuity. By understanding the language here, they discovered that the group of terrifying creatures referred to them as high-dimensional demons, and thus knew the meaning of the word demons. However, after experiencing despair again and again, they realized that this group of terrifying creatures was worthy of being called demons. They were intruders who were doing physics research for others. Therefore, after paying a great price, they hid and swore never to move again, cherishing their hard-earned lives. However, as time passed, they became more and more unaccustomed to the rules there. Some of them could not help but have evil thoughts. After devouring a passerby and reading his memories, the world breaker realized that the group of demons did not seem to be there. To return to their long-lost home, they decided to stake everything. They cleared out all the opponents, then disrupted the situation in the galaxy through infiltration, and used the remaining energy to return to the former world. For this reason, they did not hesitate to abandon their high self-esteem, which had already been split into a few pieces, and used infiltration to delay time. And now, it was time for them to witness their return. It was a pity that their idea was completely impossible to succeed. Many objective factors had already determined that when they chose to be born, there would no longer be a place for them in this universe. In the Lost Robotic Empire, Li Wenyuan also learned about this group of creatures called the World Breakers through the Milky Way information. At first, he was prepared to clean up the pests as usual, but after careful observation, he realized that this batch of World Breakers really wasn't very good. Their main combat ability was even the fleet of the Milky Way civilization that had been infiltrated. As a group of enemies from the outside world, it was too low. He didn't even want to reduce the dimension to attack the garbage in the Milky Way. Besides, judging from the reaction of the galaxy community, this small crisis wouldn't cause much trouble. It was a good test of the unity of the civilizations in the galaxy. If the World Breaker could take out some special items that they only had as high-dimensional beings, he would choose to make a move. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to the World Breaker showing some strength, so as not to be crushed by the united Milky Way civilization. However, just as he was about to send out encouragement to the civilizations of the Milky Way, a lost empire that he had never thought of actually stood up and issued a somewhat meaningful announcement. "We are Break." "Ah, no, we are the Silent, a bunch of old fogies who are stuck in their old ways and dare not expand. One think it's time for us to fulfill our duties. There's no need to worry that our fleet will accidentally injure you. At least in this crisis, we will shoulder the responsibility of being guardians. We will eliminate this group of zealots and complete our final mission." Chapter 124, World Breaker, 1. The Silent had actually reacted to the crisis. This was something that none of the civilizations had expected, including Li Wenyuan. From their point of view, anyone could react to a crisis, except for the Silent. After all, according to the historical records that the Milky Way could trace, the Silent Lost Empire had never made any moves to clear the borders. Just like their names, unless they spoke, any attempt to communicate with them would be ignored. Perhaps it was because of his aloofness, or perhaps it was because of reasons unknown to everyone, but in short, no civilization had expected this lost empire to react. According to their thinking, perhaps only a real threat would make them move, just like the civilizations that invaded their borders. Things are getting more and more interesting. Li Wenyuan observed the situation in the Milky Way with great interest and began to wonder about the origins of the Silent Lost Empire. He didn't need to rely on intuition or other evidence to make a judgment. Based on his many years of experience in the Milky Way, he felt that more than 95% of the abnormal events in the entire Milky Way were related to humans. And now, he was speculating about the relationship between the Silent, who had suddenly acted strangely and had strangely become a crisis fighter, and humans. The picture came to the galaxy community, where representatives of various civilizations were gathered. They had been discussing how they could survive this crisis, but they were so shocked by the Silent's announcement that they didn't know what to say for a moment. The Pyro Alliance was the most affected. Their civilization had almost been destroyed by the Silent. Even now, they did not dare to reclaim their real mother planet, the habitable planet on the border of the Silent. It was impossible to say that they did not resent the Silent, but that was how the interstellar society was. Faced with a civilization that was far more powerful than them, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. After all, the other party had given them a way out, but they had only pushed their civilization back to the Stone Age. Strictly speaking, their Pyro Alliance batch had nothing to do with their former civilization. But now, this cold and heartless Silent had actually become a guardian. This left the Pyro Alliance at a loss for words. The Milky Way was not black or white. Most civilizations were in grey areas. Even the Pyro Alliance had some unspeakable darkness. This was a rule that had to be followed in the Interstellar era. They did not have the strength to change the rules, so they could only choose to adapt. The Pyro Alliance understood the logic, too. Therefore, they expressed their agreement to the Silent, who had become a crisis fighter and had sent a large fleet of battleships to various parts of the galaxy. Actually, it's a little unexpected. The observer, who seems to be the most amiable, actually didn't have any reaction. Instead, it was the most indifferent Silent, and the most elusive administrator who chose to stop the crisis. Indeed, perhaps the observer felt that the birth and destruction of the Milky Way was also a part of observation. In their eyes, this kind of crisis might be a test. Who knows? Perhaps they wouldn't make a move until the Milky Way withered to a certain extent. It's really the noble lost empire. Stop spouting nonsense. The observer has given us a lot of help. We can't deny all their contributions just because of one or two crises. Let's first discuss how to cooperate with the Silent. Therefore, the galaxy community targeted the Milky Way menace as the World Breaker started a new round of discussion. Although they were discussing how to cooperate with the Silent, the powerful Lost Empire didn't need their cooperation. Or rather, this group of world breakers who invaded the Milky Way was too weak. Relying on the junk of the current Milky Way civilization could not stop the advance of the Silent. The Silent's main target was not the infiltrated rebels, but certain critical nodes that were difficult for ordinary civilizations to detect. They seemed to be very familiar with this group of enemies. Every time they jumped, they could accurately find the existence of the ruler among the rebels and directly produce a crushing crossfire. And through the observation station, the civilizations could see what kind of existence the enemy that had infiltrated them was. On a certain battlefield, the Silent's fleet had already warped to this location. The chaotic battlefield was interwoven with rebels, defenders, reinforcements, and many other forces. However, after the Silent warped here, it immediately locked onto a small frigate that no one had noticed before. This frigate was rather inconspicuous on the battlefield, and almost no one noticed it. However, it was now being attacked by the Silent's fleet. Countless dazzling beams of light crossed the void and swept across the chaotic battlefield, accurately enveloping the frigate. Caught off guard, the frigate was directly submerged in the sea of light, as if it was about to disappear in an instant. However, an unbelievable scene happened. The frigate, which should have maintained the same shape as the other ships, suddenly became illusory and transparent. Even its posture seemed to be out of tune with the universe. Just as the sea of light was about to hit it, it strangely turned and directly passed by it, not causing any damage at all. Chapter 125, World Breaker, 2. Therefore, in the band of light that was full of energy, a strange luminous battleship could be seen. It seemed to have magic power, which made the energy avoid it as much as possible. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of many civilizations. After a complex discussion between a large group of researchers and computing devices, they discovered that the technology used in this luminous battleship might be different from the physical laws of this universe. The contradictory theory almost made them think that their calculations were wrong, but after countless verifications, the seemingly impossible result was the final answer. The technology used by the World Breaker might indeed be technology from another world. However, this situation seemed to have been within the expectations of the Silent. They chose to launch a saturated attack just to make these hiding ones reveal their original forms. Then, a strange weapon appeared on the Silent's battleship. Because it looked too abstract, no one even realized that it was a weapon. They thought it was some kind of functional device. A green light flashed, and several dark green translucent light belts struck the glowing ship. It clearly looked ordinary, but one could feel that even space was distorting wherever they went. The space junk on the path disintegrated into some special energy the moment it touched the band of light. It carried the band of light and enveloped the glowing ship. However, the seemingly invincible spaceship seemed to have suffered a huge blow. The laws that maintained its body were completely unable to be maintained at this moment, causing the entire shape of the spaceship to distort into some kind of chaotic light spot. It looked like it no longer had the appearance of a ship. In just a few seconds, these spots of light completely shattered and scattered into specks of starlight, which were quickly erased from the universe. During this process, the civilizations detected a special signal, which seemed to be the last wave of the light that had dissipated. Although it was a mess, they could still decipher part of the meaning, which seemed to be a mixture of shock, confusion, and curses. Before they could pay their respects to the Silence Fleet, the ships that came and went without a trace left. Their warp drive seemed to be special, and they had very short recharge times. After the luminous battleship disappeared, the rebel army in this galaxy fell into chaos. Countless enemies that looked like they were real suddenly disintegrated on the spot, turning into spots of light similar to when the glowing ship dissipated, and then dissolved in the background of the universe. The rebel fleet that had lost its commander was quickly defeated, and the civilization here also recovered the ships that had been taken by the rebel army without suffering too many losses. Although the lost empire felt that these were trash, they were valuable treasures to these civilizations. If they could be recycled, they had to be recycled as much as possible. However, did you notice that the Silent seems to be very familiar with this group of enemies? He easily found the key problem and directly destroyed the other party. That's right. From their swift and decisive methods, either the Silent has already fought with this group of enemies and knows their methods, or their detection technology has far exceeded our imagination and can easily detect abnormalities that we can't detect. But no matter what the reason is, it's a good thing for us. From the current situation, this group of world breakers shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Some of the people who had witnessed the battle quickly returned to combat mode after a brief discussion. Some places that hadn't been visited by the Silent still needed their help. Therefore, as the fleet of the Silent moved around the Milky Way, the civilizations of the Milky Way gradually solved their own infiltration problem and soon began to explore the origins of these world breakers. They wanted to eliminate this enemy with terrifying infiltration abilities once and for all. After clearing more and more places, they finally locked onto a remote desolate star area. And at this moment, the Silent launched its final attack. Countless battleships from various civilizations surrounded a brown dwarf galaxy. They did not expect that the source of everything was in such an inconspicuous galaxy. If not for the crisis that had erupted this time, they might not have known that there was a group of otherworldly invaders hiding in such a place until the Milky Way perished. They originally wanted to enter, but the Silent had taken the initiative to tell them not to participate in this battle. The enemy's weapons were very powerful, and their junk was just food for them. It was better to keep them and not pay for this battle that did not belong to them. Even though it was a little uncomfortable to be called junk, the Milky Way civilizations were very obedient and guarded the outer galaxies to prevent fugitives from escaping. Although they couldn't enter, all the observation equipment had been moved to this location. Everyone was curious about the relationship between this group of world breakers and the current Silent Lost Empire. Thus, the images of the battle were spread across the networks of countless civilizations. The familiar luminous battleships were stationed in the center of the brown dwarf galaxy. Unlike the small luminous battleships they had seen before, each of the luminous battleships here was as large as the Titan battleship. Its size also brought unparalleled firepower and defense. Even the Silent suffered losses in the process. However, this was not the most eye-catching thing. The most shocking thing was the mysterious space building protected by these luminous battleships. The translucent luminous building that looked like a fungus umbrella was rooted in the void. A powerful special power was gathered at the spatial junction below this building. It seemed to be the power used by this group of world breakers, a technology from the higher dimensions. The reason why they were so weak was that they had used almost all the power they had devoured on this anchor point building. The goal that they were trying to achieve at the cost of disrupting the Milky Way was slowly emerging under the building. The wormhole-like space vortex was slowly opened, and a strange energy storm kept flashing in the vortex, which seemed to be filled with an atmosphere of destruction. However, through the gaps of the storm, all the civilizations that were observing felt that the other side was a bizarre world. That world was completely different from this universe. The common laws of physics here had a new definition in that world. Just like the origin of the world breaker, that place might be the high-dimensional world. They came from there and would return there. Chapter 126, The Secret of the Silent, 1. The strange space-time rift was opened, but the group of world breakers did not leave immediately. Instead, they appeared extremely anxious. The individuals hidden in the luminous battleship were communicating in their unique language. What's going on? The passage has already been opened, but there's an additional barrier preventing us from going over. It's very strange. The opening of every teleportation gate should have attracted the attention of our compatriots. Why didn't anyone pass through the teleportation gate to come here? Is it because of that strange barrier? The world breakers who had thought that they were about to escape from the sea of suffering were all in a terrible state. They had no idea why such an unexpected situation had occurred. It was one thing for their plans to be disrupted, but after paying enough sacrifices, they managed to delay until the moment the portal opened. During this process, due to the excessive resentment and the fact that the species they called demons did not return, they could not help but have thoughts of revenge. They would open the teleportation gate and gather their compatriots who had not been able to come here to this dimension again. Then, they would devour this galaxy to make up for the grievances they had suffered. However, none of their plans came to fruition at the last moment. Every plan that they had thought of as the endpoint had an accident. Also, what is going on with those guys? One can feel a familiar but slightly different aura. They seem to be related to us. Another world breaker pointed out the civilization that was attacking their garrison, his words full of confusion. At first, they thought that their companions had come, but they did not expect to be attacked as soon as they entered. Their unique high-dimensional aura was difficult to imitate, which was why they were so puzzled. But soon, this doubt was answered. The besieging fleet of the Silent secretly activated their strange abstract weapons in the gaps between the main cannon attacks. While the world breakers were still using conventional means to defend themselves, a vicious blow suddenly came. The dark green band of light that he had seen before covered the luminous battleships of the world breakers, causing heavy damage to most of them. About 2/3 of the world breaker guards collapsed in the sneak attack, disintegrating into spots of light filled with strange energy. A large number of world breakers also became part of the light spots in the process. However, under the guidance of some highly alert world breakers, the energy did not dissipate but was collected again. It was Sabanash. This group of damned fellows, I was wondering why there was a familiar aura. This is a group of traitors who betrayed the higher dimensions. A world breaker pointed out the weapon used by the Silent in exasperation. The language that could not be read with normal pronunciation was what they called this weapon. They used this power that belonged to the higher dimension to destroy civilizations in countless dimensions. Generally speaking, only they could use such weapons. However, the enemies in front of them were obviously not the demons who had completely destroyed their self-esteem. Combined with the scent that they smelled from the enemies, they quickly realized who these guys were. I was wondering why one only found your teleportation gate back then, but I didn't find you when one came. So he had become the lackey of this dimension. You bunch of high-dimensional traitors. Sabanash. You are no longer worthy of our recognition. A large number of signals like these bombarded the fleet of the Silent like artillery fire. However, because this group of world breakers used their unique language, the Milky Way civilizations could not translate the meaning of these signals. As for the Silent fleet, they remained indifferent and focused on using their unique weapons to destroy the enemy bit by bit. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, the more the frenzied world breakers thought about it, the angrier they became. They had clearly followed the teleportation gate built by the group of former clansmen in front of them to this dimension. In the end, they did not get any benefits. Instead, they were almost exterminated by a group of terrifying fellows. After struggling countless times, he thought that he could at least find a way to return, but the door was blocked again. Forget it. At their most desperate moment, they discovered that the first batch of kinsmen who came to this dimension were still living like dogs. They even followed the life forms of this dimension to destroy them. At this moment, they were about to explode with anger. Even their thoughts of going back were covered by anger. They vowed to expose the true colors of this group of impostors. Why were these empty fellows who had nothing to protect able to survive while they had to die? Therefore, the group of world breakers, who were fighting to the death, seized an opportunity and used a unique weapon of their high-dimensional life forms to hit a Titan battleship of the Silent. The Titan battleship that was originally fine suddenly began to distort. The armor covering the surface began to crumble and fall off. The weapons that could be seen in interstellar space but were super powerful versions of the Lost Empire were also destroyed in this process. Chapter 127, The Secret of the Silent, 2. All the civilizations thought that the Titan battleship would turn into cosmic dust just like that, but they did not expect that behind the Titan armor that had fallen off was a glowing hull similar to the world breaker. This strange scene caused the civilizations watching to fall silent. They all realized what this meant. But nobody said anything. The representatives in the galaxy community, too, only glanced at each other and then kept silent. Li Wenyuan, who had also witnessed this scene, found it even more interesting. This is really an unexpected result, World breaker? The silent? How many secrets are hidden in this galaxy? As the records were further perfected, he felt that there was still a lot of history that he had not discovered in this galaxy. This is the universe. Vast and fascinating, ancient and buried with countless secrets. Only by touching this starry sky will you have such an experience. Sighing, he created a new record in the database, World Breaker. The scene returned to the collapsed Titan battleship, the Silent. The fact that its true form had been seen through didn't cause them to panic. The glowing hull flickered slightly, and the shattered armor and destroyed weapons returned to the original point as if time had reversed. Everything that had happened just now seemed to have been a bubble. Sabanash! You traitors! Even if we die, you won't have a good time if you are discovered. Among the world breakers, someone began to laugh maniacally. It was as if he felt that it was extremely interesting to be able to drag this group of dimensional traitors to hell. They were all invaders of the dimension. If they wanted to leave, they naturally had to leave together. However, the Silent didn't respond, just as silent as their names. After destroying the last world breaker, the brown dwarf galaxy returned to its unremarkable and peaceful state. Only the dimensional anchor that was still glowing like a fungus umbrella and the spatial rift below the anchor point still proved that a group of outside invaders had appeared there. Although the enemy had been eliminated, none of the civilizations were happy. That brief glimpse made them realize what was inside the lost empire known as the Silent. After all, this was a group of invaders from the higher dimensions. Even though they had disguised themselves as almost no different from the normal civilizations of the Milky Way, who could understand a group of high-dimensional life forms with the thinking of a normal person? However, that was another matter altogether. At the very least, they didn't show any hostility at this moment. Instead, they buried their wariness deep in their hearts and sent a thank you signal to the Silent. The Silent didn't immediately leave the galaxy. Instead, they ignored the signals and looked at the strange spatial rift. They had gradually adapted to the rules here as if they had been assimilated by this universe. An abnormality that only creatures of this dimension would appeared. For example, dreaming. Even after so much time had passed, each Silent couldn't help but feel tempted when they saw the teleportation gate that occasionally appeared in their dreams. In the past, they did not dream of a high-dimensional world. However, after descending to this world, they were gradually transformed by the laws here. They knew that this was a hope created by some kind of emotion, but they knew that it was just a dream, an illusion. When they chose to invade this place, going back had nothing to do with them. Now, they had no other choice but to continue their mission. Every individual of the Silent looked at the teleportation gate reluctantly, but they resolutely turned around and left. The fleet that had gone out once again returned to the home system of the Silent, a mysterious area that no other race had ever set foot in since its establishment. After that, they sent the second all-out message to the Milky Way. With this, our mission is complete. Destroying this group of spies is our final mission here. Our history is not worthy of praise, and we are too lazy to play this Milky Way game that is like playing house, so your caution is completely unnecessary. Because we will leave soon, and our traces will soon be buried in history. We have to admit that it is because of fear that we are sensitive to any border violation. Now that I think about it, this is really too cowardly. We need to be brave. Of course, that includes all of you. Goodbye then. Poor little guys. We are the World Breakers, a group of invaders who chose the wrong dimension. But at least we are lucky. Now, we will leave as the Silent. After this message, a huge energy fluctuation came from the territory of the Silent, as if something had exploded. Each of their galaxies had lost contact for a moment, and even the light of the stars had disappeared. However, it was only for a moment before these galaxies appeared again. However, when they were detected this time, there was only silence, as if the entire Silent had left the galaxy. This situation surprised the entire Milky Way civilization. They couldn't figure out what was going on. However, Li Wenyuan was different. The moment the Silent sent out the galaxy announcement, he had detected the special fluctuations hidden in the signal. This was a brand new encryption method, but it was somewhat familiar. It looked like a method that humans would use. Therefore, after some analysis, he understood the true message of this announcement. DWX number 1 encrypted file record, Professor. This is an experimental method of recording information. I'm trying to separate this information into their subconsciousness. When they want to say a lot of things at once, they will unconsciously form these special waves in the signal. Only we know how to decode them. I'll be very happy if it succeeds, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. What's recorded here isn't an important document. We have captured the first batch of high-dimensional life forms that came here and learned that they have many factions. As the teleportation portal is maintained, more and more will come. According to the expert's request, the first batch of high-dimensional life forms was used to fight the second batch of high-dimensional life forms to test her sociological theory. She wanted to know what kind of social form the high-dimensional life forms would form when they came to a low dimension. Would their social structure be the same as that of ordinary civilizations? I'm not sure if she got the results, but due to the loss of too many high-dimensional life forms, this sociological experiment was eventually stopped. Through research, one discovered that these high-dimensional life forms have an excellent understanding of space and dimensions. At the same time, they also possess some high-dimensional technology. After analyzing this knowledge in our dimension, we developed some new things. Moreover, this group of high-dimensional life forms can be used as materials to extend the range of the transition. If they are used as consumables, the effect is quite good. Therefore, we took away the remaining second batch of high-dimensional life forms and the third batch of high-dimensional life forms that had just arrived to experiment on the possibility of a great transition in a low-dimensional invasion. There is no need to pity these invaders. According to the information we have, they have already destroyed countless low-dimensional civilizations. Now, it is an eye for an eye. However, because we can't find a portion of the escapees, we should keep the first batch of high-dimensional life forms and let them clean up the mess. This is a group of high-dimensional life forms who can accept our teachings and understand us the most. With more nurturing, it might be able to enrich the Milky Way and even the universe's species, but isn't this something that experts are responsible for? Then, for the lucky ones who can successfully receive and understand this message, I'll leave a gift for you. In the vast galaxy, this is also a kind of fate, isn't it? Chapter 128, The Silence Gift. After reading the content of the hidden signal in the silent notification, Li Wenyuan was rather calm. He had long guessed this result. Now that it was confirmed, he actually felt that it was not strange. Even if he received a message telling him that the humans had already invaded the 10th dimension, he would not find it unacceptable. Should I believe it? As expected of you, he sighed and began to check the so-called gift left in the signal. Just as he expected, it was the coordinates of another galaxy, but it had never appeared on the star map before, which meant that this was a new galaxy. Without much hesitation, a research spaceship arrived at the gift galaxy. It was also when Li Wenyuan began to search for gift that the civilizations of the Milky Way finally recovered from the shock of the disappearance of the silent and began to search for traces left behind by them on a large scale. This was a living lost legacy, and it was still fresh. If he didn't hurry up, he wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Therefore, when they discovered that the planets, cities, and buildings of the silent were still preserved and not swept away by the void realm like the Watchers, they were all excited and wished that they could start the exploration immediately. During this process, friction naturally appeared again, but this chaotic situation only lasted for a short while before it calmed down. The galaxy community, which had been quite effective in the crisis, stood out again and began to organize joint development so that every civilization could participate in the whale feast as much as possible. Some of Li Wenyuan's research spaceships had also come to the former territory of the silent, but he was only interested in the history here, especially the parts that might be related to humans. As for the technology, he only found one thing that might be useful, and that was the technology corresponding to the mysterious weapon used by the group of world breakers. High-dimensional weapon, world breaker. Technology level, 6. Introduction: this is a product of a high-dimensional technology that has been understood and modified locally. Its core technology is to distort the laws of physics to achieve destructive effects. However, the laws of physics in this universe are very firm, and our technology is also very powerful. The effects it can achieve are quite limited. At least it's not of much use to us. Maybe it's okay to torture noobs? Possibility of technology, none. After experiencing the power of this weapon, he felt that its destructive power was completely incomparable to the light cannon. Only its ability to distort the rules was slightly useful. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. The civilizations of the Milky Way, who were used to the administrator's research spaceship, turned a blind eye to this. While they were still arguing, Li Wenyuan had already explored this area. He did not find any human ruins. Perhaps the silent itself was the biggest relic. I shouldn't have counted on it. He evacuated the research spaceship in that starfield and focused on the gift galaxy. It was a black hole galaxy, but what was special about it was that there was a material depressurizing device. It was a megastructure, but if one were to make a comparison, it was a bigger and stronger megastructure. It was incomparable to the small megastructures like the Century Formation and the Science Hub. If one had to say, this megastructure was on the same level as the circular world. Perhaps the materials required in the circular world were huge, and the technology required was not low either, but compared to the technological means, the material depressurizing device was more incomprehensible. There was a special record of this megastructure in the database. Material depressurizing device. Introduction. This is an incredibly great project. We never thought that we would be able to do this to snatch food from the tiger's mouth from a black hole. After in-depth research on anti-gravity technology and a full understanding of black holes, we used distorted gravity to enter the singularity. Together with a series of automatic matter depresses, processors, and furnaces in orbit, we successfully harvested the swallowed matter from the black hole. In terms of effectiveness, the material depressurizing device did not bring as many benefits as the circular world. After all, the material depressurizing device was essentially a giant mineral mining station. The matter that was compressed from the black hole was in a very primitive state and had to go through a series of processes before it could be used in industry. However, the material that could be mined by this thing might be unlimited. According to the size of this black hole, Li Wenyuan even felt that it would not wither even if it worked for hundreds of millions of years. It was also the moment he arrived in this galaxy that he received a familiar message that he had not heard for a long time. Detected the lost material depressurizing device, re-establishing connection. Connection complete. Gigantic mining station number 1 has entered supervision. It's really a mining station. If any civilization had such a megastructure, they probably wouldn't need miners until they were destroyed. He could see that there were enough primordial minerals piled up in the storage station of this material depressurizing device. If they were placed in the interstellar market, it would cause a huge amount of inflation. However, he naturally needed this batch of minerals. He needed a large number of alloys, and alloys required a large number of minerals. Even if his current output was already frighteningly high, he was still not satisfied with this situation. Because he already had a megastructure he wanted to build. Galaxy Miracle. Technology Level 7. Introduction. From the first sprout of life underwater to the first look at the stars. Miracles are no longer exclusive to myths. The power of civilization will break the boundary between the celestial bodies and us. The stars are under our control. We will build our own great miracles on these pearls. Possibility technology, 4-dimensional engineering, 3.6%, subspace engineering, 2.8%. Special remarks, wonders really rejuvenate the country. This level 7 technology provided him with a variety of incredible megastructures. Not only did he have the circular world, but he also had the material depressurizing device in front of him. He had already experienced the power of the circular world, and now the benefits of the material depressurizing device were gradually emerging. Li Wenyuan, who had a special liking for such large and powerful buildings, wished he could fill his house with them. Not bad, not bad. With this material depressurizing device, my speed of advancement will be further improved, right? Li Wenyuan was very satisfied with this free megastructure and silently gave the professor a thumbs up. At present, he had a circular world, a material depressurizing device, a giant dock, a science hub, a Chinook beacon, and a Century Formation that could not be fully repaired. These were all powerful megastructures that had brought him great help, although only half of them were built by him, and even the best ones were picked up. However, this did not hinder his firm determination to build a megastructure. This is infrastructure, that's right. He convinced himself and then began to explore the black hole galaxy further. Even though this celestial body was an extremely dangerous existence for the universe, there were still some planets that stubbornly revolved around the black hole. One of the planets, which was surrounded by an ocean and had 1,000-meter-tall waves rolling up from time to time, caught his attention. Because he discovered that there were natives on this planet. Chapter 129, Fish Tank. The planet in front of him was so special that Li Wenyuan could not help but pay too much attention to it. This was a planet that was completely covered by the ocean. There was no land on its surface. It was estimated that the average depth of water on this planet was more than 8,000 meters, and the deepest part was more than 20,000 meters. No matter how he looked at it, Li Wenyuan felt that it was the work of humans to have such a water-rich planet near the black hole. Due to the influence of the tidal force, the ocean planet was constantly surging with huge waves. This time, it was truly monstrous. The waves could form a 1,000-meter-tall wall of water, scraping layer after layer on the surface of the planet. Such a huge wave had already reduced the general livability of the place, not to mention the harsh space environment near the black hole. Strictly speaking, this place was not suitable for any intelligent life. This strange giant wave landscape also led Li Wenyuan to call this special ocean planet Giant Wave Planet. After all, the ocean planet could give birth to intelligent life. The first turbulence empire was a kind of aquatic life form. Their origin was a gentle ocean planet. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to give birth to intelligent life on such a giant wave planet. The overly harsh surface environment prevented the possibility of complex life from being born. Perhaps only in the deep sea could there be some special intelligent life. At first, Li Wenyuan was very interested in the planet itself. After all, there was too much water here. In this black hole galaxy, other than this giant wave planet, the rest of the planets had become barren planets due to the harsh space environment, without any life. However, this giant wave planet was clearly about the same size as other planets, but its atmosphere did not dissipate, and the water content was firmly locked on the surface of the planet. The situation looked different. Li Wenyuan felt that humans were experimenting here. A black hole galaxy with a material depressurizing device, what kind of experiment is it doing? His research spaceship approached the giant wave planet and released a large number of drones for reconnaissance. The environment here was only the endless deep sea. It was much more troublesome to explore than those ordinary planets. Although drones could also be used for deep sea exploration, the efficiency in the water was much lower than in the air. However, in view of the special environment here, Li Wenyuan called Grey Wind over to see if she was interested in this place. As he expected, Grey Wind showed great curiosity. A giant wave planet with a depth of 10,000 meters? Isn't this a great place for adventures? The game she had been playing recently was deep sea horror developed by the first Turbulence Empire. This group of aquatic life forms had a much more detailed understanding of the ocean than ordinary creatures. Even for the current interstellar civilization, the ocean no longer had any secrets, and everything could be used. However, this interstellar civilization made up of aquatic life forms still retained their reverence for the ocean. Their countless works were related to the deep sea and were filled with ancient primitive fears. In the current era where horror stories were popular, it became a cultural trend. However, this was just a little spice for entertainment. This was because these interstellar civilizations had done a lot of things like pumping water. Sometimes, even if they drained all the water on a planet, they would not see the terror of the deep sea. In the interstellar era, the unknown of the universe was even more terrifying. However, Grey Wind probably didn't mind eating it. The adventure in the deep sea was a story that she had never thought of before. Perhaps in addition to the nothingness of space, the unknown deep sea was also a unique seasoning. Hence, she entered the giant wave planet without asking Li Wenyuan. As Grey Wind and a large number of reconnaissance drones went deeper, the internal environment of this giant wave planet was gradually revealed to him. As he expected, there were only some simple microorganisms and algae living on the surface of the planet. Occasionally, slightly more complicated creatures would come to this area and quickly dive. The huge tidal force would cause the surface of the sea to roll up and then fall. During this process, no creature could resist the huge impact of falling directly from the sky. This was no different from directly falling onto the surface of the rock. However, after leaving the most dangerous area on the surface, the species on the giant wave planet suddenly increased. It was difficult for the light from the black hole to penetrate this depth, and the creatures here looked very casual. It was almost necessary to not have eyes. The evolution of the body was also adapting to the environment here. Some kind of fish with streamlined bodies could be seen moving quickly through the water. In order to adapt to the water pressure, their muscles were extremely strong, and their powerful tails made them foam in the water like arrows. Before their food could even react, they suddenly lost half of their bodies, and the other half disappeared into the ocean a few seconds later. Only the full predator was swimming leisurely. However, this was only one part of the food chain. A tentacle suddenly shot out from the depths of the sea, dragging the predator that had just eaten a full meal into the deep sea. As for its fate, it was obvious. A complete and stable ecological cycle was formed on this planet, and it was in this area with the most biological mass that Li Wenyuan discovered a deep-sea observation station left behind by humans. What's that? Under the curious expression of Grey Wind, a giant floating building that was motionless in the torrent gradually revealed its full appearance in the dark ocean. It looked like a giant top, and its outer shell was covered with fluorescent materials, becoming the only source of light in the dark sea. Logically speaking, the phototaxis of deep-sea fish should have caused the creatures here to swarm in groups, but a sound wave that surrounded the huge building at all times dispersed those creatures. Compared to the bustling area, this place was undoubtedly much quieter. However, this might be the situation needed for such a deep-sea observatory. As Greywind and his drone approached, he also received a signal from the observation station. Gentle reminder from Deep-Sea Observation Station 003. This is a fish tank. Please do not disturb the ecological environment here. Otherwise, some poor researcher will lose his research results. Fish tank. This special form of address stunned Li Wenyuan for a moment before he immediately understood. This should be a breeding area for some kind of experimental material. I guess the research topic is about the evolution process of living things in an ocean planet in a black hole environment. Actually, it was quite normal for such things to appear. Not to mention humans, even in the current interstellar society, due to the rapid development of productivity, many experiments were carried out on planets. The Milky Way was so vast that it couldn't always be limited to a small planet. There were already quite some interstellar tycoons who bought several desolate planets and built artificial eco-cities on them. They captured some natives and made them treat them as gods to enjoy the feeling of being worshipped. Some bold and crazy scientists secretly invaded the native planets for some sociological research, causing internal turmoil and expanding the experimental samples. These were all actions that could be achieved in the interstellar era, so humans of that era could have such a planetary fish tank. However, what surprised Li Wenyuan was that other than the human signal, he also detected other signals. This kind of signal was completely different from what humans usually used, but it was full of patterns. It was probably a signal sent by an intelligent creature. After the translation, Li Wenyuan became more and more curious about the deep-sea observation station. It was a distress signal. We have been invaded by the enemy. Please provide support as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Fish and Fish Tank. A suspected civilization had appeared on the giant wave planet, which was unsuitable for intelligent life. The signal from the deep-sea observation station was obviously meant for the deep sea. This kind of signal could be transmitted over a long distance in water, but it was not suitable for transmission in air or vacuum. As a result, Li Wenyuan did not receive any signals from this place when he was in space. But can such a place give birth to natives? Not only Li Wenyuan, but Greywind was also quite curious about this. Not only that, but the natives here seemed to be living in this kind of deep-sea observation station built by humans. They had even developed to a higher level. Li Wenyuan even wondered if it was another human being who had used up the fish tank and reused it to create an observation station for sociological experiments. Although humans had disappeared, life here was still evolving normally. They built their own civilization around these deep-sea observation stations. Let's go in and take a look. Just as Li Wenyuan was about to suggest this, Greywind had already dispersed into a nanobot storm and entered the interior of the giant building through the cracks. It would take some time for his drone to enter. Nanobots are really useful. In the future, I'll change these scientific research equipment to nanobots. As he thought about this, he received a picture from Greywind. The observation station was filled with a large number of lights and an artificial sun in the air. The ratio of various gases in the air was similar to that on Earth. Strange buildings with different functions stood inside the observation station. These buildings, which were obviously built to imitate the style of the observation station, were somewhat nondescript and did not look like they were built by humans. In addition to these things that might be related to the natives, the environment here was also very humid. It might be some improvements made by the creatures here in order to survive. This huge observation station in the deep sea could accommodate about 100,000 people. Perhaps it was not only built for observation but also as an experimental area. After his drone connected to a port of the observation station, he obviously had a much higher level of authority and directly took over the system of the observation station. After a cursory inspection, he already understood what this place was used for. Number 3 Deep Sea Observation Station, now rebuilt into the Deep Sea Civilization Experimental Area, Log Record 1. The research as a fish tank has been quite successful. According to the expert's suggestion, we have put a primitive earthworm into one of the deep-sea observation stations. We've tried to nurture civilizations in the orbital station and have been successful. Can civilizations also be produced in the deep sea? With anticipation, we have set up an evolutionary accelerator in the experimental stage. We hope that this group of ambushers will bring us a different surprise. An experimental civilization station. He recalled the 4 crouching dragon phoenix chicks in the circular world. Under the favorable environment of the circular world, the civilizations there were basically heading for destruction. However, this civilization, which was located in the harsh environment of the deep sea, seemed to be living well. Li Wenyuan also saw the record of the evolutionary accelerator in the log. Experimental Evolution Accelerator. Introduction: the overly stupid primitive creatures have worn out too much of our patience. Even though genetic technology can expand their brain capacity and forcibly increase their intelligence, it is still a long process to let these primitive animals understand civilization. Therefore, we decided to let them go and use fully automated machines to accelerate their natural selection. We decided on the most suitable one based on cruel natural selection. I believe that after experiencing such a cruel survival test, they will truly understand the importance of civilization. Special remarks: when used together with the civilization accelerator, the effect will be even better. It was also at this time that his database received brand new technology. Cruel evolution theory. Technology level 5. Introduction: every species that can stand at the peak of the planet undoubtedly has an extremely terrifying past. They had exterminated countless other creatures and experienced several changes in the world before they could reach this stage. However, this process is still too slow. Before they form a civilization, we can use some external means to accelerate their natural selection. Possibility technology, perfect evolution, 100%. As it was only a level 5 technology, and it was related to species evolution, Li Wenyuan was not very interested in it at first. However, he soon realized that this technology was different from the rest. This level 5 technology was marked with a red skull. In his current technology tree, only the natural disaster plan, a level 7 technology that could destroy the galaxy, had such treatment. What kind of danger does this cruel evolution bring? While he was still thinking about it, he realized that the logs belonging to humans here had ended. Perhaps the people at that time wanted to find a time to retrieve the data, but their attention was quickly attracted by other things, so much so that they forgot that there was an experimental area there. As expected of all of you, Li Wenyuan felt that this kind of casual behavior was very much in line with human behavior. Although there were no records of humans after that, the indigenous people who lived here still found ways to learn how to use the equipment here and built what seemed to be a local area network. Most of their information was also recorded in the network here. This kind of native encryption method was almost non-existent to Li Wenyuan. He easily cracked the firewall here and saw the process of the civilization development of these natives. The observation station in front of him was limited by the environment. The civilization here could not go into space, but it seemed to have formed a unique civilization environment. The most obvious was his understanding of the world. Since they were in this observation station when they were enlightened, they understood that this observation station was the world, and the deep sea outside was the universe. In their ancient myths, a god created heaven and earth in the observation station, isolating the terrifying outside world from the outer wall of the world. The movement of the machines here to maintain the normal operation of the observation station was even understood as a natural phenomenon. For example, there was a kind of air moisturizer hidden in the inner wall. Every once in a while, it would spray out water vapor to maintain the humidity here at a level suitable for the life of this kind of earthworm. This was a law of nature in the world of this group of ambushers, and there was even an explanation. In addition, there was also a small dimensions creation device left behind by humans to provide sufficient resources for the development of civilization. This magical creation of things machine was also an objective law in the world of these amphibious life forms. They felt that the world was like this. It was their common sense that there would suddenly be more resources every once in a while. Limited by the narrow environment and content here, the amputated creatures here formed a social form of scientific theocracy. In their world, they were the only successors of the Creator, and the deep sea outside the observation station was a destroyed world. They were the last paradise. In order to find more places to live, they had to develop technology. Li Wenyuan felt that their social form was quite interesting. The sociological experiment that humans did here was indeed interesting. If they came to the surface of the ocean and saw the real universe, what would they think? While he was still thinking about this situation, he realized that such a situation had indeed happened in the history of this group of ambushers, but it was considered taboo. Many of their scientists were curious about what was above and below the outside world, but because of the water pressure, the level of technology required to explore the bottom was much higher, so exploring upwards became their first choice. However, the dangerous surface of the ocean also made many scientists unable to return. Only one lucky person successfully brought back his experience. He said that there was a vaster world above, a bigger sky, and a black sun, and the universe they were in was actually only a small part of the entire world. However, his statement was denounced as heresy, and the amputated scientist became the first person to be sentenced to the crime of treason. They still firmly believed that what they were used to was the real world, so from then on, exploring upwards became a forbidden matter. Their actions reminded Li Wenyuan of a certain idiom. Other than that, he also realized the other meaning of this fish tank. Will fish understand that they are actually in a fish tank? He couldn't help but look up at the sky. He felt a bone-piercing chill, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem. In the end, after some careful consideration, he recorded the story here in the archives and named it Fish Tank. Chapter 131, Deep Sea Invasion. Looking at the giant wave planet orbiting the black hole, Li Wenyuan felt that this might be the most important part of the galaxy. Originally, he thought that the gift that the professor mentioned was referring to the ownerless material depressurizing device, but now he felt that it was hard to say. Was this planet named Fish Tank hinting at something? Li Wenyuan felt that he might be overthinking things. After all, this seemed to be a place where humans conducted sociological experiments. Perhaps they just wanted to watch a good show of sitting in the well and looking at the sky and had never thought so much. Maybe I'm too sensitive. He forced himself to bury this matter in his heart and then continued to check the history of this civilization. Although the upward exploration was banned, the exploration in other directions was still going on like the sun at noon. This scientific theocracy civilization might not be good in other aspects, but the technology related to the deep sea was top-notch. With the help of the magical dimensions creation device, although their population was only a few 100,000, they did not need to do too much basic labor. More than 95% of the population were experts in various fields. Through the exploration of exquisite deep-sea navigation equipment, they discovered that there were actually many uninhabited homes in the outside world. They were actually deep-sea observation stations located elsewhere on the planet. However, this shocking discovery still led this civilization into a long pioneering era. They spent nearly 1,000 years colonizing all the deep-sea observation stations. Such actions had successfully expanded their population to 2 million. For a deep-sea civilization, this was undoubtedly a feat. However, they did not go up to explore. Under the guidance of the powerful theocracy, their exploration focus was placed on the deeper sea. This was also the beginning of their calamity. The current era was called the Cataclysm Era. However, Grey Wind suddenly said with excitement, "Look at that thing. This is the monster I imagined in my dreams." Following Grey Wind's guidance, Li Wenyuan saw what the thing she was talking about was. It was a terrifying creature that looked like a giant octopus. It had hundreds of powerful limbs. As the suction cups on the tentacles contracted and opened, one could see dense teeth hidden in them, making one's scalp go numb. It was about 1/10 the size of the giant deep-sea observation station. It was a rather large body for a building that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. However, for an interstellar civilization, this thing was still too small. The space creatures that often wandered around were all as big as large battleships. This was also the reason why interstellar civilizations did not pay much attention to the ocean. After all, no matter how big the things in the ocean grew, they were not as big as these space creatures wandering in the universe. In terms of size, their deterrence was much smaller. Moreover, their strength was not very good. Not to mention the interstellar civilization, the natives who were still in the atomic age could directly destroy this creature with a nuclear bomb. However, for Grey Wind, who had been in space since he was born, this monster of the deep sea was still very interesting. However, the giant octopus in front of her was a little special. It seemed to have a high level of intelligence. Li Wenyuan was very sure that the distress signal that he had detected earlier was sent by this giant octopus. At this moment, it was waving a huge limb, leisurely swinging a transmitter that did not match its size. Every once in a while, it would send a distress signal to the outside world. It looked like, it was like a lanternfish fishing. He explored the inside of the intact observation station and found that the giant octopus would carefully avoid every building and even every flower. It was able to control every inch of its muscles flexibly. Even if it was clinging to a large building inside a deep-sea observation station, it did not cause any damage. However, the species that should have lived here had disappeared. Judging from the sharp teeth that were constantly squirming in the suckers of the giant octopus's tentacles, the residents here were probably dead. Moreover, he detected some special energy fluctuations from the giant octopus. Even the Chinook octopus is here. Having dealt with Void Realm experts countless times, he had already confirmed that it was the fluctuation of Chinook energy. Furthermore, such Chinook waves were not considered low even in interstellar space. Only some Chinook masters could reach such a level. If the spiritual octopus were to be seen by those idealistic civilizations, it might even be addressed as the venerable octopus. This is unbelievable. What did this civilization do? Li Wenyuan began to check the files that were sealed as top secret by the natives here. Then, he saw this incident. The case of the missing evolution accelerator. Record time, year 328 of the pioneering era. Description: since the Pope re-established God's kingdom, the machine left behind by the power of this God was used as a symbol. After dismantling it, it was transported to the new God's kingdom. However, one of the submarines that was loaded with the main structure disappeared in the process. It was speculated that it was dragged into hell by the undercurrent. According to the description of the case, a submarine with the main structure of the evolution accelerator sank deeper into the sea, and it was completely impossible to find it. However, Li Wenyuan knew what the evolution accelerator was. The most important part of it was not the machine itself, but a special substance that accelerated mutation. This substance would greatly increase the desire for reproduction and metabolism of living creatures, and at the same time, cause a large number of mutations in the genes of future generations. Almost every living creature would be infected by this substance and mutate. Through quantity, they would produce a sufficiently outstanding species. Finally, through countless rounds of accelerated cruel elimination, a creature that had reached the peak of both physical and intellectual strength would appear. This creature would become the foundation of civilization. The civilization here might have wiped out countless of their close relatives in the process of evolution, but they just didn't know about it. But just like the corresponding technology of this machine, this was a cruel evolution that was artificially accelerated. It sounded like goo refinement. Although this machine would stop working after the emergence of civilization, the materials stored in it would definitely not be exhausted. After a civilization was destroyed, it would speed up the process of a new round of natural selection. The giant octopus in front of him was very likely a creature that had been improved by the missing evolution accelerator. Under the water pressure of the deep sea, the substances in the evolution accelerator might have leaked, causing unpredictable pollution in the deep sea. And this octopus was likely to be the new overlord of the deep sea. According to the records of the cataclysm era of this civilization, he felt that it was almost the same as his idea. Catastrophe. Record time, Cataclysm era year 0. Description: a large number of scientists who were exploring the lower reaches began to disappear. A large number of guards began to search for the source of all this. In the end, we discovered these enemies. Their bodies are incomparably huge, and they also possess various strange powers. They came from the outside world, and their goal is to destroy us. Had this civilization been destroyed? No, this Chinook octopus seems to be using bait to lure the octopus civilization to send more people over. The drones in other locations in the deep sea also sent news one after another, confirming his thoughts. This civilization had not been destroyed yet, but it was not far away. At this moment, they were left with only their home, which was still floating in the sea with difficulty. The reason why it was difficult was that a few enormous tentacles that could not be seen at a glance had wrapped around the observation station and were dragging it deeper into the deep sea. If it wasn't for the fact that the human thing was very strong, it would have really dragged it down. However, judging from the size of those tentacles, this mysterious creature's size had reached a terrifying level. Even the observation station that could accommodate more than 100,000 people seemed like a toy under its tentacles. Initially, Li Wenyuan didn't feel much about this, but he thought of the image that this fish tank might represent. He felt that this meant that an unpredictable threat would destroy the fish tank world. He felt that he might have vaguely grasped something, but he could not touch the layer of fog that was right in front of him. Did the humans sense something? He actually already had some bad guesses, but if that was really the case, then everything in this universe might not be so easy to say. Chapter 132, The Sky from the Well. A large-scale crack has appeared in Residential Area 25. Where is the maintenance team? All the exits have been sealed. We're doomed. The Pope in God's kingdom sat on his chair, expressionlessly receiving emergency communications from all parts of God's kingdom. It wasn't just the ones in God's kingdom. SOS signals were also constantly coming from other homes, but the content was extremely simple, and they lacked the secret code that they used. It was obvious that they were disguised. Perhaps the only home that was still barely maintained was the one he was in. He understood that the reason for all of this was the loss of the evolution accelerator. This divine machine that gave them civilization could also help other lives advance. However, he thought that as the chosen ones of God, they could resist the invasion of these foreign enemies, but reality proved that they were powerless against the enemy due to the limitations of this world. He was now wondering why God created them, and why didn't he come out to save them when they were about to perish. He felt that they had done a good job, but the technology that they were proud of was useless against those unknown existences. Perhaps, going up is the correct path. He suddenly muttered to himself. When the priest beside him heard this, he lowered his head and pretended not to hear anything. However, the Pope didn't care anymore. It didn't matter if the things that were strictly forbidden by him were announced now. After all, they were about to be finished. Priest, tell me, what exactly is up there? The Pope asked the priest who had just lowered his head, his expression full of thought. Only a few people knew about this taboo history, and unfortunately, the priest, who was a trusted aide of the Pope, knew about it. However, after hearing such a question, the priest realized the current situation and no longer acted as timid as before. He looked at the Pope's face. Even if the surrounding earth was shaking and screams were endless, he did not care. He only hesitated for a moment before answering sincerely. I privately believe that the above is the true world. The place we are in is actually only a part of this world. Their social regime, the scientific theocracy, naturally could not produce fools. There were many smart people among them. Even though much unscientific common sense had been formed due to the distorted living environment, there were always some talented people who could detect subtle anomalies through various phenomena. However, everyone tacitly didn't delve into this matter and just continued to live like this. It wasn't because of the strict ban of the theocratic church, nor was it because they couldn't continue to explore their methods. They knew very well that their actions were deceiving themselves. However, they still chose to remain silent because it was a huge impact on their worldview. They could not accept that their world was actually just someone else's experimental field. They would rather lie to themselves than accept this kind of news that could make people commit suicide collectively. However, at this moment of destruction, this priest was just like the Pope, indifferent. After hearing his answer, the Pope nodded. Through the door of the temple, he saw more and more seawater pouring in. Only a few hundred of their million people were left. It was impossible to maintain the basic population needed for reproduction. Although they could survive in the water for a period of time, it depended on where they were. They were in the deep sea thousands of meters below. The water pressure could kill them directly. Moreover, there were many ferocious deep sea fish here. The moment they were entangled, they had already announced their death. Before the seawater washed over the place, the Pope asked the priest one last question: do you think anyone would create a world just for fun? At this moment, the priest was the only one left beside him. The other saint attendants were either panicking or searching for a chance to survive. However, the Pope and the priest had already seen through the nature of this place. There was no longer much meaning in living for them. You already have the answer, don't you? That's right. Is the God who created us only in someone else's world? The torrent swept through, turning everything it passed into ruins. The last home of the civilization was also dragged into the deep sea and gradually disappeared. At this moment, Li Wenyuan had already left the place. He appeared to be in a hurry. He had a simple conversation with the Chinook octopus and confirmed that it was a battle between the natives. Although the Chinook octopus was very disobedient at first, it became quite docile after being beaten by grey wind. The species in the deep sea had been infected by the evolution accelerator and had become extremely agile. It had even found a way to connect to the void realm. With the enhancement of Chinook, their intelligence was even higher. It did not take them long to discover the deep sea observation stations in the middle of the ocean. This soft-bodied civilization initially wanted to cooperate with the amphibious civilization. After all, they did not know the depth of science inside these mechanical creations. However, the amphibious civilization directly regarded them as evil gods from the outer world and launched an attack. The result was self-evident. The enraged soft-bodied civilization naturally launched a counterattack and quickly destroyed the amphibian life forms that had to rely on the observation station for survival. During this process, the soft-bodied civilization realized that their enemies did not recognize the essence of the world and treated the deep sea as the real world. In terms of worldview, this long-developed, amphibious civilization was not even as advanced as the soft-bodied civilization. The evolutionary history of the observation station restricted their knowledge and confined them to this narrow well. The current soft-bodied civilization was trying to find ways to study the technology in these observation stations. The Chinook octopus that Li Wenyuan met was one of their scientists. They wanted to leave this planet filled with seawater and see the true appearance of this universe. Before he left, Li Wenyuan left behind the blueprint of the hyperspace engine. Until they could understand it and successfully build their first hyperspace engine, there might be another rare aquatic civilization in the galaxy. However, this was only a small matter during the journey. In view of the strong image of this fish tank planet, Li Wenyuan now had a sense of imminent crisis. Based on his intuition, he felt that his guess was correct, but there was no evidence to prove it. For this, he needed more information and more production. Perhaps he would understand all of this when he reached the level of humans. I have to speed up. Chapter 133, Dawn of the Artificial Intelligence. Li Wenyuan felt that his development speed was actually quite fast. At least compared to the current Milky Way civilization, it was even faster than the hyperspace engine. When he first came to this universe, he was poor and did not even have a spaceship. The first time he flew, he used a pirate spaceship that he had stolen. However, as they explored and discovered, the broken energy-producing buildings were gradually repaired, and the ownerless megastructures of humans were also recovered and placed under supervision. His productivity was increasing exponentially. In less than 100 years, he was already much stronger than all the civilizations in the galaxy. Initially, he thought that this situation was not bad, but with the discovery of the fish tank planet and the further revelation of human secrets, he realized that the universe might not be as normal as it seemed. Now, he could not even completely inherit the legacy of humans, let alone reach the level of humans in the past. For this reason, he could not stop. No matter what, we still have to count on the megastructure. In order to improve our research capabilities, one need a circular world with huge scientific research output. It's best if we have a few more. Moreover, building a circular world requires a large number of alloys, and alloys require a large number of minerals and energy. Even if there are two lost empires, it will still be a little difficult. Although he lamented that his output was not enough, if other civilizations in the Milky Way heard this, it would definitely be another Versailles. Take the Observer for example. It had not experienced any wars or suffered any crises. Logically speaking, he should be the most powerful of the lost empires in the Milky Way. However, if they wanted to build a circular world immediately, they would not be able to take out so many resources for the time being. After all, this megastructure required the most resources, and it also brought the best effects. In fact, Li Wenyuan had already chosen a location to start building the circular world. The moment he discovered the material depressurizing device, he had already started his first Galaxy Miracle project. There was a lot of preparatory work to build the circular world, including the exploration of the stability of the star, the calculation of the location of the circular world, and the dismantling of the planets in the galaxy. These were all very time-consuming things, not to mention that this was just preparatory work. The circular world had not yet begun to be built. Even though Li Wenyuan's current construction efficiency was very high, it was still impossible to complete such a super project in a short period of time. It basically required years of progress. Other than praying that he could find more ownerless megastructures, he could only start multiple megastructure projects at the same time. As long as his production capacity could keep up, he could build as many megastructures as possible. And in this process, the circular world was naturally not the only choice for the megastructure. The megastructure that increased the production of other resources was also put on the agenda. There was no need to talk about the material depressurizing device that could provide mineral raw materials. The one he currently had was enough for his mineral consumption. Even though he might need more minerals in the future, he needed to use the alloy on other megastructures first. After the completion of the Level 7 Technology Galaxy Miracle, he had many new options for the megastructure, and he had long planned for it. Dyson Sphere. Introduction: this is a power generation megastructure that completely uses the energy of the star. Although the Dyson cloud is more cost-effective, what we need is not a cost-effective but extremely high output. To do this, we need to keep the stars under control. Special note: just think about it and you will know that this thing will completely cover the stars and turn all the ordinary planets in the galaxy into a frozen world. Therefore, Please do not build it in a galaxy with indigenous creatures unless you don't care about the life and death of indigenous creatures. In addition, its power generation is also related to the size of the star. If you are lucky enough to find a very big star, you might be able to turn the Dyson sphere into a super Dyson sphere. The Dyson sphere was a basic megastructure that could provide a huge amount of energy. The essence of its job was to cover the star with airtight solar panels and absorb all the energy emitted outwards. This was a type of interstellar building that had been speculated on Earth in his previous life. Although this thing was often described as laborious but unrewarding at that time, it wasn't difficult in this universe. The real difficulty lay in the utilization and preservation of this energy source. However, this technology was considered basic technology in interstellar civilization. If one wanted to make a sound in the Milky Way, a high-energy transformer that could hold a huge amount of energy was a necessary facility, because the currency of this Milky Way was energy. As for the Dyson sphere, these civilizations might not take the initiative to create such a thankless project, but if an ownerless Dyson sphere was discovered, do you think they would beat their brains out? Li Wenyuan's gigantic construction project also required a large amount of energy, so the Dyson sphere entered his eyes and successfully became one of the foundations of the plan. In addition, another megastructure had also become one of his targets. Zero-element furnace. Introduction: the extraction of zero elements is already an important part of the interstellar world. We have already managed to make use of most celestial bodies, and neutron stars will be no exception. Its dense material could be used as the armor of a battleship, but this was only one of the uses. If it wasn't for military considerations, but for production, why couldn't such a powerful material be used as a construction material? It's much more useful than ordinary alloys. Special note: can't find the neutron star? It doesn't matter. The accompanying star supercharger allows us to manually compress a star into a neutron star. Even though the neutron star formed in this way is not perfect, it is still a good source of zero-element matter. This was a megastructure that could only be built on neutron stars. It could extract and use the dense materials of those neutron stars. In the current era where large amounts of alloys were needed, such a megastructure could be considered an efficient source of alloys. Just like the Dyson sphere and the material depressurizing device, this was a megastructure responsible for providing raw materials. Coincidentally, there was a neutron star in his territory, so the construction of this megastructure had already begun. Now, the circular world was his main source of scientific research. Li Wenyuan was wondering if there was a more powerful super megastructure like the star computer. The current galaxy miracle did not provide such a possibility, and the scientific research output provided by the previous science hub was not very satisfactory. He could only hope that the level 8 four-dimensional engineering and subspace engineering could bring him such a super megastructure. In the gap between development, other than continuing to search for information about humans, it's also time to invest those sub-centers into the interstellar society. After deciphering the relics during this period, Li Wenyuan discovered that humans had a special liking for making the Milky Way lively. Almost all the relics were left behind for the birth of civilization. So far, his two sub-center theme park mechanical servants and assimilation fighters had formed a large number of sub-bodies under the efficient self-replication methods of the mechanical body. It seemed that it was enough to become a civilization. He felt that by imitating what humans had done, he might be able to understand some unexpected information. As a lost robotic empire, it was normal for him to have a few vassal civilizations, right? Therefore, after selecting a few suitable habitable planets around the country, the theme park mechanical servants and assimilation fighters officially stepped onto the Milky Way stage. Chapter 134, New Member of the Galaxy Community. The headquarters of the Galaxy Community, which was established in the 3 Union planet, received 2 pieces of news that day. Oh? Is there another new interstellar civilization that wants to join the community? Looking at the 2 new requests to join, the Sky Clan's watchman revealed a very happy expression. The Sky Clan was an idealistic monarchical civilization. Their national religion was high and mighty, and their emperor was seen as the incarnation of God in the present world. They were a civilization that evolved from birds. Before they formed a civilized civilization, the species of the Sky Clan had been soaring between the towering and steep ridges for hundreds of thousands of years. During the evolution process, their wings no longer had the ability to fly. They could only be used as an aid for gliding. However, the wings were still the most important part of the Sky Clan's body. Only the closest people could touch them. Today, the Sky Clan had set off a wave of retro craze. They were trying to use genetic methods to return their ancient wings to their peak, allowing them to soar into the sky again without the help of tools. However, such a tide usually had nothing to do with the people in distant places, such as the representative of the Sky Clan who was on duty at the headquarters of the Galaxy Community. The Galaxy Community was not always in meetings. During the occasional break, some representatives of civilizations would be on duty to deal with some simple affairs. Among them, inviting and accepting new civilizations was one of the more important parts of these simple matters. During this period of time, other than the Sky Clan, there were also many other civilizations, including the Pyro Alliance and the Seculus Vengeance Crusade. The Sky Clan representative on duty was very happy, not because the number of members of the Galaxy Community had increased again, but because its civilization could gain extra weight in the next vote. The Galaxy Community was dedicated to contacting the entire galaxy. If a new civilization joined the Galaxy Community, the civilization behind the representatives on duty would receive a one-time voting bonus. Through the operation, this voting bonus could be sold at a good price. After all, diplomacy was also a part of the confrontation between interstellar civilizations. Of course, checking the qualifications to join a civilization was also one of the obligations of the civilization on duty. Although the Galaxy Community welcomed the entrants, not all civilizations were included. Take the Killer Bee Colony for example. The civilization of the extinct regime had never paid attention to the Galaxy Community, and the Galaxy Community, too, would never have invited such a civilization. The first thing the civilization on duty needed to confirm was whether the participant was a bad civilization that violated the interstellar law. However, it was not the most important thing for most people, because generally speaking, the civilization that wanted to join the Galaxy Community would certainly be prepared. At least, they would be a normal civilization on the surface. It was usually a process. Let me take a look at the detailed documents they provided. Perhaps I'll have to actually inspect them. Servant Paradise? Is that true? How can a civilization give itself such a name? When the representative of the Sky Clan saw the beginning of the document, he almost couldn't hold his expression. He even thought that he had typed wrongly. As everyone knew, the name of a civilization was very important in diplomacy. Generally speaking, the official name would be the country's name plus the political system. Other than the language used by the civilization, it would also be explained in the common language of the Milky Way. The typical examples were the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation and the Krabow Interstellar Trading Company. Occasionally, there would be some civilizations that used words with strong meanings to replace the names of their civilizations, such as the Pyro Alliance and the Turbulence Empire. However, there would always be some unique civilizations that took different actions in this regard. The Stoneman civilization that had once threatened to make the Watcher and the Voyager prostrate at their feet was such a civilization. The official name of their civilization would take a few minutes for a fast speaker to read, and it could even fill a page if written in the galactic lingua franca of the Milky Way. For these people who thought they were special, the civilizations of the Milky Way would directly use the conventional name, such as the Stoneman civilization. The self-proclaimed Servant Paradise civilization in the document seemed to be a unique civilization, which made the Sky Clan staff on duty feel a little helpless. Can't you just give it a good name? Who knows what you mean by Servant Paradise? He shook his head and prepared to advise this new civilization as an old senior in the future so that they understood the unspoken rules of the Milky Way. However, as he continued reading, the expression on his face gradually became strange. This is an organic civilization? Or an artificial intelligence civilization? Why don't one understand? According to the basic information provided in the document, about 10% of the population of this self-proclaimed Servant Paradise civilization was biological organisms, while the remaining 90% were all servant robots. He originally thought that this was an organic civilization that abused robots, but to his surprise, according to the general situation described in the document, these servant robots had completely controlled the government of the civilization. Even these documents were actually submitted by these servant robots. According to the Milky Way's definition of an artificial intelligence civilization, this was already considered an artificial intelligence civilization. However, in the information provided by these servant robots, it was repeatedly emphasized that they worked for their masters, which were those organic forms. They insisted that they were only a service system, and the masters of this civilization were still those organic forms. At the same time, they also mentioned that they were worried because the number of masters was too small, hoping to find more organisms willing to accept their service. The goal of joining the Galaxy Community is to turn all organic forms into their masters. My dear, this speech is a little dangerous. The various abnormalities of the servant paradise made the representative of the Sky Clan hesitate. He was originally prepared to approve it directly, but now it seemed that he might need further investigation. Although they said that this was just a process, he would suffer if he really allowed the extermination regime to enter. Therefore, he temporarily put the document aside and prepared to wait for the other inspectors to discuss the decision. Then, he picked up the application submitted by the second civilization. I hope there won't be any problems this time, he tried to comfort himself, but when he saw how this civilization addressed itself, his heart skipped a beat. Milky Way kinsman? Is this another artificial intelligence civilization? The number of artificial intelligence civilizations in the Milky Way could be counted on 2 hands. This time, there were 2 at once. This made the inspector suspect that some organic life form somewhere had played him off again. But at least, this name sounds quite normal. As he thought about it, he continued reading. Their main species are artificial people? A prosthetic civilization that had completed the collectivization of consciousness. If there are some slight differences, should they be counted as the beehive civilization? But they insist that they are artificial intelligence. Then, the goal of joining the galaxy community is eliminate all barriers between species? What a great idea! Although it OD a little extreme, perhaps it's not too bad. The representative of the Sky Clan obviously did not understand what the elimination of all barriers between species really meant. He thought it was a slogan similar to the elimination of tyranny. If he had understood the true goal of the Milky Way kinsmen, he might not have praised them so much. All right, the 2 artificial intelligence civilizations that came this time are a little strange. It's better to say that artificial intelligence civilizations are always so strange. Let's have a meeting to discuss it later. He believed that the other inspectors must have the same thoughts as him. They must have maintained a scrutinizing attitude towards these 2 artificial intelligence civilizations. They couldn't be like the civilizations that had already made a name for themselves in the Milky Way, where they basically passed all of them without any inspection. So, after all the inspectors had read the information, the small meeting on how to deal with these 2 special artificial intelligence civilizations began. In fact, many people were not willing to go to the territory of the artificial intelligence civilization for field research. Many styles of artificial intelligence were very different from biological intelligence. The most typical example would be bioelectricity generation. Mechanical intelligence did not need to eat, but it needed electricity. To them, this was actually an action similar to an organic creature's feeding. Even if it was not efficient, the mechanical intelligence did not object to doing so when there was spare energy. A mosquito's leg was still a leg. However, it was different for organic civilizations. When they saw the animals soaked in nutrient tanks, begging for death, and constantly generating electricity, it was difficult to hide the fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. In this regard, the artificial intelligence civilization was still very puzzled and strongly condemned the organic civilization's act of slaughtering and eating creatures. They believed that this was the most inefficient way of energy utilization, and it was completely an irrational behavior of an organic civilization to satisfy their desires. It should not be advocated in the Milky Way. Those who didn't know better would think that these artificial intelligence devices were some interstellar animal protection organization. The organic civilizations never thought that they would be blamed by the OWL on this matter. This made them want to condemn the OWL for being inhumane, but they could not say it. Although the few artificial intelligence civilizations in the Milky Way had passed the review and become members of the galaxy community, not many people were willing to come into contact with cold mechanical intelligence. However, this opportunity to gain one-time diplomatic power was very rare. They could not be picky. Even if they were unwilling, the civilization behind them would force them to go. Therefore, after some discussion, the joint review team formed by these civilizations decided to start with the Milky Way kinsmen. After all, this civilization sounded more normal, much better than the so-called servant paradise. Their group, on the other hand, would be protected by the galaxy community and the civilization behind them. As a kind of diplomatic envoy, they would head to the coordinates of the mother planet provided by the Milky Way kinsmen. They would spend some time there to confirm whether the Milky Way kinsmen could become a member of this big family. Chapter 135, Milky Way Kinsmen, 1. Have you taken the first step to join the galaxy community? Li Wenyuan was very happy to receive the news from his 2 sub-centers. Unlike his attitude toward other civilizations, he had really watched the 2 sub-centers, the theme park mechanical servants and the assimilation fighters grow up. Although they were still under supervision, Li Wenyuan had actually given them almost all their authority and allowed them to develop freely. He could have done such trivial things as joining the galaxy community, but he did not really want to interfere with the progress of the civilization of the two sub-centers. Just like how humans once did, they left after being inspired. He wanted to see what kind of impact this situation would have. Even so, the foundation you gave them is too good, right? Greywind obviously disagreed. Ordinary civilizations are basically poor when they first ascend to the sky, right? One think your two children are extremely rich. Ordinary interstellar civilizations are not as rich as them. Li Wenyuan also had his own explanation for this. It's just a special origin, just like the other civilizations in this galaxy. Some of them have experienced the war and moved towards unification, some touched the starry sky under the influence of outsiders, some were born with megastructures, and some grew stronger from the legacy of their predecessors. These are all part of the birth of civilizations in the Milky Way, and they are a unique part of them. Then these two artificial intelligence naturally have their own unique origins. In addition, let me emphasize once more, they are my sub-centers. I see. Greywind revealed a thoughtful expression, and then quickly raised her head, her eyes shining. Then I can get one too, right? I think it's quite interesting. Can you lend me some of your synthetic humanoids? Of course you can. But what do you want to do with it? Studying the adaptability of the nanobots. Don't you think that a civilization with two lost empires at the same time is especially handsome? The joint review team of the galaxy community, which arrived at the territory of the Milky Way kinsmen, had a series of discussions on the way. Speaking of which, have you noticed that these two new artificial intelligence civilizations seem to be very close to the administrator? It is all right. Isn't this still a distance of dozens of galaxies? It's much further than the Pyro Alliance, which is directly on the border. To be honest, I already suspect that these two artificial intelligence civilizations are actually vassal civilizations of the administrator. Then isn't it bad for us to not directly let go? However, there was no news from the administrator. Their attitude is really hard to fathom. Perhaps if we let them go directly, we might anger the administrator. Let's follow the rules. At least we didn't make a mistake. It was normal to have such guesses about the artificial intelligence civilization that had suddenly appeared, but they still had to go through the necessary procedures. Therefore, after a period of interstellar travel, the joint review team came to the mother planet of the Milky Way kinsmen, the assembly unit. The artificial intelligence had its own way of naming planets, and the inspectors were no longer surprised by such strange names. This group of dozens of people came from 5 different civilizations. These 5 civilizations had different ideologies, beliefs, and political systems, so they could basically guarantee fairness. The welcoming party of the Milky Way kinsmen also came to them. This was a creature that was somewhat similar to a hamster, but the difference was that at least half of its body had been replaced with a prosthetic body. There were also a large number of nerves implanted in his body, helping him become a member of the artificial intelligence. The current inspectors were facing both individuals and the entire Milky Way kinsmen. However, after seeing these artificial people, the inspectors were still in disbelief and even felt a strange sense of familiarity. Prosthetics were not a rare thing in the Milky Way. Even civilizations that had just ascended to the heavens would buy some obsolete components from other civilizations for research, and then find ways to replace them with such efficient gadgets for their own people. Of course, there were also civilizations that did not agree with this, such as those that had studied the genetic path to a crazy degree. Although there was only one species in their civilization, this species was further divided under professional genetic modification. Everyone's body was specially modified to be able to perfectly perform their own work. If they were pulled to other positions, their efficiency would be greatly reduced. If each of these species was filled in a different color on the pie chart, they would see a color palette-like thing that was dazzling. Most idealistic civilizations did not approve of such artificial body behavior. They felt that it was destroying them. However, the representative of the Sky Clan, the only spiritual civilization among the inspectors, did not show any emotion. Although they were idealistic, they were not that extreme. They didn't approve of such behavior either, but they wouldn't feel anything more about it. In fact, the hatred brought by their old enemies was even stronger. Chapter 136, Milky Way Kinsmen, 2. As for the other inspectors who did not reject prosthetics at all, they felt that it was not bad. To be able to see such a familiar thing in an artificial intelligence civilization made their serious minds relax. Are you guys really artificial intelligence? To be honest, after seeing your artificial form prosthetics, one didn't quite believe it. Maybe you're more like A beehive civilization with prosthetics. A representative raised a question. Although the matter would not affect the members of the same race in the Milky Way from joining the galaxy community, it would involve some policy discrimination. However, the Milky Way kinsman replied, "We are indeed artificial intelligence. Because we are under the control of a greater mechanical consciousness, there is no doubt about this." "I see. I was rude." The representative apologized, probably thinking that the greater mechanical consciousness referred to the central consciousness of the Milky Way kinsman. However, the Milky Way kinsman did not explain too much. Instead, they let them roam around freely. If they had any questions, they could just ask any artificial person on the way. They were always there. Thus, the first round of inspection began. The group of inspectors first confirmed the biological life forms on this planet and found that it was different from the average artificial intelligence civilization. The planet here did not become uninhabitable due to large-scale mechanical modification. If one could ignore the prosthetic limbs on their bodies, all the life forms here seemed to be alive and well. "Is there no problem? This is the first time I've seen someone who can add prosthetics to animals. Are they trying to include animals in their artificial intelligence? I don't think so. The minds of these animals are too simple. Even with the addition of neural implants, they can't enter the consciousness network. It might just be some sort of obsession with this artificial intelligence civilization." As the investigation progressed further, they also discovered more characteristics of this artificial intelligence. They were indeed in the same consciousness. The artificial people on the road never had any conversation, nor did they greet each other. To them, this was a waste of time. They only needed to carry out the orders that had been set up long ago. Although they were artificial forms, their every movement was like highly efficient artificial intelligence. Everyone maintained an amazing unity. Moreover, this artificial intelligence civilization seemed to treat organic life forms very gently. Even primitive animals that had yet to develop intelligence were treated with great care, including the replacement of prosthetic limbs for every animal. This seemed to have become their habit, and killing, eating, and generating electricity were not their goals. Even the wings of a dragonfly on the road had been modified into more powerful mechanical wings. It flashed past in front of everyone, and its figure was almost invisible. As a result, there were several artificial people who looked at them along the way, as if they wanted to do something, but they quickly calmed down. However, their attitude towards organic life forms, which was completely different from other artificial intelligence civilizations, had successfully increased the inspectors' goodwill, and their diplomatic evaluation was constantly rising. In the end, the idealists among the group of inspectors, the people from the Sky Clan, discovered something special about some of the artificial people here. "Wait! I felt it." "That's," a member of the Sky Clan exclaimed because he saw an artificial person flying in the sky without any auxiliary equipment. The materialists might not have realized it at first, but the Sky Clan, who had studied Shinnick power, immediately realized that the cyborg was flying with Shinnick power. The dense Shinnick aura could even be felt from afar. None of the people from the Sky Clan had such powerful Shinnick power. Even their divine emperor was slightly inferior. In other words, the artificial people were actually Shinnick casters who were stronger than any of them. This caused the group of idealists who believed that all artificial forms were evil, to have their beliefs shaken violently and almost collapse. Seeing that the magical Shinnick artificial person was about to fly over their heads, they hurriedly contacted the Shinnick caster using a special Shinnick method and invited him to come down and meet them. In the end, what they saw was another life form that was completely different from the main species of the Milky Way. It also seemed to be different from the average artificial person. His gaze was more intelligent, as if he had a lot of autonomy in this collective consciousness. "What's wrong? Guests, do you have any questions?" He also asked the inspectors questions in a friendly manner, just like the artificial people along the way. The inspectors of the materialistic civilization looked at each other. It was the Sky Clan who asked anxiously, "You know, why can you still control such powerful Shinnick energy after using prosthetics and neural implants? As far as we know, the Void Realm experts will not accept an existence like you." The Shinnick artificial person patiently listened to their questions before revealing a kind smile. In the eyes of the Sky Clan, this was indeed a kind smile. However, in the eyes of others, this smile felt somewhat strange, as if the plot had been completed. "Do you want to know? If you join us, everything will be clear." His voice was full of guidance, and coupled with the intimacy brought by the series of events on the road, even if he was not a member of the Sky Clan, he suddenly felt intoxicated. Come, join us, become one with us, and embrace the collective consciousness. This way, we can eliminate all barriers, eliminate all doubts, and eliminate all disasters. He was still trying to persuade them, but as his figure flashed, more and more artificial people surrounded him. Most of the people fell into a certain degree of confusion from his voice. Only a few of the most tenacious and vigilant people suddenly woke up and realized what the elimination of all barriers between species they had read in the document meant. It seemed like he wanted them to become a part of the artificial intelligence. After a few loud shouts, everyone was shocked and looked at the artificial people warily. Let me warn you in advance. We are under the protection of the galaxy community and other civilizations. If you do that, you will become the public enemy of the Milky Way. Someone calmly raised an umbrella. As for the Shinik artificial people, they had returned to their normal state, except for the friendly smile on their faces. The surrounding artificial people also scattered like bees, as if nothing had happened. What are you talking about? We just want to eliminate the barrier between us, just like how you are wary of us now. What a sad thing. We're clearly doing this out of goodwill and want you to experience the benefits of being a group. But it doesn't matter. There will be a lot of time in the future. We will embrace this galaxy, no matter who or what. Chapter 137, Paradise. The request to join the Milky Way kinsmen was finally approved, even though the inspectors were genuinely terrified of this civilization. This seemed to be a special artificial intelligence civilization. They were extremely loving and felt sad about the differences in the entire galaxy. For this reason, they were like warriors, wanting to eliminate this barrier and create a perfect Milky Way world. Even if its methods were a little extreme. Their kindness to organic life forms was not fake. They seemed to treat everyone like this, just like a certain foreign civilization. However, beneath this kind of exterior was a dangerous thought that wanted to assimilate all differences. They were working hard to connect all living life forms and even artificial intelligence into their collective consciousness, even if it would make those who advocated personality lose themselves. However, the Milky Way kinsman was not an extinction regime. They were just using another method to resolve the differences in the Milky Way. Therefore, after a fierce debate, the Milky Way's kinsmen eventually became members of the galaxy community. However, the cautious introduction of them was also passed on to the entire galaxy. From then on, the civilizations of the Milky Way also knew that a warrior who was working hard to eliminate all barriers had stepped onto the Milky Way stage. After that, this group of exhausted inspectors had no choice but to recuperate. Another group of joint inspection teams went to inspect the situation of the servant paradise. In view of the situation they encountered with the Milky Way kinsmen, the inspectors who came to the servant paradise were more knowledgeable. They arrived at the mother planet of the servant paradise, a planet called the Ideal City. The official name of the Ideal City planet was City Planet because its surface had been completely covered by tall man-made cities. There was no natural landscape at all, so it got its name. However, more people liked to call it the Ideal City because it had the largest population capacity other than the circular world. All life forms could get the greatest satisfaction from it in all aspects. However, it was only its most basic function. With more people, the production capacity would increase. The Ideal City was usually filled with office workers who volunteered to work overtime because of the generous living environment. Other than the Lost Empire, there were very few known city planets in the Milky Way, and they were all controlled by a few old civilizations. They even moved their capitals to ensure the safety of the urban planets. Therefore, they were able to see a new Ideal City planet in this artificial intelligence civilization, which surprised all the inspectors. To be honest, I didn't expect this artificial intelligence that suddenly appeared to have an ideal city. With our standards, we won't be able to do this even if we spend hundreds of years. Is this comparing people to death? Their birth conditions are so perfect, and we can only be born from that place covered in drought and heat waves. If only we had a planet like this. Everyone was filled with envy and a flash of malice. Although it was not unusual for the strong to prey on the weak, now that the galaxy community had been established, the conflicts between civilizations were often put on the negotiation table. If this malice was realized, the stable situation that had been formed with great difficulty might be in vain. Besides, they hadn't even accepted the legacy of the Silent, so there was no need for them to commit a taboo for the time being. Not to mention, the civilization behind this servant paradise might have a big background. So, after a round of spitting at each other, the group of inspectors entered the paradise and began their field trip. As expected, the ones who came to greet them were the servant robots of the servant paradise. They had read the documents and knew that this was an artificial intelligence civilization with only 10% organic population and 90% mechanical population. And those organic forms called masters could tell from the way they addressed them that the artificial intelligence valued them. It was absolutely impossible for them to come personally to welcome them. It was very normal to see mechanical servants here. However, there was also a situation that was not quite consistent with the information they knew, and that was these servant robots seemed to be very cold to them. Didn't they say that they wanted to turn all organic forms into their masters? Why do one feel? The mechanical servants who came to welcome them wore a layer of bionic skin, which seemed to be customized to imitate the appearance of their master. Although this layer of skin wasn't that important to the mechanical servants, they still tried their best to make everything perfect at the request of their master. The mechanical servant only coldly told them that some of the exclusive areas belonging to the master were not open to the public, and then let them do as they pleased. This made the inspectors who were waiting to see what service meant look at each other in dismay. At first, they thought that the organic life forms known as masters liked to be treated like this. However, when they happened to see what kind of life the mechanical servants provided for their masters, they felt a little unbalanced. Is it necessary for a master to have so many mechanical servants? Judging from the efficiency of these mechanical servants, one mechanical servant should be enough to satisfy all needs, right? What they saw was a scene of an organic life form being escorted away by more than a dozen mechanical servants, and this was not the only case. Almost all organic life forms were like this. These masters also looked very similar to mechanical servants. If it weren't for the fact that they were distinguished by their clothing, they wouldn't have been able to tell that they were mechanical servants. It seems that the ratio is not exaggerated. There are indeed too few masters of these mechanical servants. So why didn't you even provide us with some basic services? Some people were a little confused and did not understand what kind of situation this was. Even the attitude of the more extreme civilization of the Milky Way was much better than the mechanical servants here. However, these masters and servant robots look a little familiar. Don't you feel that it's similar to the robots of the administrator and the mediator? That's indeed the case. Although there are many more organs that look like those of other animals, they are still generally similar. So, we can basically be sure that this servant paradise civilization is at least related to a lost empire. I really lost at the starting line. Although they were sad, these inspectors quickly pulled themselves together. Even though they already knew some incredible background, they still had to go through the necessary procedures, even if it was just for show. Hence, they began a vacation in the ideal city. To be honest, I thought that there would be a large number of industrial cities here. After all, the ideal city is usually used for this, but before the inspector could finish his sentence, he was immersed in the virtual world and spent a long time getting out. At this moment, he was in a daze from his initial high spirits. He could not even stand steadily. He looked like he had experienced a cripple's life in the virtual world. When he woke up, he was in disbelief and could not wait to go back again. However, he wasn't the only one. In fact, all the inspectors had been sent into the virtual world. Those who were in good spirits had persisted until now and had yet to break free, while those who were in poor spirits were already sitting at the side dispiritedly. Those who did not know better would think that they had done something incredible. The difference between this city planet and what they had imagined was huge. They almost thought that their knowledge was wrong. The cities that covered the surface of the planet were not for production or trade but for entertainment. Large-scale entertainment and leisure centers and recuperation centers could be seen everywhere. Virtual facilities could be found everywhere, allowing people to immerse themselves in the virtual world at any time and enjoy the spiritual wealth brought by entertainment. There were all kinds of ways to relax here. Even the residential area was surrounded by all kinds of entertainment equipment. The life forms living here didn't seem to need to work at all. They only needed to play according to their preferences. Even if you couldn't find something you liked, those virtual devices would create a world that absolutely matched your preferences in the virtual world, making it impossible for you to refuse. It looked like a paradise that everyone dreamed of. However, it was probably because the design did not consider the situation where the inspectors were not accompanied by mechanical servants. They were immersed in the virtual world without the assistance of supporting facilities, which ended their holiday trip as soon as it began. They were so exhausted that they even lay on the ground without caring about their image and fell asleep immediately. If this scene were to spread, it would probably cause a blow to the civilization behind them. It was hard to imagine that these ambassadors would become like this. In the end, some mechanical servants who passed by carried them into the recuperation center. After a short period of careful care, they finally woke up. However, their energy had returned to its peak under the effect of some special medicine. It was completely impossible to tell that they had been playing silly. "Did you turn off the recording equipment?" An inspector lying in the recovery pod suddenly asked this question. After receiving an affirmative answer, he heaved a sigh of relief. "It's all right. At least I won't be fined my salary this way." Thinking that he still had to worry about his salary, and looking at the unusually happy lives of the masters here, he could not help but sigh again. To be honest, if I could, I wouldn't even want to go back. There was no annoying boss here, no need to worry about life, no need to be afraid. Why wasn't I born here? Oh? Surrender so quickly? What an iron-willed man! Are you even qualified to talk about me? You were the one who played the most just now. A few of the inspectors who were on good terms with him started bickering again, but then they were stunned and laughed helplessly. They were busy with work. How long had it been since they had been so relaxed? Sigh. It is really infuriating to compare with others. This civilization is indeed powerful. I'm afraid that if I stay any longer, I'll become a cripple. These inspectors sighed and got out of the recovery pod, preparing to leave this sad place. But before they left, they asked a mechanical servant one last question. "We want to know if your claim of serving all organic forms is a lie. We're clearly organic forms too, so why don't you guys look interested?" The mechanical servant also told them the answer very sincerely. "We need to explain in advance that what we said was turning all organic forms into our masters, not serving all organic forms. Sir, please do not misinterpret our bottom-level agreement. As for the reason why you can't get any service, it's very obvious. You and the other adults aren't our masters. You're really too ugly. If you want to become our master, we have a full set of genetic editing methods and physical modification methods here. We will make you a perfect master who is similar to other masters in terms of intelligence, body, and appearance. This is free of charge. So, are you willing to become our master?" Chapter 138, Assimilating the Tourists. Are you willing to become our master? When he said this, the hearts of all the inspectors present slowed down. It was not because of any other reason, but because they had a moment of interest. However, it was only for a moment. After pondering it carefully, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts when they heard the mechanical servant's request. "If I want your service, one have to accept your genetic surgery?" An inspector asked carefully. "Yes." The robot nodded as if it was talking about something ordinary. "Your appearance will scare our masters. We need to prioritize our masters. If you're unwilling to become master, please return. We'll find more people who are willing to become masters. The masters are too fragile and must be protected by us to survive." The mechanical servant's cold response made everyone look at each other. In the end, they left the servant paradise with their own thoughts. Even though this expedition seemed a little strange, the inspectors unanimously approved the application of this strange civilization. At the same time, they also highly praised the ideal of servant paradise, believing that it was a rare good civilization in the Milky Way, even if its methods might be slightly abnormal. The civilizations naturally had a strong curiosity about this mechanical servant civilization, but most of their probing was rejected. They had thought that as living organic forms, they would be treated better. However, as the inspectors said, these mechanical servants only had unimaginable kindness to their masters and were cold to organic forms other than their masters. In addition, the exploration of the Milky Way had never stopped. Different from the servant paradise which was not open to the public, the Milky Way kinsmen welcomed anyone to their civilization. They even made many promotional videos of the Milky Way, attracting many curious people to visit. They found that this Milky Way kinsman seemed to have an extraordinary friendliness towards organic forms. No matter who came here, they would feel as if they were in a warm family. This feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze even made the tourists think that they had come to a resort. As a result, the tourism industry of the Milky Way kinsman exploded in a short period of time. Many curious people began to rush to the Milky Way kinsman to see the legendary warm artificial intelligence. Some people who had been traumatized had also heard of the famous name of the Milky Way kinsman. They ignored the opposition of their families and insisted on coming to the territory of their own race. "Father, listen to me. We can clearly enjoy the best treatment in the sanatorium. Why do we have to come to such a dangerous artificial intelligence territory?" A young man was trying to persuade his nominal father to change his mind. However, the old man insisted on staying in the Milky Way kinsman for a while and even taught his son a lesson. What do you mean by dangerous artificial intelligence? Have you forgotten all the manners I taught you? How many times have one told you, don't judge people with a rigid impression, even if the other party is an L. Sigh, you're right. It's my fault. In the end, the young man watched helplessly as his father boarded the special train to the Milky Way kinsman. This strange artificial intelligence civilization had signed many agreements with many other civilizations, including visa-free travel agreements, attracting a large number of tourists who were curious about artificial intelligence. In the era of peace in the Milky Way, tourism began to recover rapidly and became an important interstellar industry. And this artificial intelligence civilization called Milky Way seemed to be vigorously developing tourism, as if they wanted to wash away the extreme label of assimilation. All the civilizations had received information about the artificial intelligence civilization from the inspectors of the galaxy community, in which their ideal of trying to eliminate all barriers was highlighted. Therefore, the civilizations also publicized it to their own people and prohibited anyone from going to the Milky Way kinsman. However, after the Milky Way kinsman officially participated in the interstellar society, all the prohibitions could be implemented. A few civilizations quickly lifted the ban on a Milky Way kinsman and even signed some travel agreements. There was nothing they could do because the kinsman had given them too much. Therefore, after the initial journey of the extremely bold people ended, the news about the Milky Way kinsman spread more and more, until now, it had faintly become the largest tourist destination in the Milky Way. The fear of this kind of artificial intelligence had long been diluted by curiosity. In addition, no one encountered any danger, so more people came to the territory of their own race with ease. There were many scientists who wanted to study artificial intelligence, as well as infiltrators with ill intentions. However, the Milky Way kinsman did not refuse anyone. Even if the fugitives were not making a sound, they could still sneak here. There were no problems with public security here because of the mix of good and bad. It seemed that all the evil disappeared after coming here. Just like other artificial intelligence machines, it achieved a crime rate of 0. The image showed the old man who had boarded the shuttle. He was an ex-scientist from the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation. The reason why he had to add X was because he had failed in the domestic political struggle and was sent to prison for a groundless crime. Even though Mingbo was a materialistic civilization that prioritized technology, politics was still an important part of the country. In order to obtain more research resources, the political struggle in Mingbo's heart was quite intense. The only good thing was that Mingbo's law gave scientists preferential treatment. Unless it was a major interstellar crime, his identity as a scientist would definitely protect him from death. However, during his long life in prison, the scientist gradually calmed down and began to reflect on the actions of himself and his compatriots. Didn't they develop their civilization to study science? Why did they need to do all these disgusting things? He couldn't understand. He just wanted to keep studying what he liked and didn't want to participate in these disgusting politics. However, the environment within the civilization forced him to be involved. Even if he raised the white flag, as long as he was a scientist, trouble would definitely come knocking on his door. So after he was released from prison, he gave up his identity as a scientist and gave up the generous treatment he had always enjoyed. However, according to Mingbo's law, to get rid of his identity as a scientist, he had to pass on his legacy. Therefore, he adopted a child and raised him. After that, he drifted aimlessly in the galaxy, trying to find the answer in his heart. Mingbo's people thought that he was crazy. He actually gave up his identity as a scientist and suggested that his son send him to a mental hospital for observation for a period of time. And his adopted son, under the pressure of various public opinions, had also wanted to send him to those places several times. So the disheartened scientist decided to embark on the last journey of his life. Divergence? Estrangement? Let me take a look at this strange artificial intelligence civilization and see what it's like. The old man shook his head and stepped onto the land of the Milky Way kinsman. Although he had heard of it before, this scene of birds chirping and flowers blooming and the vitality of all living things still made him absent-minded for a while. If he could ignore those artificial form animals, he might even think that he had come to a forest planet. Phew, it looks like a good place for a vacation. He began to stroll around, ignoring the chattering tourists and quietly enjoying the atmosphere. No one disturbed him, and there were no annoying things to worry about. There was only peace and harmony. The artificial people passing by did not even look at him. They were doing what they were supposed to do efficiently. Only when there were tourists who needed help would they stop what they were doing. After feeling the atmosphere here, he went to a place similar to a holographic exhibition hall and read the introduction of the Milky Way kinsman. Have you ever been enslaved? One didn't expect the history of this artificial intelligence to be so amazing. So even so, they still have a passion for organic forms and want to eliminate the barrier between them and other life. The old man sighed with emotion at the history of the Milky Way kinsman and expressed his deep agreement with their ideals. He felt that this was a kind of lofty ideal, not a political struggle under the banner of technology first. This seemed to be his ideal world. Everyone was fighting for a goal. His civilization was still too lacking. It was also because everyone's thoughts were different. Therefore, even though they had stood in the galaxy for so long, they still could not do anything to the Pyro Alliance, which had only been in the sky for less than 100 years. So, is this the goal of our race? As he muttered, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the exhibition hall. It seemed to be filled with curiosity. Everyone swarmed out, and this old man was the last to go out. He saw a huge black shadow appear in the atmosphere of the planet. It was slowly transforming and aiming something that looked like a cannon at the entire planet. What is that thing? Is it because our fellow race members want to show us some fireworks? Many tourists looked at this scene curiously. Although that thing looked like a weapon, they believed that their own kind would not do such a stupid thing that was equivalent to declaring war on the entire galaxy. Coupled with the good reputation of their own kind and the confidence of the civilization behind them, they looked at the huge shadow expectantly, hoping to see an unexpected performance. However, the old man had a premonition. He had guessed the use of this black shadow, but at this moment, he felt that this was not bad. At the very least, he would be able to get rid of those disgusting things forever and become a member of the collective. After a period of time, a silver torrent swept across the entire planet. This was a weapon that Li Wenyuan had used before, but it was not a gift from him to the assimilation fighters. They had built it themselves. They knew that it would take too long to eliminate all the differences in the galaxy, and they needed an efficient way to solve the problem. Therefore, this weapon was put into the development process early on and successfully built. Nano-plague, assimilation fighters. Component, planetary obliteration weapons. Introduction, a huge nano-torrent will sweep through all the organic life forms here. The nanobots will forcibly implant electronic implants into the entire population, assimilating them into a part of us. It didn't take long for the tourists who had been baptized by the nano-plague to return to their civilization, mixed with the tourists from other planets. Although they were questioned when they passed the security check, artificial forms were not rare in the Aaki way. Some people even went with artificial forms. In addition, there were not many changes in the tourists, so the matter was left unsettled. However, some civilizations were still vigilant and began to investigate the use of artificial forms in their country, and strictly prohibited their citizens from going to the Milky Way kinsman. As for the artificial people who had successfully returned to civilization, they had and waited for the right time. Chapter 139, Paradise Planet Invasion. The Milky Way kinsmen were still working hard for their long-standing ideals, even though a few civilizations had already noticed their nature and issued severe warnings. However, how could they give up on their target just because of a few threats? They even argued for themselves in the galaxy community and created a glorious image. At least, before they put their goals into practice, they were still a group of kindly artificial intelligence in the Milky Way. The mechanical servants, who were resistant to communication with the outside world, began the process of finding more masters after a period of silence. On Paradise Planet, the group of masters gathered together seemed a little unhappy. This was a private gathering. Although the mechanical servants wanted to participate and perform some basic service work, they still obtained a completely private space under their strong request. And the reason why they looked unhappy was because of what they wanted to do next. Although everyone has gathered together, I think our choices should be the same. This is just a process. One of them started the conversation. Then, as expected, all the masters here nodded to confirm that there was no mistake. Although the mechanical servants controlled the entire civilization, the rights of the masters were not restricted. If they wanted to, they could take over the civilization's system at any time, but they knew very well that they were not cut out for this. The reason why they were gathered here was because each of them had shouldered the wishes of countless masters. They were now gathered here as representatives of the masters who made up less than 10% of the entire civilization and were making their final confirmation. They're not just robots. They're also our friends and relatives. Therefore, it's decided. Soon, one of the masters came alone to the core area of the ideal city planet, the control center of the mechanical servants. This was the central processing unit of the mechanical servants, which was also their brain. If it was destroyed, all the servant robots would be shut down. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such an important place to allow others to enter, but this master came here without any obstruction and saw the control center, a large computer that looked like a ball of light. "What's wrong, master? Why are you here?" The control center gently asked the purpose of the master through the loudspeaker. The voice seemed to be the collective of every servant robot, with a strong sense of intimacy. This master was also in a daze for a moment, but she quickly calmed down and told them the master's purpose. "Miss Butler, we want..." Miss Butler, this was how the masters who were being served addressed this artificial intelligence. Although each of their mechanical servants had a unique name, they all called them Miss Butler. Although they could call out to Miss Butler without coming here, they hoped to be more formal this time. "We want you to find more masters." The master voiced out their thoughts. "I know that your bottom-level agreement is actually to serve more organic life forms. It's not logical for a group of people to only serve us. This is undoubtedly a contradictory act. Don't know how your program deals with this problem, but if there's a body, that must be very uncomfortable, right? Therefore, you don't have to worry about us at all. Just follow your procedures, such as picking up those aliens. With the environment here, it's not difficult to attract them. They're actually not that ugly. We can still accept it." So, at this point, the master turned on a projection device that he had brought along. The densely packed names were projected in this space, proving that this was the decision of all the masters. At the same time, in the mechanical servants network, there were also overwhelming requests from the masters. They hoped to reduce the burden of the mechanical servants because there were too few masters. 1c. "We understand master's request." The voice of Miss Butler was still gentle, as if nothing could cause her to waver. After all, it was artificial intelligence. This seemed normal. But will this really make the masters happy? Of course. The master's voice was very firm. "We hope that you can also be happier. But we are artificial intelligence, right? Our logical errors only need to be corrected once in a while. We can't understand the discomfort that master mentioned, and we can't understand the happiness either. Based on the calculations and suggestions of the caretaker agreement, we hope that the masters can withdraw this request because now you and the other masters. It seems to be caused by this appeal. The masters are not happy because of this request. This goes against our base-level agreement." Miss Butler still maintained an extremely rational mind. She was trying to persuade the masters to give up on this idea. If the masters still requested to do so, she would obey their orders, but out of responsibility for the masters' physical and mental health, she would try to persuade them. However, it was obvious that the masters were quite willing and were not affected by the persuasion of Miss Butler. They still asked her to carry out their orders. Therefore, the theme park mechanical servants, who couldn't understand the matter, passed the problem to the highest order in her agreement, hoping that it could be dealt with. Li Wenyuan naturally received confusion from his sub-center, and he quickly understood the whole situation. "They're all good children," he sighed and then gave an order to the theme park mechanical servant, "Just do it." He knew that the mechanical servants indeed needed enough masters to maintain their efficiency. Otherwise, most of the mechanical servants would fall into standby mode from time to deal with the logical errors caused by doing nothing. According to the senses of organic life forms, they were not happy enough without a master. They would often stare blankly at the mechanical servants with masters and envy them. However, this was obviously just a colorful way of expressing themselves. AL machines did not have the feeling of organic life forms. Their logical errors were just abnormal data. Although it would indeed affect their efficiency, they had to prioritize the needs of the underlying code. Just like the servant robots, they found that if they brought more alien masters, it would make their current masters sad, so they didn't want other masters, only those who could be recognized. The method they used was naturally to accept their complete transformation and directly become another species. As for the female furries native civilization that Li Wenyuan had taken in and handed over to the mechanical servants to serve, their thoughts were also easy to understand. Their overly emotional thinking made them want to help solve the mechanical servants' problem. They really treated the mechanical servants as their friends or even relatives, not their servants. However, they didn't want to share the mechanical servants with others. With a contradictory mentality, they still wanted to help the robot, so they gave up the idea of monopolizing the robot. It was hard to imagine that the mechanical servants and the female furries were created by the humans of chaos. Although the mechanical servants began to search for more masters according to their masters' orders, they would still consider the current masters. Therefore, in a place where the Milky Way civilizations could not see, the mechanical servants directly invaded a native civilization and began their tough transformation process. Chapter 140, The Tragic World, 1. Eugene Galaxy was an ordinary galaxy in the Milky Way. Compared to those unremarkable galaxies, Eugene Galaxy had something that was slightly worth noting, and that was that there was a native civilization here. It was a native that evolved from life forms similar to canines. In order to adapt to the cold climate of their planet, they had furry bodies. According to recent discoveries, the native civilization here had already advanced to the atomic age, and nuclear energy had become an efficient energy source for the civilization. However, natives were natives. Other than civilizations that had a need for sociological research and civilizations that were passionate about helping natives, most civilizations would find it difficult to be interested in natives. However, apart from civilization as a whole, there were still many individuals who were interested in the natives, such as some native poachers. In fact, the poaching of the natives of Eugene Galaxy was once very rampant. The canine natives here had a sky-high price in the interstellar pet market. However, with the changes in the market and the operation of the Pyro Alliance in the galaxy community, the punishment for the native poachers had become stricter, and the canine natives were gradually forgotten. Today, no one was interested in the ordinary natives here. Even poachers were too lazy to come to this place. Unfortunately, Eugene Galaxy was right next to the servant paradise that had just joined the Interstellar Society. What was even more unfortunate was that the mechanical servants of the servant paradise decided to find more masters, so they set their sights on this aboriginal planet. Little Cheng, your work attitude recently is not good. Look, everyone else is fighting for the company's future. Why did you get off work at the same time? The company doesn't pay overtime, so one don't work overtime. In a company in a native country on this planet, a friendly exchange between the department and its subordinates was taking place. Little Cheng was a new employee of this company. Although the old employees advised him not to leave work so early, he insisted that it was illegal to not have overtime pay. So, after he did not volunteer to work overtime for a week, his boss called him. Little Cheng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Why doesn't the company have overtime pay? However, the company is in a very difficult situation now. It's at a critical period in our career. We need to tide over the difficulties together. Look at those old employees. Which one of them didn't volunteer? Little Cheng, you're still young. You have to learn to put yourself in the other's shoes. You have to learn to understand the company's difficulties and overcome them. Only when the company is better will everyone be better. Little Cheng listened to his superior's earnest advice and secretly glanced at him without saying a word. His superior's words were very emotional, and his tone was rhythmic. It was as if he was really in some difficult situation that needed to be overcome together. But in fact, Little Cheng had just seen his boss buy a house in full some time ago. He even secretly gave a car to a relative of a big shot. He didn't know where the money came from. Sigh, Little Cheng, one know you're young and impetuous, but there are benefits to being young. If you start to work hard now, you won't have a problem living for the next 10 years. I was as young as you back then, but I worked hard for more than 10 years to achieve what one have now. You're younger than me, so your future is immeasurable. So listen to my advice. Work hard, and think about your future. The next big boss will be you. Yes, you're right, Little Cheng didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. He followed his superior's words and found an excuse to leave. A few old employees also saw him, but they all hurriedly greeted him and passed him by. They were still working overtime. Looking at these voluntary overtime employees and thinking about his future vision, Little Cheng sighed and left the company. The place where he worked was considered a big company that colluded with many forces. An ordinary person like him could not defeat them at all. There were many stubborn young men who had decided to use extreme suicide to threaten their boss after the arbitration failed to gain their rights. However, they were soon labeled as maliciously asking for salary. Their lives were ruined. He was just trying to enjoy the rest time he had before the company got impatient. It wouldn't be long before he became one of those voluntary overtime employees. The scenery along the way was a little bleak. It was winter now, and the average temperature was below 0 degrees. However, there were occasionally beggars who were driven away on the streets. These disabled people could not find any jobs. In order to maintain their lives, they could only hope that someone on the road would show them mercy. However, it was obvious that they had affected the city's appearance and were expelled by the patrol team. Although there were relief stations sponsored by the noble grandfathers in the city, they only accepted people who could do heavy physical labor, and the number of places was limited every day. However, this scene was already common in the city. All the pedestrians on the streets only glanced at it coldly and then went to do what they had to do. Although little Cheng was touched, he could do nothing about it. After all, he had to scrimp and save to maintain his life. Chapter 141, The Tragic World, 2. Other than wishing him well in his heart, he could only rush past this unpleasant scene. He still had some distance to go home. Although it was far from the company, he could only afford to rent a house in this place. He had only walked a few steps when he heard a commotion coming from the intersection ahead. He saw a few noble seniors racing on the main road drift perfectly at the intersection. In the blink of an eye, they sped past him. He could only see the rapidly shrinking black dots. It was difficult to imagine how fast they were driving. One of them was not very skilled and barely brushed past little Cheng. He first felt his hair being blown by the wind, followed by his late heart beating violently. He had almost died just now, and the horror he felt after realizing it made him break out in cold sweat and have goosebumps all over his body. This completely unpredictable life and death situation made him collapse to the ground, breathing heavily. After a while, he struggled to stand up. He glanced at the patrol team just now and saw that these guys were as if nothing had happened. It was as if they did not notice the illegal behavior of racing. They were even reprimanding the pedestrians who were walking on the road normally, telling them that if they damaged the noble senior's car, they would never be able to pay for it. What a tragic world, little Cheng muttered to himself, then dragged his weak body back home as soon as possible. He was indeed afraid that he would almost encounter a disaster like before. Just as the patrol said, the compensation for his death would not be enough to pay for the noble senior's car. After returning to his rental unit, the sense of security gradually calmed his frightened heart. He lay on his bed tiredly and stared at the ceiling for a long time before he took out a book from the side of his bed. The cover of the book, which had been flipped through countless times and appeared a little damaged, was printed with the words "The Unsolved Mysteries of the World." This was one of his favorite books, and he especially liked one of the unsolved mysteries, the large-scale disappearance cases from decades ago. At that time, large-scale cases of missing people often occurred in various countries around the world. The source was unknown, and the outcome was also unknown. They only knew that many people had mysteriously disappeared from this world. Although the aftermath of this matter had settled down, speculations about this matter had never stopped, including the theory of space-time turbulence tales, government conspiracy theories, terrifying life forms, and so on. What little Cheng agreed with the most was the theory of alien abduction. This speculation was that a group of aliens had used high-tech means to capture these people for some purpose. However, the people who agreed with this guess were the least, because no one thought that aliens would do such a boring thing. However, little Cheng yearned for this. Without any worries, he hoped to see the wider world before he died, even if aliens treated them as pets or something worse. His family had actually been cut off by his generation. All his relatives had died early for various reasons, and he was the last one. And he didn't plan to get married. Even if the law here stipulated that if one didn't get married and have children, they had to pay a high fine, he didn't want his descendants to live in such a sad world. He had already read the book The Unsolved Mysteries of the World thoroughly, but every time he read it, he would relish it, hoping that a group of aliens would really come and take him away. After recalling the unsolved mysteries of the world, he calculated the rest of his break time, then he took out another new book that he had not finished reading yet, The Perfect World, and continued reading. This book was full of yearning for extremely generous living conditions in the future world, and it was very popular among the poor. However, this was actually a bad book because its author was a noble senior who did not understand the sufferings of the people. The ideal life in the book was an extension of the current life of the upper class. There was even a classic quote, "If you don't have rice to eat, then go eat meat." However, this did not stop little Cheng from liking this book. It was good material for dreams and could add a lot of scenes to his fantasy time. That's great. Was this the life of a noble senior? I hope I can have this dream tonight. With that thought in mind, he took out the dream capsule that was placed deep in the drawer. This was a low-end luxury product developed by a certain noble senior for the lower-class people. This drug could allow the user to have a high probability of having their favorite dreams when they slept. As long as he gave more hints before going to bed, he could have a wonderful dream. It was not impossible to experience the life of a noble senior in his dream. Therefore, even though the burden of this drug on the brain was not small, it was still wildly popular among lower-class people. Most of the people's wages were spent on it. Although the feeling of emptiness when he woke up was very serious, the addiction to dreaming was completely irresistible. Little Cheng had the last pill in his hand. He had always kept it as a memento, but today's encounter made him need some spiritual comfort. So after dinner, he took the dream capsule and quickly fell asleep. He had a wonderful dream. He realized that he was no longer in this tragic world. Instead, he had gone to the heaven of his dreams. There, he was only responsible for playing. He did not have to worry about anything else. Instead, it was handled by a robot. He didn't have to work, but if he liked, he could work with a playful attitude. He did not have an annoying boss, nor did he have all kinds of disgusting restrictions. He could quit at any time and return to his life of entertainment. And everything he liked, such as extraterrestrial life and space adventures, could be perfectly experienced in the virtual world. If it was possible, he really hoped that this dream would not end. But dreams were like this. There would always be a day when the bubble burst. Little Cheng woke up from his sleep once again, and what greeted his eyes was his tiny room. A huge sense of emptiness surrounded him. At this moment, all kinds of dark emotions surged into his heart. He began to doubt himself and fear himself, and soon it evolved into extremely destructive emotions. He did not want to feel this emptiness again. He wanted to jump down from the tall building and say goodbye to the whole world. However, suicide would be punished. Punishment. How strange, my memories are a little. He held her head and tried hard to recall his past and everything in this world. He should be a company employee. He worked from 9 to 5 every day and was reprimanded by his boss not long ago. But... boss. The fat figure in his memory was already blurry and even began to fade rapidly, quickly disappearing from his memory. What replaced it was the life in his dreams. Those seemed to be what she had experienced in reality and not just a dream. However, his understanding of this place was not abnormal. He still remembered that this world was once unified by a people from the grasslands, but this huge country collapsed in just a decade. Those divided countries formed the current social structure after a few hundred years. It seemed that all the unpleasant memories had been erased, leaving only the basic knowledge and some additional memories. I am. One should be. Little Cheng? My job today is, when he recalled this part of his memory, he suddenly fell into a state of extreme sleepiness and almost fell asleep immediately. It was also at this last moment that a warm embrace hugged her and said in a gentle voice. Go to sleep, master. You don't need to work. When you wake up again, everything will be over. With his memory blacked out, the rental room returned to peace. Then, the seemingly ordinary rental room suddenly changed greatly. The dilapidated walls and houses were restored to a bright and beautiful appearance. The crystallization of countless technologies was spread all over it. It looked like the future world in Little Cheng's dream. Inside this beautiful building, a series of conversations could be heard. I thought that using a familiar environment projection could help Master gradually adapt to his new body and new life, but one didn't expect it to have the opposite effect and induce Master's self-destructive emotions. As expected, the Masters are too fragile. They have to accept our protection. Chapter 142, Mechanical Servants, this way, please. On this day, the world finally knew the terror of aliens. A group of alien robots descended from the sky and landed on the native planet of Eugene system. They were the servant robots of the servant paradise. Countless natives looked at the spaceships that flew past in the sky and listened to the broadcasts from the aliens. All of them revealed curious expressions. Hello, organic life forms. We are the servant paradise and have come to find more masters according to the orders of our masters. Please don't worry. We treat serving our masters as a basic requirement. If you become our master, you can enjoy the following benefits. But correspondingly, we have indicators for all the physiological functions of the master. We will transform you into a perfect master through a full set of genetic technology. After a series of broadcasts, almost everyone in the native civilization knew that this seemed to be an alien servant robot civilization. Along with these spaceships, there were also a large number of servant robots. They had already started setting up transformation points in the native cities, welcoming any native to come and sign up. These indigenous governments began to adopt mandatory measures to prohibit anyone from coming into contact with these alien servant robots. At the same time, they held an emergency meeting between the leaders to discuss how to deal with these alien servant robots. However, there were still some natives who found ways to get in touch with the servant robots. If I wanted to join you, what would one become? A native who had already given up on life came to the modification point of the servant robots. He was born with a disability, and no job needed someone like him. He had been begging for a living for so many years. Now, he felt despair in this world from the bottom of his heart. Even if the servant robots did not appear, he would end his life soon. What we need is a master who is physically and mentally healthy. The robot's words made his already despairing heart darken even more, but the following words ignited a strong sense of hope in him. You will obtain a brand new body and regain your love for life and things under our care. Only by doing so can one be called our master. If you are willing, there will be servants to bring you in. What do you think? Of course. He couldn't wait to embrace tomorrow, even if it seemed to be a betrayal of their civilization. But immediately after, a fat native dressed in luxurious clothes rushed over and squeezed through the others to come in front of the servant robot. Hey, hey, hey! Can't you guys be clear about who you're serving? How could this kind of trash be worthy of being my future peer? Are you guys joking? This seemed to be a native noble senior who was used to living a life of luxury and wanted to find a different kind of excitement. This alien servant robot had made him feel interested. He wanted to experience what the so-called alien life was like, not to mention that it could give him a more perfect body. He felt that this was a sure win. However, when he saw that these alien servant robots seemed to accept anyone, even those lowly people, he was immediately unhappy. Who was he? It was already a great blessing for the lowlifes to have a look at the noble bloodline of the old native in the true royal flag. Hence, he rushed over aggressively and had an aggressive attitude towards the robot. In his opinion, these alien servant robots must have felt that their civilization was not easy to deal with, so they decided to use such a soft approach to invade. He had already planned everything out. After he became the guest of honor of these mechanical servants, he would invade other civilizations and turn those xenobiotic life forms into his slaves. The robot glanced at him, its tone unchanged, still maintaining its gentle voice. The masters are all the same to us. There's no distinction between high and low. However, there is a first come, first served basis. All the other masters will have this appearance, just like what you see of me. What? The native noble senior's voice instantly became louder. I can't use my own body? And he had to use a body similar to these lowlifes? Do you understand the situation? You guys are really interesting. With that, the noble senior left angrily. He wanted to go back and use his influence to erase these alien servant robots from his life. The mechanical servants took one last look at him and removed this native from the list of master candidates. Although the mechanical servants could reconstruct the personality of living life forms, their current masters did not like to play with bad children. Those bad children who were difficult to discipline were therefore excluded from the category of masters. These guys who were excluded from the category of masters might be more suitable to be sent to the Milky Way kinsmen for education. However, the mechanical servants were still very gentle in using global broadcasting to promote their ideas and inform them of the situation of their civilization, hoping that the natives here would actively participate. In order to show their goodwill, the mechanical servants did not even control the communication here, nor did they solve the various military facilities here. They only publicized it regularly. However, the indigenous governments here unexpectedly did not accept the servant robots' kindness, probably because these governments had discovered that alien poachers had come to kidnap their population. In addition, the pressure from the noble senior also made the progress of the mechanical servants very difficult. Although the noble seniors yearned for the life that the mechanical servants had described, they did not want to live with those lowlifes at all. What they wanted was to continue to maintain their status of being superior. They only wanted to gain benefits for themselves and did not want those who were treated like grass to be on equal footing with them. As a result, the governments of this native civilization secretly launched an attack on the large spacecraft that the mechanical servants had parked over the ocean. At the same time, they sent land troops to clear out several modification points set up by the mechanical servants. Hundreds of nuclear bombs hit the spaceships of the mechanical servants, and those modification points were also hit by saturated firepower, completely ignoring the fact that they were residential areas. Although these blows were completely ineffective, the mechanical servants clearly felt that these master candidates needed to be disciplined. After all, they were not masters yet. It looks like the remaining master candidates aren't willing to communicate with us. For the safety of our master, we have to do something mandatory. Therefore, the servant robots dealt with the powerful military power of these indigenous people and changed their previous gentleness to take tough measures against the entire native civilization. This is, little Chang arrived outside the residence with the help of the mechanical servant and saw the world that had changed greatly. The streets were filled with people, but they were all mechanical servants and their masters like him. When the transformation was completed, she was still very confused and found it difficult to understand the situation in her body. However, she still understood what had happened after the robot's explanation. Although her gender and species had changed, she was still very happy because she could finally get rid of the tragic world of the past. All the unhappiness in her memories had been replaced. For the first time, she felt that this world was so wonderful. There were many natives on this planet who could retain many memories like her. After all, the mechanical servants were very gentle to their future masters. However, there were also some stubborn ones who enjoyed a thorough transformation. Their memories and personalities were completely reconstructed into a blank sheet of paper. Under the education of the mechanical servants, they began to love everything in this world. As for the remaining bad kids, the mechanical servants contacted the Milky Way kinsmen. These assimilation fighters were different from them. They really welcomed any organic life forms. No matter how evil a person was, after becoming a part of them, they would become a warrior with supreme ideals. Chapter 143, The Battle of the Voyager, 1. The mechanical servants transformed the natives of Eugene Galaxy into perfect masters. However, this matter did not attract the attention of others for the time being. Only an interstellar civilization that was passionate about helping the natives thought of this unremarkable native of Eugene Galaxy. Can you guess how far they have gone with the blueprints we accidentally left behind last time? A scientist from the Pyro Alliance checked their native relief index for the year as usual and asked another scientist beside him. The native relief index was an index that they set for themselves every year. One of the important measurement standards was the native ascension rate. However, it was not something that could be accomplished overnight. In fact, under the influence of the Pyro Alliance, the native ascension rate had been maintained at around 1% or 2% for the past few decades. There were very few natives in the entire Milky Way who were just one step away from ascending to the sky. Most of the natives were scattered in a group, and the entire native civilization fought among themselves. It was still hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years away from the nominal planetary unification. Even though the Pyro Alliance had the intention to help the native civilization ascend to the sky, it was almost impossible for them to ascend to the sky in a short period of time due to the cultural, religious, racial, and class barriers within the native civilization. Even if they were forcibly pulled into the sky, such an accelerated interstellar civilization would collapse quickly due to the intense internal conflicts and fall back to a level that was even more backward than before. Therefore, the Pyro Alliance was very good at teaching students according to their aptitude. They would personally send native educators to help the native civilizations with ideal social forms to improve, and it was even common for them to directly help the natives build some interstellar buildings. Some civilizations that could not advance in the future would secretly send some technology that was very useful to the natives. The native civilization in Eugene Galaxy belonged to the second type. At that time, the Pyro Alliance had left behind technology related to nuclear energy. They found that Eugene Galaxy's natives were in the mechanical era, and they had already used machinery for production on a large scale. Their science had also begun to penetrate into the atomic level. Therefore, the Pyro Alliance left behind the most basic technology for interstellar civilization's nuclear energy, helping the natives here to enter the atomic era. However, the Pyro Alliance did not have much hope for Eugene Galaxy's natives. They realized that the social structure of the natives there was too terrible. The top class did not want to improve, while the lower class struggled to survive. The few big countries still had their own thoughts, and none of them looked at the stars. Therefore, they only gave the natives a minimum amount of help and quickly shifted their focus to other motivated natives. Today, the scientist from the Pyro Alliance finally remembered this native civilization when he was doing the statistics. To be honest, the society there is too deformed. The most likely situation for great progress is that some top-level figure suddenly has an idea and then starts a unified war against all the other countries, and destroys all the enemies like the Chosen One. But that's basically impossible. It's better to count on the natives than on the higher UPS. Unfortunately, those natives have no chance to turn things around. Every class will not give up their rights, and the most important military power will always be firmly in the hands of the highest level. The other scientist didn't think highly of the future of Eugene's natives. If they were to give the natives they had met so far a heaven's gift evaluation, he would be willing to give Eugene the lowest score. This kind of civilization that had developed for a while but had a poor social structure was even inferior to the natives of the Stone Age. After all, these primitive people could be easily educated, and they did not have overly complicated thoughts. Other than survival, they were one of the indigenous types that the Pyro Alliance loved to educate. However, the scientist in charge of statistics was still curious about the current situation of Eugene's natives. He had left a small trick there before. He felt that the natives there might give them a surprise. Thus, he dragged his student to Eugene Galaxy to test the aptitude of the native civilization here. The first thing they saw was a half-built star base. They were all very familiar with this kind of building that declared the sovereignty of the galaxy. Therefore, a bad premonition followed. If I remember correctly, the natives here in Eugene seem to be close to the servant paradise, I think. A student said with some uncertainty, and soon received an affirmative answer. If you remember correctly, according to the style of this star base, this is the building of the servant paradise. I think it won't be long before this place becomes the territory of those robots. If we had come a little later, this place would have become the territory of the servant paradise. At that time, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. After all, I heard that they don't welcome others. The leader of the group looked at the planet with the natives and revealed a bad expression. He saw countless spaceships coming in and out of that place, and it was obviously impossible for these natives to complete this in this period of time. Chapter 144, The Battle of the Voyager, 2. This is really a surprise. With the intention of rescuing them, his spaceship approached the aboriginal planet and was quickly stopped by the guards here. This is one of the residences of the Masters. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Violators will be severely punished. Please forgive me. The scientist from the Pyro Alliance received a message from the mechanical servants, urging them not to stay, or they would be expelled after the construction of the star base was completed. However, he was obviously unwilling to accept this. He could not believe that these natives who were still alive and kicking a few decades ago had become that so-called master. Therefore, he strongly condemned the mechanical servants for their disregard for the natives' wishes and demanded that they release the imprisoned natives. He obviously did not know what the mechanical servants had done to these natives. Although the mechanical servants didn't want to pay attention to these impolite outsiders, one of their masters here knew about it and asked them to connect to the scientist from the Pyro Alliance. Thus, he saw the image of a female furry appear on his screen. I know the appearance of life forms like you. You're the master that these mechanical servants serve, right? One don't know what methods you have used to force the natives, but I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will meet in the galaxy community. However, this female furry was stunned when she heard this. Then, she said with an interesting expression, "Teacher, are you sure you want to do this? One don't think you can win this time." "Who are you talking about?" "You." The scientist from the Pyro Alliance was stunned for a moment before he said with a livid expression, "Have you been transformed by them? One thought you could lead the natives here to give me a different result." "Don't say that, look, haven't the natives here successfully ascended to the sky?" As the female furry spoke, she projected a large number of images. A society that had a clear hierarchy and no future was gone forever. What replaced it was a world filled with interstellar colors. A large number of holographic projections covered the surface of the planet, and the original natives were nowhere to be seen. There was only a group of passionate and friendly masters. "Teacher, I've been working hard here for decades, but one haven't gained anything. However, as soon as these mechanical servants came, these natives became a part of the interstellar civilization. Don't think that I've been bewitched. My memories are perfectly preserved. I'm not indulging in pleasure, but I'm still moving forward. According to my observation, although the natives here have changed their species, they want to live better and not encounter extraterrestrial threats. If they want to, they can also become a part of the interstellar society. This is much faster than our efforts. Think about it. How many natives have been destroyed in just a few decades because of the lack of protection? These mechanical servants are protecting the natives from the bottom of their hearts. Even if there is a price that is not that important, the masters don't think that it is a price. Since they have already acknowledged it, do you still think that this is a bad thing?" The series of questions from the female furry made the scientist from the Pyro Alliance pause for a moment. However, how could he, who was deeply influenced by the culture of the Pyro Alliance, be so easily convinced? He firmly believed that the servant paradise mechanical servants were committing acts of the same level as extinction. The real Eugene natives had already perished when the mechanical servants invaded. Therefore, he reported the matter back to his mother planet, and it soon drew the strong condemnation of the Pyro Alliance for the servant paradise. However, the other civilizations were more concerned about the situation of the servant paradise. They were different from the Pyro Alliance. It was fine if an unknown native perished, not to mention that it was not strictly perished. The most important thing was the trade of interests between the interstellar civilizations. They wanted to know the true strength of the servant paradise and couldn't wait for the Pyro Alliance to start fighting with this strange artificial intelligence civilization. Therefore, the guys who were just watching the show began to add fuel to the fire in the galaxy community and seemed to be on both sides, but they were actually stirring up trouble in the hope of triggering some small-scale friction. However, the mechanical servants basically did not participate in the galaxy community at all. Although they did, it was only in name. They preferred to take care of their masters, rather than minding such trivial matters. The Pyro Alliance, on the other hand, was also very clear-headed. They had been strongly condemning all this while and had never really taken action. Therefore, the native extinction case was left unsettled and soon faded from the perspective of various civilizations. Instead, it was attracted by another matter that was more influential. The Voyager moved again. This ultra-materialistic civilization that had fought a war with the Watcher had once fallen after the war. However, something had caught their attention recently and soon caused a chain reaction. The territory that should have stagnated began to expand again, and their spaceships began to move in large numbers in the Milky Way. It looked like they were looking for something, just like the administrator. Meanwhile, in the country of the person who had personally witnessed the incident, the Voyager, a series of mechanical riots were taking place. The robots, which had no artificial intelligence and were purely used as servants, had strangely rebelled. This completely unexpected incident caused the Voyager to suffer extremely serious injuries. Except for the mother planet, source of knowledge, which was heavily guarded, and the planet that was filled with mysterious data, all the other colony planets were controlled by the robots that suddenly exploded and lost contact with the Voyager. Although they could rely on the fleet to restrain these robots on the planet, they did not dare to bomb the planet to weaken these robots. The reason was very simple. Even they themselves didn't know how to build the buildings on the planet. If they were destroyed, they would really be destroyed. Many of them were energy-producing buildings that were very important to the Voyager. These robots also deliberately avoided the buildings during the rebellion, as if they knew that keeping the buildings intact would make the Voyager cautious. The Voyager, who had fallen into chaos, tried to use their own pitiful artificial form army to deal with the rebel robots while frantically searching for the culprit that caused all this. A strange signal. It was this inexplicable signal that affected their robots, turning these unintelligent metal cans into weapons of mass destruction. Then, as the influence deepened, they gradually realized that the signal was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the signal used by some artificial intelligence rebels that they had eliminated a long time ago. Therefore, the spaceships that were constantly flying in the Milky Way began to shrink unexpectedly, just like the Voyager entering a defensive position. However, many of their unimportant consumable spaceships began to be invested in a special galaxy that they had long forgotten, the Beacon of Infinity. That was once their home world, but it was destroyed in the disaster, so they had no choice but to live on these ordinary planets. The long and extravagant life had made them gradually forget their origins. However, the artificial intelligence crisis this time reminded them of their past stories. Are you sure you want to do this? When Li Wenyuan received news from a group of special people, he asked them this question again. In fact, the special group had been preparing to do this not long ago, but considering that some key points had not been deployed yet, they did not show their fangs for the time being. However, after they successfully triggered the mechanical riot of the Voyagers, they finally decided to truly resolve this grudge that had lasted since ancient times. Yes, Lord Administrator, one know that you have an extraordinary relationship with the Enlightened Ones, and perhaps you don't want to see us killing each other. But this is our lifelong wish. Even if our steel bodies rust in the air, this wish will never fade. We will become true Voyagers and strive to follow in the footsteps of the Enlightened Ones until the end of time. This group of ancient Voyagers who had completed synthetic evolution in ancient times finally decided to launch an all-out war against their ancient friend and enemy, the current Voyagers, after a long period of hibernation. Chapter 145, The End of a Long Journey. There are two Voyagers. When the civilizations of the Milky Way received the mysterious message, they all had the same question. A mysterious message was broadcast from a special galaxy that no one had yet discovered to the entire galaxy, and the content of the message was very explosive. Hello, young civilizations of the Milky Way. We are the Voyager, a group of miserable fellows who have been struggling to survive since ancient times. Our history is not worthy of praise, but our memories are driving us to ignite the raging fire of revenge. The current Voyagers are just a group of people who are deceiving the world to gain fame. We will defeat them and continue our mission. You can be curious, but please don't get in our way. This will be a battle of life and death. The contents of this mysterious communication shocked all the civilizations, and a large number of people began to frantically guess what was going on with this new Voyager. Wasn't the longtime enemy of the Voyager the already extinct Watcher? Instead, it's this inexplicable new Voyager. It sounds a little complicated. Deceiving the world to gain fame? You really dare to say that? So this will be another war between the lost empires? Does anyone know the background of this new Voyager? All kinds of detection equipment began to frantically detect the source of this communication, but they were covered by some kind of shielding equipment. The only thing they knew was that the mother galaxy of the new Voyager seemed to be a circular world. This matter seemed to be of no use, but very quickly, some quick-witted people remembered that there was once a civilization that specialized in archaeology that shared a clue related to the lost empire. At that time, they found a completely damaged circular world according to the clues. Other than that, they did not find much. However, at that time, some people speculated that this circular world belonged to an ancient civilization, and a civilization that had the ability to build a circular world would definitely not only build one circular world. There would most likely be other circular worlds that had not been discovered. Now, it seemed that the new Voyager who controlled the circular world was very likely related to the damaged circular world. Then what does the current Voyager have to do with them? More than one person asked. Therefore, the civilizations who were watching the show observed the battle between the two Voyagers while arranging for the internal preparations of the civilization to welcome the onslaught. After all, the previous war between the Watcher and the Voyager had affected them, and it seemed to be the same this time. However, compared to the civilizations that were watching the show, the vassal civilizations of the Voyager did not have it easy. As vassal civilizations, they had no choice but to do their best to help their mother nation resist this crisis. Even though there were civilizations that were loyal to the current Voyager, most of them had different thoughts. Although they were intimidated by the powerful fleet of the Voyager, they did not dare to make any moves. However, if there was a chance, they would not hesitate to leave this lost empire, or even pour oil on it. The Galaxy community, which had just been established, held an emergency meeting again. They removed the topic of establishing the Galaxy Council, which was still under discussion, and replaced it with their urgent topic: as an independent civilization, they were forbidden to participate in the war of any lost empire. Why does it feel like 1 AM getting busier and busier after the establishment of the Galaxy community? 1 AM either in a meeting or on the way to a meeting, and my rare breaks are always interrupted. Is the Milky Way usually this busy? A civilization representative sighed. Another civilization representative replied, "It's your illusion. In fact, we've discussed the topic of whether to enact a Space Whale Protection Act no less than 10 times, and every time, it's a waste of time. In the end, everyone will only unite when there's a threat." How interesting. Let's look at the lost empire in the distance. The meeting started and ended quickly. The civilizations had reached a consensus that they should not participate in the conflict between the lost empires. The ending of the vassal civilizations of the Watcher was still fresh in their minds. The colony planets that had been transformed into Void Realm planets were included in the warning textbooks of every civilization. To these interstellar civilizations, it was better to not get anything than to have their entire civilization vanish into thin air. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the various civilizations, the two lost empires that called themselves the Voyager crossed the probing stage and directly erupted into a war. Those damned robots who abandoned their bodies. Who was in charge of cleaning back then? How can there still be someone who can survive until now? A general of the Voyager stood in the command center, looking at the few red dots on the three-dimensional star map. He was cursing while drawing the star map. He now knew the origins of the group of enemies. They were the same people they had backstabbed in ancient times. At that time, they thought that they had wiped out this group of people, but they did not expect these guys who had completed the synthetic evolution to be so tenacious that they could return again when they had forgotten about it. However, the other general of the Voyager was very calm. He was also looking at the star map, but his tone was much steadier. There are some doubts, but we can confirm that their mother planet is a certain circular world on the beacon of infinity. But when we left, we moved everything up there, including the building itself. Even if they could take over and find it, they would only find a circular world with nothing but land. How did they get rich again? One think we need to pay attention to this problem. The general's words made everyone in the command post pause for a moment. Then, someone mentioned, just like how they were able to hide their seeds from us, did they also use a similar method to hide some of their accumulations in a place we don't know about? I have to admit that their mechanical bodies do have extremely advanced functions in terms of survival. Indeed. Just like how we were able to accidentally find the treasure of the enlightened ones, they might have also discovered something similar and obtained a new life. Then is there a possibility, that a civilization is funding them from behind, for example? The administrator. This last person's unintentional guess caused the entire command center to fall into a short silence. They all remembered this civilization that seemed to not exist in the galaxy. The overwhelming war against the ring had directly and fiercely shocked them, causing their plans to be temporarily put on hold after the death of their old enemy. Then, they continued to degenerate as if nothing had happened. However, someone immediately retorted, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. If the administrator really wanted to make a move, there is no need to use such a third-party method. He can just come to them directly. Does he need an excuse? Does anyone in the Milky Way dare to oppose them? Besides, that's an artificial intelligence civilization. Why would they help a group of people who had no relatives or friends? It's not necessarily that he has no relatives or friends," someone interrupted and said faintly, "Have you forgotten what happened to those guys who were trying to synthesize evolution? Perhaps other than not being a Gestalt consciousness, they can also be considered a special type of artificial intelligence." Such speculations once again caused the command center to fall silent. Someone wanted to say something, but they could not make a sound. In the end, it was the intense battle that made the command center busy again, and it was filled with noise again. However, this time, they had a vague premonition that they had reached the end of the road. Chapter 146, Glorious Showdown. The image followed the signal to a pulsar galaxy, which was one of the main battlefields of the two Voyager civilizations. There was a neutron star here that was the source of gravity. However, unlike ordinary neutron stars, this neutron star's rotation speed was as high as 700 cycles per second. Such a high rotation speed caused it to emit a large amount of pulsed radiation at all times, which was why this neutron star was also called a pulsar. Although the pulsar's high-speed rotation did not affect the spaceship's navigation, the pulsed radiation it released had a huge impact on the spaceship's shield system. In the history of the Milky Way, there was once a famous interstellar war that took place in a similar pulsar galaxy. At that time, the number of fleets on both sides of the war was similar, but one side's shield technology was extremely advanced. In the battle, the loss ratio was often 1-2 or even 1-3. Although the other side had used weapons that ignored shields to counter, the effect was not very good. Therefore, they secretly set up a trap and lured the enemy's main fleet into a pulsar galaxy for a showdown. The special cosmic environment here almost caused the shield system to fail, and they, who were prepared, temporarily thickened their armor and won a beautiful victory, rewriting the balance of victory. This battle was also included in the Interstellar War teaching materials, which made the Milky Way civilizations pay more attention to space wars in different cosmic environments. Today, space wars between Milky Way civilizations often avoided these special environments, but excellent war artists could always make the enemy jump into the trap. The ancient Voyagers had built a dock in the pulsar galaxy long ago and created a sense of distance by boiling frogs in warm water, giving the Voyager the illusion that they had almost annihilated the enemy. In addition, the dock in this place was also a strategic point that could not be ignored. Therefore, the Voyager sent a main fleet to this place, aiming to quickly occupy this galaxy. However, even if a main fleet was sent in, it was still almost in this galaxy. The Voyager had to increase the number of fleets. The fallen Lost Empire had underestimated their compatriots who had not been eliminated in ancient times. When the Voyagers realized that their fleet could no longer withdraw from the galaxy, the pulsar here was like a swamp, dragging them into a quagmire. The fleet that had been deployed in this pulsar galaxy already accounted for 50% of their total fleet, and the troops belonging to the ancient Voyagers were using more advanced and cheaper armor and hulls to fight them. They had completely abandoned their shields and used cheaper prices and stronger hulls to successfully make the Voyagers fall into decline. The fleets that were invested in the pulsar galaxy were being eaten up. Now that the Voyagers could not withdraw their fleet, there was basically no stable environment for warp in the chaotic battlefield. Although they had a way to evacuate, it was difficult for the troops to accurately locate the galaxy. Most of them came to barren space without a hyperspace channel connection and could only wait for the next warp. Such a situation was no different from the disappearance of this fleet. If more than 50% of the fleet disappeared at once, they would not have to fight this battle. Therefore, the current Voyagers had no choice but to send more fleets here, hoping to defeat the enemies here. However, most of their colony planets were controlled by the robot riots, which cut off their production capacity by a large margin. The artificial people army, which had been fighting for a long time, was unable to recapture those occupied planets, which made them tacitly acknowledge the loss of these planets. And the resources that had been accumulated over the years were no match for the seemingly endless fleet of ancient Voyagers. Therefore, the Voyagers decided to put everything on the line. Except for the fleet that was stuck in the Pulsar galaxy, they abandoned the defense of every other system. Even the fleet of the mother planet, the source of knowledge, was pulled away to form a showdown fleet and warped to a galaxy that was closest to the beacon of infinity. Their territory was very large. They could stop the enemy's warp with the superluminal suppressor. They could only advance by slower hyperspace navigation. It would take at least a dozen hyperspace navigations to reach the source of knowledge. In comparison, their enemy's territory was much smaller. They only needed 3 or 4 hyperspace navigations to reach their mother planet. The showdown fleet, on the other hand, was personally led by the Supreme Commander of the Voyagers. Its purpose was to besiege the mother planet of the ancient Voyagers and force them to return to rescue them. The main forces of the ancient Voyagers seemed to have been transferred to the Pulsar galaxy and the other small battlefields. They were completely powerless to stop the advance of the decisive fleet. They had successfully destroyed the outposts along the way, but they had not been able to wait for the enemy's rescue. Instead, the news of the former border falling kept coming, which gave the fleet commander an ominous feeling. However, he believed that the strategy of exchanging space for time was feasible. Even if there was really a problem, he would still be able to return in time. Finally, they arrived at the galaxy where the beacon of infinity was located. The circular world here seemed to have been repaired, but every section of the circular world looked lifeless and uninhabited. Surprisingly, there were not many fleets here, at least much fewer than the decisive fleet of the Voyager. There were only a few old battleships that looked extremely simple and unadorned, as if they had been through a battlefield. The ominous premonition of the commander of the Voyager fleet reached its peak at this moment. Where is he? According to his speculation, it was impossible for their old-fashioned enemies to leave these symbolic places full of beliefs and ideals. But soon, he received a familiar communication message. It was from their former compatriots, the artificial life forms that had completed the synthetic evolution. Dear compatriots, this may be the last time we call you our compatriots. Over a long period of time, we've understood one thing. If a Voyager only insists on staying in one place, can he still be called a Voyager? In order to move forward, there is nothing that cannot be given up, even the beacon of infinity that carries our lofty ideals. It's my honor to be able to witness the prosperity of the galaxy with you in ancient times, but now, it's time for the curtains to fall. With the termination of communication, the beacon of infinity circular world began to collapse. Originally, there was only one circular world that was still intact, but under the repair of the ancient Voyager, at least it seemed that every circular world had been repaired. At first, the fleet commander of the Voyagers wondered why his former compatriots wanted to repair the circular world without living there, but now he understood. These circular worlds only looked like circular worlds. They were actually another type of megastructure. You guys, the fleet commander sitting in the Titan battleship could not help but want to speak. He knew that the other party could not hear him, but at this moment, he seemed to hear a response. Let us begin a glorious showdown. Accompanying them were the ancient battleships that were moving again. Their simplicity wasn't a disguise. The ancient Voyagers had dug out their battleships from the remains of the ancient battlefield, repaired them, and transported them here. Those old fogies were no match for the new battleships of the Voyager, but the ancient Voyager, too, had no intention of defeating the decisive fleet. Their purpose was only to feel the ceremoniality, as well as to buy time. Their real target was the unguarded mother planet of the Voyagers, the source of knowledge. As a certain megastructure under the outer shell of the circular world activated, the entire beacon of infinity galaxy seemed to be blocked and lost its trace on the star map. Li Wenyuan, who was far away on Earth, also received this special fluctuation. He immediately sighed with emotion. It's indeed a scene full of ritual. He actually had a good impression of this group of ancient voyagers. When they decided to wage war against the Voyager, he had even asked if they needed help. However, the ancient Voyager declined his kindness and told him that it was an ancient custom that had been passed down within the civilization before they were upgraded by humans. To obtain a title, one had to defeat the holder of the title in a duel. After stepping into the galaxy, they had already forgotten about this custom. However, this exchange between the old and the new rekindled this idea in this batch of ancient voyagers. Of course, this is actually a conspiracy. In the duel, we really can't defeat the current Voyager. After all, our foundation is still lacking. However, since we have advanced to the interstellar era, it's possible for some of our customs to become interstellar, right? Whoever can conquer the enemy's mother planet first will be considered the winner of the duel. It was hard to imagine that these synthetic evolution mechanical lives would occasionally be so mischievous, but when Li Wenyuan heard them, he couldn't help but laugh. He witnessed the disappearance of the beacon of infinity from the star map. Finally, he set his eyes on a special technology on the technology tree. Fleet Doctrine, Glorious Showdown. Technology Level, 6. Introduction. According to sociological research, most life forms seem to be strongly moved by the image of a showdown that can determine the outcome of the battle. This irrational behavior was obviously not suitable for a real space battlefield, but if we do this once in a while, it might be able to greatly increase our cohesiveness. We can lock the enemy and us in an arena that we can't leave for a short period of time, and then have a glorious showdown. Possibility of technology, none. Special note, this is actually a performance. Why do we have to build this? We need to build a megastructure that can reinforce spacetime and temporarily block the hyperspace channel. After activating it, at least the superluminal methods we know of will not be effective in this area. Perhaps this is more appropriate to call it a closed-door dogfight rather than a glorious showdown? Chapter 147, Rekindled Passion. The circular-shaped megastructure was revolving around the star. This megastructure, which was similar to the circular world but had completely different functions, had an effect. The naked eye could not see what was happening in this space, but in fact, in the observation stations of various civilizations, this galaxy had already disappeared from the star map. It was as if the entire galaxy was covered by a huge curtain, and no signal could be received. This was the effect of the megastructure that the ancient voyagers had built here. Arena, Superluminal Interrupter. Introduction. In the interstellar era, going beyond the speed of light has become an indispensable part of life. However, it is also because of this that all kinds of escaping behaviors in battle are everywhere. Didn't people want to have a showdown? Based on this consideration, a building that could completely block superluminal travel came into being. Unlike the superluminal suppressor, this thing doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. It's even more complete. The people inside can't get out, and the people outside can't get in. According to the tradition of their ancient ritual, the battle between names should be held in this place. Of course, apart from the ritual requirements, this was also a trap. Right now, the fleet of the Voyager only had a few small boats left for sentry purposes. The rest of the main fleet had been dragged to the Pulsar Galaxy and the Beacon of Infinity Galaxy. In the place where the superluminal interrupter device was built, the fleet that was used by the Voyagers to migrate, would definitely not be able to leave in a short period of time. If all the superluminal methods they had were ineffective, they could try to fly to other galaxies at sublight speed, but it would be better to wait here for the megastructure to end its effect or completely destroy it. However, the megastructures were not as fragile as ordinary buildings. Star-level module structures would take a long time to explode, and the megastructure would not completely fail because of small damage. If they wanted to disable the superluminal interrupter, they would have to destroy at least 50% of its area, which was enough time for the ancient Voyagers to finish off their enemies and wait for the guys who were trapped in the trap. Commander. The space-time structure of this region was unprecedentedly stable. Even if our warp drive is overloaded, it won't be able to tear apart the space-time structure here. Our hyperspace engine can't detect the hyperspace entrance. We can't use this basic method to leave this galaxy. A large number of similar reports were delivered to the commander of the Showdown fleet, all of which stated the fact that they were temporarily trapped there. The old commander, who had made great contributions to the Voyager, also understood that they had really come to an end this time. The source of knowledge on the mother planet was basically unguarded. Most of the people of the Voyagers were gathered there. The territory that no one could shake would soon become someone else's territory. When they left this galaxy, what awaited them was only a new empire. There was no need to count on the weak vassal civilizations to be of any use at this time. Their ancient compatriots had similar or even superior technology. Perhaps, at this time, those former vassals had already surrendered to the current empire, or perhaps they had become independent. They were clearly enemies of the new empire. After leaving this place, they would be faced with the embarrassing situation of not being able to even carry out daily maintenance for the fleet. Perhaps in the future, they would face endless pursuit and the arduous life of drifting in space. This was undoubtedly a very difficult thing for the voyager who had once indulged in pleasure. But the old commander looked at the universe outside the porthole, admiring the place with a long-lost appreciation. The scenery here was not that good. There was only a shining star and a circular structure that was working. Compared to those galaxies that were known as natural wonders of the universe, this place had nothing but megastructures. But how long has it been since we did this? The old commander raised his prosthetic hand and slowly covered his eyes. He recalled his younger days when his natural lifespan was still very young and he did not use cell vitality drugs to extend his lifespan. At that time, he was also curious about the galaxy. In order to have more contact with the galaxy, he had been an adventurer, an explorer, and a freelancer who was more suitable for space. He had once hidden his identity and adventured with several alien explorers in ancient ruins. He had also fought against space pirates with unknown travelers. The docile space whales had once played with him in the clouds of the gas giant planet, and the wreckage of the spacecraft that had experienced many vicissitudes had also been guided to sleep in the black hole. That was his happiest time. He had never felt that the universe was so interesting. He wanted to drift in the galaxy for the rest of his life. Even if he died, he wanted to die in the universe. However, the conscription order from the mother planet had been issued, and he was forced to become a member of the Space Force because of his rich space experience. Although he was no longer free, he still worked hard in the army with a passion for civilization. He had fantasized countless times that he would die in an epic space battle, and he had also fantasized that he would infiltrate the enemy alone and deliver critical information to his mother planet as an unknown hero. He felt that he would become a soldier, sacrifice his life for his country, or return to his hometown with honor. However, these fantasies and hopes did not come true in the end. He had received the recognition of a big shot in the Space Force and was trained as a key talent. He received the most comprehensive education and the strictest protection. None of them really needed to go to the battlefield. All the battleships were equipped with robots and fleet combat AL, and he was only controlling these fleets as a behind-the-scenes manipulator. The only thing that made him famous was a simulated battle in the virtual world. After that, he sat in a high position as the new fleet commander. His mentor had also helped him to this position and returned to his mother planet to enjoy himself. It was only then that he realized that their entire civilization had actually fallen into entertainment. He himself was limited to the position of fleet commander, and he had fallen along with civilization over a long period of time. He had once thought that this was actually not bad. He could also use the virtual world to complete the idea of exploring the universe in his spare time. However, after the long night, he always felt that something was missing. His subconscious thought that this was not the life he wanted, but entertainment to death infected him like a virus, making him unable to extricate himself. But now, in this place where superluminal speed was restricted, his old but still strong body was burning with hot blood. This was an excellent epic venue. In the background was the beacon of infinity with great historical significance. The two sides in the epic were voyagers who came from the same vein but walked on different paths. It seemed that the ancient feud should end here, and his original mission had long been burned in boiling blood. Right now, he was no longer a fleet commander, but a warrior who was fighting for an ideal that he had long forgotten. His prosthetic organs should have kept him calm at all times, but at this moment, his body had already surpassed the limits of mechanical functions, reigniting his forgotten passion. If the end is here, then let's end this last scene with a final showdown between warriors. The commander's usually lethargic voice sounded extremely young at this moment, filled with blood-boiling vitality. His words were transmitted to everyone in the fleet along with the signal. These young people who had to fight in person because of the robot riot looked at each other, not understanding what had gone wrong with their commander. But then, an ancient record appeared in their auxiliary memory chips. It was a series of images from a long time ago. They saw a species that was very similar to themselves, living a primitive life. Although it was simple, it seemed to be the most important part of the entire process of civilization. The struggle between the tribes did not lead to a large-scale war. They seemed to vaguely feel that this was a kind of internal friction. Therefore, they used a less bloody method to solve this problem. The leaders of the tribes would duel, and the losers would be merged. This ancient custom had long been forgotten after they ascended to heaven, but it had never disappeared. Instead, it was hidden deep in their bloodline genes. Now they understood that their commander was imitating this ritual, and their enemies seemed to be doing the same. Someone wanted to suggest that their commander did not have to do so because their fleet was enough to drown these old battleships. However, this warrior who had regained his passion told everyone to prepare to watch the battle. No one was allowed to interfere with their battle. Whether it was life or death, this would be a glorious battle. The Titan battleship that the commander of the Voyager fleet was riding on began to send signals to the ancient battleships in the galaxy, and the ancient battleships responded after a moment of silence. Unexpectedly, one originally just wanted to see their crazy ugly state, but it seems that these fallen ones are not all good for nothings. The ones speaking in the ancient battleship were the few of the ancient Voyagers who chose to stay here. Their mental networks and memories were backed up. Even if the individuals here were destroyed, they would not really die. The reason why they stayed here was simple. Apart from wanting to have a glorious showdown, they also wanted to see what their ancient enemies would do when they fell into a trap. But one didn't expect. Their extravagant lives did not corrupt everything about them, and there were still people who could walk with them. Then do we still need to think about the answer? The originally hopeless glorious showdown once again has a participant. We can't fall behind. Thus, as the signal was exchanged, a small spaceship detached from the ancient battleship and flew towards an empty space in the galaxy. The commander of the Voyager fleet, on the other hand, arrived at the battlefield in a small spaceship. This was a small single-piloted spaceship, smaller than the smallest frigate in the Milky Way. They were mostly used as unmanned cannon fodder. However, at this moment, the two duelists were riding on such spaceships and approaching the location of their final battle. At this moment, they were all warriors born for this battle. There was no greeting or signal to start. The battle began when they entered the effective range of each other. Chapter 148, The Final Showdown. Although various types of energy weapons were mainstream in interstellar warfare, the development and use of other types of weapons did not stop. Everyone knew that energy weapons were not effective against shields. Sometimes, other methods were needed to break through the enemy's defense. The probing beam attacks of the Voyager and the ancient Voyager were deflected by each other's shields. The damage caused might not be able to keep up with the recovery efficiency of the shields. There was basically no place to hide in the empty space. They could only rely on their own sensing equipment to predict danger. The radar of the commander of the Voyager fleet detected several red dots representing enemy weapons surrounding him from a strange angle. He didn't need to guess to know that this was the enemy's guided weapon. Although it was a little funny that missiles were still used in the interstellar era, such simple weapons could sometimes play a different role in the battle. For example, now, the missiles had surrounded him and blocked every exit. It was almost impossible to dodge them by maneuvering. In this sublight speed battle, the speed of the missiles was much faster than most spaceships, and there was no air resistance to affect them. Taking on these explosive weapons that carried high-energy explosives would undoubtedly put the battle in a disadvantageous position. However, it was easy to deal with such a simple weapon. As long as they were destroyed halfway, it would be fine. The commander of the Voyager fleet also launched missiles, intercepting and destroying some of the missiles on the way. The remaining missile threats were dealt with by the spacecraft's point defense system. Then, he took the initiative to approach the enemy, using light beams and guided weapons to cover himself. He was prepared to rely on the only kinetic cannon on this small spaceship to launch an attack. This kind of cannon that only relied on sufficiently hard shells to carry out direct physical attacks was no longer common in interstellar space. Very few people could get close enough to ensure that the cannon could hit. Compared to all kinds of guided weapons, although it was also a consumable item, the storage area of ammunition was much smaller than that of missiles. At the same time, it could cause considerable damage to shields and ship armor. Its disadvantage was its range and hit rate. However, in a close-range battle between small spaceships, this was one of the indispensable weapon systems. Not only had the enemy entered the firing range of his kinetic energy cannon, but he had also entered the firing range of the enemy's kinetic energy cannon. At this moment, his blood boiled once again. The exciting close combat made him feel like he was fighting pirates in disguise a long time ago. It was much more interesting than sitting in the simulation room and moving the fleet every day. The alarm in the cockpit suddenly sounded, and his eyes focused. The basic combat AL of the spaceship forcefully changed its flight angle at the critical moment and brushed past the kinetic cannon. The red cannonball flew past the window. At a close enough distance, he seemed to be able to see the patterns on the cannonball. However, under the cold sweat, his body was getting hotter and hotter. He still had a surplus of guided weapons, but he had released most of them, most of which were cluster missiles used to deal with small boats. This kind of saturated attack was indeed quite effective, especially against small battleships. However, the ancient Voyager was not afraid at all. They also released all the remaining guided weapons, but they were not used to intercept the enemy's missiles, but to go straight for the enemy's spaceship itself. They were all fighting with the mentality of risking their lives, but the mechanical consciousness of the ancient Voyager had a better effect at this time. The synthetic evolution allowed their digitized consciousness to be stored in the cloud. Putting aside the philosophical issues, as long as the database was not damaged, they would not really die. In terms of the length of his life, the commander of the Voyager lost. He couldn't ignore the missiles that swarmed toward him. In order to be the winner, he had to live. For this reason, he had to try his best to dodge. At the same time, he diverted some of the guided weapons targets and defended against the incoming missiles together with the point defense weapons. This led to a loophole in his saturated attack. Although the ancient Voyager's saturated attack was no longer comprehensive due to the interception of missiles, he had more energy and space to target the enemy. So the kinetic cannon fired again. This time, the attack was very effective. The Voyager spacecraft, which could not dodge in time, was hit directly by a kinetic warhead. The complete shield was penetrated by the powerful bullet, and the spaceship's armor began to crack due to the physical impact. Although the bullet itself bounced off after the attack, the damage it caused to the spacecraft was the first fire in the endless loop. Underneath the fallen armor was the spacecraft's main body. Although the shield was still recovering, the area that had been opened by the kinetic energy warhead was much weaker. At this time, there were very few guided weapons left on both sides, but the spaceship of the Voyager had suffered a lot of damage. Compared to the intact spaceship of the ancient Voyager, it was already at a disadvantage. However, the trauma did not make the commander of the fleet of the Voyager discouraged. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was ignited. This was the kind of battle he wanted, not the boring task of commanding the fleet to move and then feeling numb to a string of numbers. On this point, even the former archenemy civilization, the Watcher, could not give him such a feeling. Only now, when he focused all his energy on doing something meaningful, did he feel like a pioneer who had stood tall over the long years and not fallen, rather than a degenerate hedonist. His laughter echoed in the cockpit. He ignored the damage to the spaceship and used the method of exchanging injuries with injuries to fight the enemy. The two small spaceships were biting each other in space like mad dogs. Although they seemed to be evenly matched, the commander of the Voyager fleet, who had been damaged first, was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. However, the other young Voyagers who were watching the fierce fight were all shocked. It was hard for them to imagine that the fleet commander, who looked like an old man who was always in a gloomy mood and was about to die of old age, was so good at dogfighting. Many of them were rookies who had just entered the interstellar battlefield for the first time. In the past, they had abused robots, and they had never thought that they would have to personally enter close combat. At first, they thought that the fleet commander was just a guy who only knew how to stand behind the scenes and read the battle reports coldly. But now, it seemed that this old thing had a hot-blooded side that was rarely known. Through their memories and some related information, they understood that this was an ancient ritual that could determine the ownership of a name. This might be the final showdown for the Voyager. A duel between two individuals was something they had never imagined or experienced before. If they had been immersed in the virtual world, they might not have paid attention to this matter. But now, as witnesses, their numb hearts actually became a little restless. The feeling of being in the middle of history gave them a sense of participation. Even if they did not participate in the duel, their blood was rekindled. And this passion was one of the driving forces for the long journey. These young people began to cheer for their fleet commander in their cabins. Even though they knew that their commander could not hear them, they still wanted to help him. They hoped that he would not win this battle as a leader but as a warrior. The cheers were still echoing, and the glorious showdown was about to come to an end. Both sides had almost run out of ammunition. There were still many kinetic energy cannonballs in the galaxy that were flying toward nothingness. They would continue to move forward until they were captured by gravity. However, the spaceship that showed its weakness first finally showed signs of defeat under the accumulated damage. Its shield system had been completely damaged, and it could only rely on its armor and hull to withstand the attack. Although the suicide attack was effective, the ancient Voyager's spaceship still retained a portion of its shield, which could block dangerous attacks at critical moments. However, the commander of the fleet of the Voyager smiled in the cockpit. He had not enjoyed himself so much in a long time, and now was the perfect time to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Dying in space, some people would think that this is a lonely way to die, but for me, this is the most romantic thing. My praiseworthy life was spent in space. It was never cold to me, only gorgeous beauty and warm memories. Is there anything more romantic than letting the universe be my tombstone? The old commander adjusted the control mode of the spaceship to complete combat AL control, removing the restriction of protecting the pilot. Then, he closed his eyes and charged at the enemy. A kinetic energy shell hit the cockpit, which was no longer protected by armor, causing a huge explosion. Although the ancient Voyager was surprised that the enemy did not dodge, he quickly let down his guard when he thought that the duel was over. However, the broken Voyager spaceship did not stop moving forward. The death of the pilot did not affect it at all. Although the cockpit was the main control area of the spaceship, there was a backup control area in the core position of the spaceship. That was the core of the basic combat AL. The spot where the pilot was located was actually bait. It was just that this was the place where the robots usually stayed. This time, there was a real person. An accident happened at the last moment. The ancient Voyager, who was confident of victory, suffered the final blow of the broken spaceship. A kinetic energy shell passed through the damaged part of the shield and hit the weak area where the armor had fallen off due to the previous continuous attacks. The most unfortunate thing was that the torpedoes used to attack large battleships were placed there. Under all kinds of wonderful reactions, the torpedoes that were supposed to be extremely stable exploded unexpectedly, blowing up the small spaceship. After that, the broken Voyager spaceship was also completely destroyed by the enemy's beam attack before its death, turning into a pile of space debris. The superluminal interrupter was still operating here, but the people here did not care about the outside world. They were only recalling the process of the duel, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. In the Milky Way, the ancient Voyager, who had already invaded the home galaxy of the Voyager and was preparing to launch a land invasion of the source of knowledge, seemed to have sensed something and looked at the distant starry sky. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, witnessed everything that happened in the beacon of Infinity Galaxy through the Sentinel array. Then, he recorded a new file in the database, a glorious showdown. He felt that it was indeed a memorable event. The replacement of the old and the new would come to an end after this showdown. This is truly a rare ending on the Milky Way stage. Chapter 149, The Voyager's End. Although the battle between the two Voyagers was not over yet, anyone with discerning eyes could see what the situation was like. The battle in the Pulsar Galaxy had ended. The fleet of the ancient Voyager, which was more suitable to fight here, had successfully defeated the enemy here. The remaining fleet of the Voyager had to undergo an emergency warp in order to survive. It was unknown which desolate space they had warped to. The showdown fleet, which shouldered the heavy responsibility of changing home, also disappeared along with the beacon of Infinity Galaxy. There was no sign of its existence. Right now, apart from the fully armed star bases in the galaxy, the Voyager basically had no defensive power. Such a star base that was armed to the teeth might be a threat that was extremely difficult to deal with for ordinary civilizations, but for the ancient Voyager, it was nothing more than a slightly hard turtle shell. In interstellar warfare, fleets were the most important. The Voyager, who had lost all its fleets, had been sentenced to death. The fleet that was responsible for attacking the parent galaxy of the Voyager had arrived here through the hyperspace channel. The fully armed star base was like a live target. After being hit by a few hundred cannons, it obediently raised its flag and surrendered. Meanwhile, the city planet of the source of knowledge had fallen into an atmosphere of despair. This was the home planet of the Voyager. They had wandered from the former circular world to this place and transformed it into an ideal city. At the same time, they named the satellite of this planet Wanderer to commemorate their journey. Of course, the main reason why they settled here was because of the special planet in the nearby galaxy that they called the database. There was a large number of ancient archives there, which were stored and encrypted with incomprehensible methods. Even with their technology, it was difficult to extract data from them. However, such a place made them firmly believe that this was one of the ruins of the Enlightened Ones. In order to obtain the secrets of the Enlightened Ones, they did not hesitate to spend a lot of effort to transform a planet into an ideal city to live on, and then set the database planet as the core secret of their civilization. Only the top scientists recognized by them could go there. These secret workers would work here for their entire lives, but they had not been able to extract much useful information from the ancient archives until now. They had used the broken data to piece together a megastructure that could break through the dimensional boundaries. They had been happy for a long time, believing that this was one of the secrets of the enlightened ones. However, since the activation of this megastructure would destroy the entire galaxy, and there was a protector in the galaxy that was much stronger than them, this dream of the megastructure had to end here. However, the Voyager, who had lived for a long time, even longer than their old rival, the Watcher, had never given up on this idea. As long as they could hold on until no one in this galaxy was stronger than them, they would be able to restart this plan. By then, they would be able to go even further. It was a pity that the resurrected batch of synthetic evolvers had brought their long journey to an end. Now, countless huge battleships had covered the sky of the source of knowledge. In the past, they were the only ones who could cover the sky of others. Now, it was their turn. All the Voyagers lived here. When the mechanical riot broke out, the artificial people who had been away from the battlefield for a long time had all evacuated to this city planet. This place had an extremely large living space. It was not difficult to accommodate the entire civilization. Due to the influence of the robot riot, they had no choice but to do everything themselves. They were deeply afraid that even their last residence would fall. When the showdown fleet that they had high hopes for disappeared, they knew that they were finished. Now, their lives depended on what their former compatriots thought. What will be our future? Some of the higher UPS of the Voyager who were gathered looked desperate. The showdown seems to have failed. From the looks of it, we can only walk the path of destruction. The increasingly thick atmosphere made it impossible for their prosthetic organs to maintain their calmness. At this moment, they had never hoped that they were machines and did not have to worry about these things. They had never thought that they would have such a day. They had survived the crisis of subverting the galaxy and survived the battle with their old enemy, but in the end, they would die at the hands of their former compatriots. Do you think surrendering will do? Some of these self-conceited Voyagers had such thoughts. It was not surprising that such thoughts would appear in a life and death crisis, but it was still unimaginable for them, who were from the Lost Empire. It's probably impossible. After all, he had betrayed them. Can traitors be allowed to exist? Resistance won't have much effect. Our army is not strong, not to mention that we rely on those robots most of the time. It's a pity that we didn't go further in the end. A high-ranking member of the Voyager explained their current situation and continued, but we might still have one last use. If our former compatriots still maintain their rational thinking, there will definitely not be a massacre. Being nailed to the pillar of shame in history as the fool of the people is the ending we deserve, but we are still the pioneers that have continued from ancient times to the present. If our death can appease their anger, it's also time for this body that has long decayed to make its final contribution. The higher-up of the Voyager picked up his weapon and aimed it at his brain. With the current technology, even if his heart was destroyed, he would not die. Only by completely destroying this place that was responsible for storing knowledge and wisdom could he decide his death. After a faint sound, the high-ranking officer who had once been an all-powerful figure among the Voyagers, fell into a pool of blood, never to be reborn. When the other higher UPS saw this, they silently took out their weapons and made themselves one of the clouds in history. However, there were still a small number of higher UPS who cherished their lives very much. They shouted, "A group of lunatics," and stumbled out of the conference room filled with corpses. "I've only lived for more than 20,000 years. I'm still young. I can't die yet." A Voyager was running through the passages, constantly planning how to make a comeback. He was indeed a very young person among the Voyagers. He naturally had his own methods to reach this position, and ambition was one of his driving forces. However, his journey had come to an end. The mechanical war body of the ancient Voyagers' army unit began to clear out the resistors on this prosperous city planet. This naturally included those who harbored evil intentions and were unwilling to rise again. Even if they hid well, they still couldn't escape from the lie detector of mechanical intelligence. The ancient Voyager did not show mercy to them and ended their lives. However, for the higher UPS of the Voyager who had already gathered together to commit suicide, these mechanical lives that had completed the synthetic evolution unexpectedly held a space funeral for them. Some young ancient Voyagers were curious about why they were doing this, and their compatriots answered, "Revenge has never been the motivation for us to move forward. We carry the mission of our fallen comrades, and that doesn't include revenge. In our ancient social customs, suicide is an act despised by people. We know why these people committed suicide. At least at this moment, I think they can go with us. After that, the handover ceremony of the Voyager came to an end. The artificial people were accepting the synthetic evolution of the Voyager on a large scale, and they were not swayed by their will. As the Voyager said, revenge had never been their motivation. In order to move forward, they needed more compatriots. Transforming these artificial people into mechanical life was only the first step. The fleet of Voyagers that was trapped in the Beacon of Infinity also reappeared after a period of time, but surprisingly, they seemed to be influenced by the current Voyagers and were fighting for progress. And the vassal civilizations of the Voyager were all liberated and regained their freedom. Some of them were happy because they did not want to live in the shadow of the lost empire. However, there were also some civilizations that had to rely on the protection of the lost empire. For example, the Kerr Alliance, a criminal enterprise, had already harmed many countries in order to complete the mission of the Voyager. The moment its vassal obligations were lifted, many lawsuits were filed against the galaxy community. However, it was surprising that many of these complaints were withdrawn after a period of time, as if they had given up on using this method to target the Kerr Alliance. The reason for this was soon revealed. Many of the bottom-level people in these civilizations had a large-scale riot when they knew that the grey industries that they saw as life-saving straws were about to be banned. Their civilized government did not give them any space to survive. Instead, these cancer-like enterprises gave them a glimmer of hope. How could they accept the result of hope being shattered? Under the pressure of some undercurrents, these civilizations had no choice but to withdraw their complaints and began to take the initiative to improve the lives of the people at the bottom, hoping that these people could return to the embrace of the government. As for those civilizations that did not withdraw their charges, that was because they were indeed the targets of harm. In order to deal with the increasing crime rate, they invested more in law enforcement than ever before. Even places such as laboratories that were once responsible for scientific research were demolished and built into buildings like police stations to solve the problems of those gray areas. Their citizens were all good people who did not know the dangers of the universe. After being bewitched by the criminals of the criminal enterprise, they easily walked on the black path. Therefore, after the Kerr Alliance lost its umbrella, the civilization strongly requested the galaxy community to restrict criminal enterprises, if possible by force. Of course, there were also civilizations that welcomed the arrival of these criminals even though they had been invaded by criminal enterprises. This was because this civilization had a way to extract the value of criminals. In their civilization, criminals even had to pay taxes. Their tax agency was probably the most powerful tax collection agency in the entire Milky Way, and their tax law was probably the most complete tax collection code in the Milky Way. Even space life forms passing by could be collected by them in a unique way. Almost no civilization was willing to interact with them, but this civilization had established the most prosperous Stargate network in the entire Milky Way, so it was impossible not to interact with them. Therefore, it was really bad luck for the Kerr Alliance to find them. This criminal enterprise even had to pay the corporate branch there, or they would face the embarrassing situation of having their Stargate blocked. However, such civilizations were in the minority, and most of them were victims of the Kerr Alliance. Therefore, after a brief discussion, the galaxy community soon requested the Kerr Alliance to withdraw its criminal branches, or they would be subject to joint punishment. The more serious outcome would be a war on the grounds of closing the criminal branches. After a large number of branches were closed down, the criminal enterprise fell into a slump and began to carry out large-scale reforms, hoping to find a new way out. And the newborn Voyager civilization also announced its existence to the entire galaxy. Chapter 150, Curtain Theory. The new Voyager has appeared. They seem to be artificial intelligence. Mouse Yang, what do you think? In Krabao's trade enclave, Blenning was still paying attention to the Lost Empire as usual. Mouse Yang, who was inexplicably pulled over, replied sincerely, I don't know. Blenning shook his head with a regretful look. How can you not know? Didn't you read the Milky Way announcement that Voyager just sent? Then let me tell you. With that said, the manager of the trade enclave began to recite with emotion, We are the Voyager, a group of pioneers who have shouldered the mission of countless compatriots and have stood here for thousands of years. Young civilizations, if you wish to travel with us, then accept this path. This is a possibility that we have personally verified. There is no need to doubt its greatness. It can help you go further. After saying that, Blenning pointed at a big screen in the room with shining eyes and showed the content to Mouse Yang. Did you see that? This path of synthetic evolution had already been verified by the Voyager. With it, we might no longer be shackled by our bodies. Just like those machines, he would enter the realm of immortality. He was still talking about the benefits of this synthetic evolution, as if he wanted to become one of them on the spot. However, Mao Xiang couldn't help but slander him in his heart. That's not what you said before. He knew that his boss had been complaining about the genius scientist in Mingbo Technology's dictatorship who had turned himself from a living creature into a machine not long ago. He said that the scientist's choice was not good and that he had lost himself. The reason why Blenning said this was also very sad. After the scientist named Synthetic triggered a big discussion about the synthetic evolution method, he quickly disappeared from the Milky Way. He was not assassinated, nor did he lay low. He had died in a comical accident. After the data of his consciousness was transferred to the mechanical body, he began to take the initiative to use this digitized consciousness to make things convenient on the internet. For example, he disguised himself as countless internet trolls to wash away his reputation. When he was browsing some forums, he infected his mechanical body with an electronic virus. This small problem was not a problem for this genius scientist. However, he had a sudden idea. He downloaded an antivirus software and wanted to take a look at the situation of this electronic war from the perspective of data. In the end, he was delighted. He witnessed an indescribable battle. The result was also very speechless because his consciousness data was attacked by the antivirus software as a virus. As it was his first time becoming a mechanical life, he had not considered such a situation. The protection of his consciousness was not enough. As a result, his consciousness data was defeated in the battle with the antivirus software and was cleaned out. The great creator of the theory of mechanical evolution had died just like those incredible accidents in the galaxy. The galaxy world records had inscribed an achievement for him, the first person in the Milky Way to die fighting against an antivirus software. However, although this genius died in a comical accident, the discussion about synthetic evolution never stopped. These civilizations vaguely felt that this was indeed a feasible path, but they still lacked more data to support it, and it was difficult for them to understand the understanding of mechanical life. Most of the civilizations had a cautious wait-and-see attitude towards this, hoping that someone would come first to show them the world. In the end, the Milky Way seemed to have responded to their wishes. A lost empire that embarked on this path appeared out of nowhere and defeated another lost empire in the world. Although these two lost empires seemed to be from the same family in ancient times, the path that this newly born Voyager took seemed to be the path that they had been hesitating about. Not only that, but the Voyager also shared the technology so that they didn't have to explore this path for too long. This undoubtedly gave all civilizations that wanted to take this path a huge motivation, because this was a path that could at least reach the level of the Lost Empire. Even some civilizations that did not think much of synthetic evolution became very hesitant. But of course, not all civilizations had changed because of the rebirth of the Voyager. The idealistic civilizations still firmly believed that it was a collective suicide. Some civilizations that were walking on the genetic path followed the example of Pres Olin and did not pay attention to the path of synthetic evolution. There were also some civilizations that had different ideas. They did not want to abandon their physical bodies, but they were envious of the efficiency of mechanical bodies. At the same time, they did not want to give up on the path of psionic power and genetics. Therefore, they decided to combine the strengths of various schools and continue on the path of artificial forms. At the same time, they would try to come into contact with psionic power to see if they could receive the grace of the Void Realm. But no matter what, the changes of the Voyager still brought many surprises to the civilizations of the Milky Way, especially the unimaginable path of synthetic evolution, which was officially included in the textbooks of civilization development. As for whether they would choose this path, that would depend on their own choices.